Chapter 4073. Whoosh! With a piercing sound, Yi Xian's figure appeared high in the sky of the farmer god cauldron. He turned into a stream of arrows and fell to the edge of the volcano in the central region below. The scene in front of him made him speechless. When these indigenous beasts were put into the farmer god cauldron, they were all in a state of extreme anger. Yi Xian was worried that after they were threatened by him to enter the cauldron helplessly, they would suffer some internal injuries due to the anger in their hearts. That would not be good. But it turned out that he was thinking too much. In his line of sight, the millions of indigenous ferocious beasts that had just entered the space inside the cauldron were gathered around the vast central region volcano in a long line. They were all holding some of the flesh and blood that they had obtained before and were preparing to roast it. There were countless flame pillars around the central region volcano that had been opened by Yi Xian. At this moment, 6 colored flames were soaring into the sky from these passages. A group of indigenous beasts, led by the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise, were roasting the blood in their hands. From time to time, excited cheers could be heard from the meat. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian was instantly speechless. This was truly a joy for foodies. A moment ago, they were furious, but now, in the blink of an eye, it was as if they were celebrating a festival. They started a barbecue party, and the jubilant scene around them made them speechless. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly. His figure quickly landed. At this time, the primordial porcupine, primordial tortoise, and the other indigenous beasts' meat had already been roasted. Seeing Yi Xian's arrival, they immediately cheered. Each of them carried the roasted golden, oily, and exceptionally fragrant roasted meat. As they chewed, they gathered around Yi Xian. "Brat, this is a big harvest. The precious blood and meat in this tortoise's hands are enough to last for at least half a year." The primordial tortoise was only a few feet in size, but it was carrying a large piece of roasted meat that was 1,000 feet long. As it spoke, it habitually wanted to rush to Yi Xian's head. It felt like a green cloud was pressing down on him. Yi Xian's face immediately darkened, and he hurriedly stepped back to make way. After rolling his eyes, he changed the topic and said, "By the way, I have something to discuss with you. Let's see what you think." A piece of desolate world that was destroyed in the Battle of the Desolate Era has descended. It is in the Demon Star area. Because of the arrival of the Netherworld Furnace, the 3 stars of the Demonic Emperor have been destroyed. And because there is a valley in the Demonic Emperor star that is connected to a space tunnel, the end of which is that corner of the Desolation World that was destroyed in the Great Battle of the Desolation World, which has now replaced the entire Demonic Emperor star area, covering an area of tens of thousands of miles. In this corner of the Desolation World, there are a large number of bloodline descendants of the creatures of the Desolation World. They have been living in this corner of the Desolation World that is like a cage. Their origin is similar to yours. This invisible barrier has restricted the movement of the caged beasts. However, the creatures from the outside world should not be restricted from entering. The purpose of the Heavenly Eye is to let them live in a semi-free environment, attracting a large number of experts from various races to enter. It will create an effect similar to a nurturing pot. It will artificially create a massacre and promote the growth and evolution of the caged beast's bloodline. For you indigenous beasts, the bloodline inherited from the caged beasts is obviously the best nourishment. It can also increase your strength rapidly, and the growth and evolution of your bloodline will greatly increase. However, there are risks in this. If there is hunting, there will be falling and death. You may be the prey or the hunter. In addition, because you are also the descendants of the beasts, after entering this cage star area, you will most likely be affected by the invisible barrier left by the Heavenly Eye. Your freedom will be restricted. In other words, you can enter, but you can't leave. Of course, I have the Shinong Cauldron. If I go in to pick you up, I can still bring you out safely. However, I can't stay here all the time because I have other things to do. I have to go back to the 3rd universe of the human race, and I won't be back for a while. I will be back soon. This is an opportunity, but the risk is too great. Whether you want to enter this cage star area or not is up to you. When he spoke up to this point, Yi Xian didn't speak further. His gaze had descended onto the primeval porcupine and primeval tortoise, and he silently awaited their reply. This matter clearly surprised all the native beasts. After Yi Xian finished speaking, the group of native beasts behind the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy tortoise were all stunned for a moment. They even stopped chewing on the roasted meat in their hands. Then they whispered to each other and discussed endlessly. As the emperors of these few million indigenous beasts, the primeval porcupine and primeval tortoise had gathered together and started a discussion with those region lords. This matter was of great importance, and it was indeed inadvisable to act rashly. This was also the reason why Yi Xian was so serious and had specially entered the space within the Shenong cauldron to explain everything in detail before asking for their opinions. After all, it was the heavenly eye that was making a move this time, and it was no small matter. The outcome came out in next to no time. Just as Yi Xian had expected, the indigenous beasts weren't willing to miss this opportunity at all. Practically all the higher-ups of the indigenous beasts had unanimously expressed their desire to enter the cage star area and start the hunt, and they howled with excitement. The cage beast clan, huh? Even though they're only descendants of ferocious beasts as well and are far from being true pure-blooded ferocious beasts from the primordial era, the bloodline of ferocious beasts from the primordial era flows within them after all. They're the best form of nourishment for us. This is a fortuitous encounter that can't be missed. Enter. Enter immediately. Everyone enter. Begin the hunt. As the higher-ups of these 100-plus indigenous ferocious beasts howled madly, their voices spread out, and it wasn't long before the entire group of indigenous ferocious beasts that were lining up at the edge of the volcano in the central region to wait for their meat to be roasted had successively received this news and found out about it. In an instant, all the volcanoes in the central region within the cauldron seethed with excitement. When they heard that there was actually a large number of caged ferocious beasts within the cage star area, and they didn't belong to the same group as them yet similarly flowed with the blood of the primordial ferocious beasts. All these ferocious beasts were instantly excited. In their opinion, this was an extraordinarily great fortune indeed. Ferocious beasts were addicted to slaughter and battle. Because unlike the other living beings of the various races, they basically didn't possess any cultivation techniques or inheritances, and even their divine abilities and techniques had been fused into their bloodlines. Chapter 4074. All the native ferocious beasts had unanimously decided to enter the cage star domain. This was exactly what Yi Xian had hoped to see, and the result was as expected, allowing him to heave a sigh of relief. Now, with the arrival of the cage world, a small corner of the desolate great world, which had been shattered by the great battle back then, had come to this world. This seemed to be a coincidence on the surface, but it must be a sign of something. Yi Xian had a strong intuition that this accident was extremely likely to signal the arrival of the primordial great world into this world. Following that, the curtain had already been opened. Whether it was Yi Xian or the native ferocious beasts, they all needed to grow up as soon as possible. Faced with such a grim situation, even Yi Xian himself felt heavy pressure. This bunch of native ferocious beasts could no longer continue to stay in the internal space of the farmer god cauldron and live a leisurely life. Otherwise, once the full descent of the great desolate world was complete, the destruction of this race would not be far away. Now that they had entered the cage world that had just descended, there was indeed some risk. There were only slightly more than 5 million native ferocious beasts, and there would definitely be casualties, but it was all worth it. Since ancient times, there had never been a race that did not pay the price of blood and fire on the path of growth. Without experiencing the test of life and death, the strength of the entire race would never be able to increase. After making the decision, Yi Xian immediately left, retreating from the internal space of the farmer god cauldron. His figure appeared in the source of all evil star domain, and after seeing that there was no other movement in the surroundings, he waved his hand and stored the farmer god cauldron into the undying world within his body. With a flash of his figure, he rushed towards the edge of the source of all evil star domain. Even though the netherworld furnace had yet to return, the source of all evil had long since become a place of right and wrong. Even he didn't dare to stay here for long. If he were to encounter the favor of the Heaven Tao on a whim and cast a gaze of concern to sweep through this region of stars, at that time, it would probably give rise to many other unnecessary troubles. After leaving the source of all evil star area, Yi Xian activated the void-shattering shuttle and stepped into it. He headed towards the demon star area, but he did not rush. Instead, he slowed down. This was because the heavenly Tao Green Eye had already left the former Demon Emperor star region of the central region of the Demon Cultivator star region, which was the current Cage star region, but it was hard to guarantee that it would still leave behind a wisp of consciousness to pay attention to it for a short period of time. Yi Xian's return this time was only to send the indigenous ferocious beasts in the Shenong Cauldron's space into the prison. It was just the Cage star field. They were not in a rush at all. There was no need to rush and take risks. A day later, the void-shattering shuttle entered the Demon Dweller star area. After traveling for another half a day, the Cage star area, which had just arrived, was already in sight. At this time, the heavenly Tao Azure Eye had already left, and the light green light shield barrier that enveloped the entire Cage star domain had also disappeared. The entire vast star domain in front of him was very clear, and the ancient starry sky roads, as well as the turbulent void in the gaps between these starry sky roads, could all be seen. Yi Xian stopped in the void in the distance. After walking out of the cabin, he put away the void-shattering shuttle, hid his figure, and directly used his physical body to cross the void, rushing forward. After a while, Yi Xian passed through the light green light shield barrier that had already disappeared, and easily entered the interior of the Cage star domain from the Demon Cultivator star region. Sure enough, as he had previously speculated, this light green light shield barrier did not prevent any foreign experts and creatures from entering. Yi Xian passed through the light shield barrier using his physical body, and when he passed through this light shield barrier, there was no abnormality at all. However, after passing through the light shield barrier and entering the Cage star domain, a strong desolate aura hit him in the face. Obviously, the light green light shield barrier that had already disappeared also had the effect of blocking the heaven and earth spirit chi. In this Cage star domain, the heaven and earth spirit chi in the void of the universe far exceeded that of the Demon Cultivator star region, and the ancient aura was extremely clear. On one hand, this was to ensure the bloodline evolution of the large number of caged beasts in the Cage star domain, and on the other hand, it was most likely to attract more creatures from the outside to enter and become the resources for the bloodline evolution of these caged beasts. The entire Cage star field covered a vast area of hundreds of millions of miles. It was composed of fragments of different sizes, as well as the turbulent void space between these fragments, which acted like isolation belts. Although Yi Xian had once rushed into the extreme sky due to the headless infant corpse, and looked down at the full appearance of the Cage world, but he was actually not familiar with this vast corner of the desolate ancient world. The only place he had really set foot in was the Cage main road, which was the largest area where the mysterious corpse pool was located. And now, after Yi Xian entered the Cage world, the place he chose to stay was also this Cage main road. Subconsciously, Yi Xian moved his body and quickly arrived at the mysterious crater of the corpse pool that had once given him great fortune. This was an extinct volcano, and the space inside was too vast. Even the narrowest top of the volcano was 10,000 miles in diameter, so it was easy to imagine how vast the bottom of the volcano was. In the past, this vast crater was filled with boiling black corpse chi, and it was difficult for people and animals to get close. Even the caged beasts did not dare to rashly enter and stayed far away. Back then, the demon cultivator experts who entered this cage world from the forbidden valley of the demon cultivators, even if some of them happened to be in the vicinity after being teleported in, when they saw the thick corpse chi of this huge crater, they still avoided in shock. In the end, the shocking fortune of the vast corpse pool at the bottom of this huge volcano all fell into the hands of Yi Xian by chance and coincidence. After that shocking fire, the vast corpse pool at the bottom of the volcano had completely dried up. Endless corpse lightning exploded, and corpse flames rose to the sky, incinerating all the corpse liquid that formed the corpse pool. The countless skeletons of the desolate ancient creatures floating in the corpse pool also grew corpse flowers, which condensed into fruit-like multipupal sense crystals. Yi Xian sent out the demon slave army, and after spending a lot of time, they were all harvested. Now, this huge volcano was truly and completely dead. Yi Xian came again and looked down at the vast crater all the way to the bottom, but there was not a single strand of corpse chi. Even if he used his divine sense to explore the deepest part of the crater, where the eyes could not reach, he really could not sense a drop of corpse liquid or a corpse. This was truly a barren land. But for the indigenous ferocious beasts in the space inside the Shenong cauldron, the vast land at the bottom of this huge volcano was coincidentally an excellent natural nest. The reason Yi Xian chose to come here was because he wanted to settle the entire ferocious beasts in the crater. Chapter 4075. Within the cage star field. This ancient star field that had just descended to the first universe was extremely vast. It was formed from pieces of broken roads of different sizes, which were different from the stars in the universe. The entire cage star field covered an area of hundreds of millions of miles, and between the large roads, there were large and small turbulent void streams that acted as separators, but they were not completely cut off. Between the large roads, there were some tentacle-like extensions that connected them. Hua! Walala! On a relatively small piece of broken road, the clear sound of chains rattling could be heard continuously. These scalp-numbing sounds of chains came from the netherworld furnace. Although the heavenly Tao's green eye had already left, the netherworld furnace had stayed behind. It entered a slightly smaller piece of broken road in the cage starfield and began its hunt. Perhaps this was because when the netherworld furnace had destroyed the 3 stars of the Devil Emperor, it had absorbed a large amount of battleship wreckage and the flesh and blood of many creatures in the void. It was not enough for its artifact spirit to transform and evolve again, so it needed to be nearby and continue to hunt. Otherwise, this caged star field would have become a breeding ground for ferocious beasts. Before the tens of millions of ferocious beasts in this star field grew to a certain level, it was impossible for it to carry out a large-scale bloody hunt in advance. At this moment, as the pressure of the netherworld cauldron spread out and enveloped a small portion of the shattered road where its main body had descended, the large number of caged ferocious beasts that were originally hibernating in this shattered road had already rushed out of their hiding places after being frightened. For a time, on this small broken road where not a single fierce beast could be seen, a large number of caged fierce beasts appeared in an instant. The strongest few of them had the strength of the Sector Lord realm. At this moment, they seemed to have predicted their final fate. Knowing that there was no chance of survival, all of them turned their eyes red. Their roars shook the heavens and earth as they charged towards the netherworld furnace floating in the sky. Although this was no different from a moth flying into a flame, they were already dead. These few Sector Lord realm caged fierce beasts were clearly forced into a corner. They did not care at all. Before they died, they would launch a counterattack and fight it out with the netherworld furnace. As for the caged fierce beasts whose cultivation was below the Sector Lord realm, they took this opportunity to flee in all directions, charging towards the edge of this small broken road. They followed the narrow roads at the edge of the small broken road and fled towards the nearby broken roads. Among them, some of the directions of escape just happened to be the largest main road of the cage where Yi Xian had just arrived at the Corpse Pool volcano. Because the small broken road that was experiencing the bloody slaughter was not far from that place, and between the 2 roads, there were some narrow roads that connected them. However, Yi Xian did not know all of this. After a while, Yi Xian felt solid beneath his feet. He had arrived at the bottom of the huge volcano. When he turned his head to look, the ring-shaped crater above him that was thousands of kilometers in diameter had shrunk to the size of a palm. The surroundings were pitch black. It was too deep. The naked eye couldn't see anything at all. Only by spreading out his divine sense could he see everything. Below his feet was originally a vast and boundless corpse pool. Countless desolate life-form corpses floated within. Occasionally, there would be corpse lightning that would charge out from the corpse pool and explode on the surface of the pool, triggering corpse lightning and forming a corpse flame that covered the entire area. In this corpse flame, there was a certain chance that the corpse tuo flower would appear. This strange plant would grow from the mouth of the ancient life-form corpses and blossom into a corpse tuo flower. In the end, it would give birth to a fruit-like multi-pupil thought crystal. Once the multi-pupil thought crystal was plucked, the skeleton of the desolate era creature that gave birth to the corpse flower with its mouth wide open would turn into a rain of light and completely dissipate into the void in a few short moments along with the corpse flower. It was as if the inheritance had been left behind and the obsession had dissipated, but now, because of the monstrous fire that had spread across the entire corpse pool that brought Yi Xian great fortune, the corpse pool had completely disappeared. Not a single drop of corpse liquid was left behind. Not a single desolate life form corpse could be seen anymore. Yi Xian strolled at the bottom of the volcano that had already turned into hard, scorched earth. Thinking back to the past, his heart was filled with all kinds of emotions. After a long sigh, he waved his hand and brought out the Shenong cauldron. The space in the belly of the volcano was big enough, but for the complete form of the Shenong cauldron that was even bigger than a superstar, it was not enough. It was still a little cramped. Therefore, Yi Xian brought out the Shenong cauldron this time and deliberately controlled it. The entire cauldron was only 10,000 li in circumference, not taking up any space at all. Roar! Roar! As soon as the Shenong cauldron was brought out, the roars of ferocious beasts were already coming out from the mouth of the cauldron that was spurting out 9-colored mist. They were filled with joy, excitement, and the will to kill. The primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise soon showed up, followed by dozens of local ferocious beasts that were as strong as region lords, and then almost 200 Star Lord captains. In a short period of time, the millions of indigenous ferocious beasts in the space of the farmer god cauldron had all rushed out of the cauldron. With excitement and surprise, they scattered in all directions and began to wander around this vast and boundless corpse pool. Brat, what is this place? Why do I feel so gloomy? However, it's not bad as a nest. Could it be that you've already entered the cage star field that you mentioned? Very soon after looking around, the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise walked to Yi Xian and asked, "That's right, we have already entered the cage star field. This is the bottom of the belly of a giant volcano. It is vast and boundless, and this giant volcano is located in the central region of the cage star field among the many large and small continents." Yi Xian nodded. "This is the nest that I've prepared for you. In the future, the local ferocious beasts can use this volcano as their base and spread out to hunt." Hardly had he finished speaking when a familiar system notification echoed in Yi Xian's head. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Mutated corpse flames have been discovered. Do you want to capture them immediately? As this extremely sudden system notification sounded out in his mind, Yi Xian was stunned on the spot. Mutated corpse flames? Was it caused by the monstrous corpse flames that were triggered in the corpse pool last time? Also, was there any special use for them? Chapter 4076. 7-colored flames? What's more, the newly added 1-colored flame even had the corpse flame attribute. This was absolutely moving. Yi Xian was stunned for a few moments before he became excited. This was because he was well aware of the benefits and significance of raising the rank of the divine farmer's heavenly flame. Not only would the power of the heavenly flame itself increase by a large amount, but because of the level of the divine farmer's heavenly flame, it basically represented that he was a god. The extent of the power of the Nong cauldron. Therefore, once the current Shenong 6-colored flames were upgraded to the Shenong 7-colored flames, then, even if Yi Xian's cultivation strength did not change, his control of the Shenong cauldron's power would also greatly increase because of this. This was definitely a great surprise. For Yi Xian, who was deeply pressured by the fact that the desolate great world would arrive soon, this was simply a pillow given to him when he was sleeping. It was exactly what he wanted. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated. With a flash of his body, he jumped onto the mouth of the Shenong cauldron, which was enshrouded in 9-colored fog. With a thought, he controlled the Shenong giant cauldron, which was about 10,000 miles in circumference, and flew towards the direction pointed by the devouring system in his body at an extremely fast speed. The bottom area of the giant volcano was terrifying. When Yi Xian's cultivation was still low, he couldn't even touch the edge of the volcano after half a month of traveling at an extremely fast speed. Now, he was already a 5th-order Star Lord, and he had summoned the Shenong cauldron under his feet. His speed was extremely fast, far from what it used to be. Even so, it took him half a day to rush in a certain direction, but he still couldn't see the end of this direction. However, he stopped, because he had already arrived at the location pointed by the devouring system in his body. Looking around, he didn't see any flames in his line of sight, only a black and hard scorched earth. However, the devouring system's senses would not be wrong. The mutated corpse flame was right below. Obviously, if nothing unexpected happened, this corpse flame should be hidden deep within the black and hard scorched earth below, not revealing itself. However, this didn't matter. With Yi Xian's current cultivation strength, coupled with the devouring system's previous victories in the system's competitive missions, it had obviously undergone further transformation. It was just a strand of mutated corpse flame. Activating the devouring ability by force was completely possible. It was done. Without hesitation, Yi Xian immediately ordered the devouring system in his body to begin the devouring, and immediately received a reply from the system. Swish! Almost at the next moment, a faint sound of something breaking through the air rang out. From the depths of the scorched earth below, a cluster of flames that was only the size of a palm rushed out. It had a small tail of light behind it. It was completely black and slightly tinged with purple. Obviously, this should be the mutated corpse flame, which was formed by Yi Xian's corpse flame. But the specific factors were unknown. That was, this strand of mutated corpse flame could be absorbed by the Shenong unusual flame of the Shenong cauldron. Moreover, it was very likely that the Shenong unusual flame would evolve from the current Shenong 6-colored flame to the Shenong 7-colored flame with corpse flame attribute. In addition, this mutated corpse flame had another benefit for Yi Xian. It could be used to temper his body. In this way, it could increase his strength in the strength of his body's qi and blood. On this point, Yi Xian had already checked the updated data bank of the devouring system in his body. He was extremely sure of it. This time, the forceful devouring was undoubtedly extremely successful. The palm-sized black mutated corpse flame that was sucked from the depths of the scorched earth below quickly turned into a black light and rushed into the mouth of the Shenong cauldron that was filled with 9-colored fog, disappearing. Yi Xian didn't dare to delay. He was sure that this mutated flame was shooting towards the Shenong flame pool at the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the Shenong cauldron. This was a good thing that could improve the grade of the Shenong flame. The treasure cauldron had a spirit, so it would definitely not let it go. It could even be said that it was extremely hungry. Otherwise, this strand of mutated corpse flame was forcefully seized by the devouring system in Yi Xian's body. Why did it directly rush into the mouth of the Shenong cauldron at this moment? His table manners were too unsightly, he had to be on guard. If the Shenong cauldron ate everything and didn't leave anything for Yi Xian, he would have nowhere to cry. He was already in the 5th rank of the Star Lord state, and his physical strength was synchronized with his cultivation. There weren't many heavenly materials and earthly treasures that could temper his body at such a high level. He couldn't miss out on such a rare opportunity. Yi Xian disappeared from the mouth of the Shenong cauldron as soon as he landed. He entered the space inside the cauldron and soon appeared above the crater of the central region volcano. In order to stop the mutated corpse flame and prevent it from being eaten by the Shenong cauldron, he had even resorted to teleportation in his own territory. Reality proved that this was absolutely necessary, because in the instant that Yi Xian's figure appeared above the ring-shaped crater of the central region's volcano, he raised his head to look. The strand of black light that shot down from the cauldron was already only a few dozen kilometers high, and its speed was extremely fast. If it weren't for the fact that it was only the size of a palm, it would have been as intimidating as a meteor crashing into the ground at such a high speed. I almost missed it. Yi Xian's heart went cold. He didn't care about so much and directly attacked. A powerful spiritual force surged out from his body and charged forward, completely enveloping the palm-sized black corpse flame. The demon's mental power had the effect of blocking auras in the first place. The magic core in Yi Xian's mind had evolved to the 8th level, making it even more powerful. At this moment, this large amount of level 8 mental energy completely enveloped the palm-sized black corpse flame, causing the Shenong cauldron to immediately lose its connection to it. After all, Yi Xian was the owner of this cauldron and had already completely refined it. Although the power of the cauldron's domain was strong, it wouldn't affect him. It worked. If it were anyone else, even if they had a level 9 magic core, it would probably be useless. Very quickly, the mutated corpse flames that were shooting over at an extremely fast speed stopped 300 meters above Yi Xian's head. Without any hesitation, he immediately drew a strand of the Shenong's 6-colored flames from the flame pool in the central region's volcano foundation and also entered the canopy that was wrapped in the mutated corpse flames. It was a level 8 mental power light ball. Although the mutated corpse flame had the effect of tempering the body, it couldn't be used directly. Otherwise, the pros and cons would be half. The reason why he drew the wisp of Shenong's 6-colored flame and the black mutated corpse flame was to extract the energy that was unfavorable for tempering the body first. Everything ended very quickly. Yi Xian sat cross-legged in the air above the volcano in the central region. He immediately closed his eyes and entered a state of cultivation that returned to his inner sight. Chapter 4077. Boom! Yi Xian's mind trembled when the black flames enveloped him. An unprecedented stinging sensation surged from every inch of his skin and from the depths of his soul. The mutated flames were indeed extraordinary. They didn't enter Yi Xian's mind or touch his soul. They only existed on the surface of his body, yet they affected his entire body. His body, mind, spirit, and even the cultivation waves in his sea of consciousness were stirred. His mental power source core that was floating above his mind was slightly trembling too. All in all, Yi Xian was undergoing an intense tempering and baptism from that moment on. There was no telling how long had passed, but when Yi Xian opened his eyes again, he heard the familiar system notification in his head, ding! Congratulations to the host for making a breakthrough in the ancient void technique. Current state, 6th rank Star Lord state. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making a breakthrough in the physical body. Current state, 6th rank Star Lord state. The mutated flames were indeed extraordinary. Yi Xian's body and mind had undergone a metamorphosis and evolution as a result. The qi and blood in his body, which was originally so abundant that it made one's hair stand on end, instantly became as boundless as the sea, surging and surging in his meridians, bones, and blood. Without any suspense, it once again tore apart the main shackles of the human body's potential. Thus, after the familiar sound of the system notification rang out once, a second time soon rang out, ding! Congratulations to the host for making a breakthrough in the ancient void technique. Current state, 7th rank Star Lord state. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making a breakthrough in the physical body. Current state, 7th rank Star Lord state. The 7th rank Star Lord state was already in its advanced phase. Yi Xian felt as if he could see his original self breaking through to the State Lord state. It was too exciting. When his original self was at the 5th rank Star Lord state, his true body of the ancient ape demons was at the 1st rank of the State Lord state. Once he used the 9 changes of the demonic ape and reached the 5th transformation, he would instantly reach the 6th rank of the State Lord state. Every transformation would increase his strength by 1 level. Now that his main body had made another breakthrough and reached the 7th level of the Star Lord realm, according to his previous calculations, after activating the ancient devil ape bloodline, the 3-headed and 6-armed ancient devil ape state should be at the 3rd level of the region Lord realm. Once he entered the 5th transformation, his peak combat power would be at the 8th rank of the State Lord state, which was already in the advanced phase of the State Lord state. He would only need 1 more small breakthrough to reach the peak of the 9th rank of the State Lord state. He would be extremely close to the State Lord state. This breakthrough in body tempering was of great significance to Yi Xian. His main body strength was close to the region Lord realm under normal circumstances, and once he activated the primeval devil ape bloodline and utilized the 5th form of the devil ape transformation, his strength would only be 2 stages away from the world Lord realm. Roar! Delighted, Yi Xian raised his head and howled fiercely, and it caused the 8 guardian deities on the distant slopes of the volcano within the cauldron to exchange glances. They realized that it was very likely that their leader had broken through once more, and they intended to come over and congratulate him. However, they were afraid of the terrifying aura emanated by the black-colored corpse flames, so they didn't dare approach. At the bottom of the volcano in the central region, Shi Wanjin, the flying centipede, and the half-rotten ancestor of the Inji clan were imprisoned in a cage. Except for the unconscious Shi Wanjin, the flying centipede and the half-rotten ancestor of the Inji clan all raised their heads to look at the source of the sound. The latter had a bitter expression on his face. Even though he didn't know the final outcome of the battle in the Devil region, he'd practically guessed the situation outside when he saw the flying centipede who'd been captured by Yi Xian a few days ago and was similarly imprisoned here. Even a mid-stage Eternal Realm expert like the flying centipede who possessed a unique innate ability like that had been captured alive, let alone the others? Reality dealt a heavy blow to him, and he was listless and dispirited now. As for the flying centipede, he stared fiercely at Yi Xian with bloodshot eyes while gasping for breath. He stared fiercely at the crater of the volcano in the central region. He'd been constantly roaring like thunder in the past few days, and he was completely exhausted now. He didn't have the strength to jump around anymore. Yi Xian stood up. With a command in his heart, the black-colored corpse flames that enveloped him instantly condensed into a palm-sized strand, and then he enveloped it with his 8th-level spiritual energy before shooting it down towards the bottom of the volcano. Swish! The sound of air being torn apart resounded as the strand of corpse flames charged into the pool of flames at the bottom of the volcano, and it instantly caused the flames within the pool to shoot into the sky. Yi Xian didn't leave immediately. He hovered above the volcano in the central region and looked down to observe the changes in the pool of flames at the bottom of the volcano. Although he had tempered his body with the help of this strand of mutated black corpse flame, and his strength had once again skyrocketed by 2 small stages, whether this flame could transform the Shenong unusual flame in the flame pool from the current 6-colored flame to the level of 7-colored flame was still unknown. Yi Xian was also worried about this matter, and he was extremely concerned about it at this moment. Soon, as this strand of mutated corpse flames shot into the pool of flames at the bottom of the volcano in the central region, some black fog drifted out from the pool of flames. This was obviously the Shenong 6-color flame in the pool of flames purifying this strand of corpse flames. Some of the useless substances within were being removed. Yi Xian didn't care about this black fog. Since it was useless and didn't seem to be much, he let it be. After a short while, the pool of flames that had fallen into silence due to this strand of mutated corpse flames once again soared into the sky. This time, the Shenong exotic flame that soared into the sky had an additional strand of black color compared to before. Obviously, it was because the strand of mutated corpse flame's attribute had been absorbed. At this point, the Shenong exotic flame had evolved from its previous 6-color flame to its current 7-color flame, and its power had once again skyrocketed by a large margin. Even Yi Xian's ability to control the Shenong cauldron, as well as the power of the cauldron after activating it, had increased by a large margin because of this. The harvest this time was definitely not small. Yi Xian was excited. After a short while, his figure turned into a stream of arrows, rushing to the sky above the internal space of the Shenong cauldron, and left the internal space of the cauldron in the blink of an eye. At this time, in the depths of the volcano in the central region of the cauldron, around the edge of the Shenong flame pool, the black fog that was removed from the mutated corpse flames slowly drifted away, gradually moving toward the 3 mountain cages where Shi Wanjin, the flying centipede, and the half-rotten old ancestor of the Inji clan were imprisoned. And left. This kind of black fog that was removed from the corpse flames was originally extremely sensitive to the vitality of living creatures. At this moment, it was slowly leaving, obviously because it had sensed the vitality of the 3 of them. Chapter 4078. Whoosh! With a feeble sound, Yi Xian appeared at the bottom of the gigantic volcano on the main road of the caged star zone. The Shenong cauldron was right below his feet. The Shenong cauldron was activated and turned into a streak of light that darted towards the central area at the bottom of the volcano. As the Shenong's 6-colored flames transformed once again and evolved into the 7-colored heavenly flames, the power of the Shenong treasure cauldron's domain had increased by a large amount. At this moment, under Yi Xian's control, its speed was clearly much faster than before. Yi Xian couldn't have been more delighted, as it meant that the power of the Shenong Cauldron's field would rise again if the Shenong flames evolved again in the future. The ultimate treasure of the primordial era was truly extraordinary. A moment later, some local ferocious beasts could be seen up ahead. Yi Xian cancelled the Shenong Cauldron's concealment, and the wandering local ferocious beasts soon gathered and followed the Shenong Cauldron to the central area at the bottom of the volcano. They soon arrived at their destination. A white shadow the size of a palm appeared above their heads. It was exactly the crater of the gigantic volcano, which was 10,000 kilometers in diameter. At the same time, the millions of local ferocious beasts that had dispersed because of the arrival of the Shenong Cauldron had gathered again. Hundreds of local leaders and commanders who were above the Star Lord state followed the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise closely and moved towards Yi Xian. Huh? You brat, your cultivation level actually broke through again? It's only been a day, but you've already become a level 7 Star Lord from the 5th level. How did you do it? The primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise were both sector lords. They noticed the change in Yi Xian's strength immediately. After a brief moment of shock, they asked him. The latter directly transformed into a green cloud that was about 3 meters in radius and enveloped Yi Xian's head. Yi Xian's face turned green as he rolled his eyes and hurriedly dodged. After a few words of playfulness, the primordial porcupine seemed to suddenly remember something. He said with a serious expression, "By the way, after arriving at this new nest yesterday, I immediately sent some birds that are good at speed and stealth to act as scouts to investigate the surrounding area of this giant volcano. The situation is rather fruitful." Yi Xian became solemn when serious business was brought up, and he immediately asked for more details. After a while, he roughly understood the situation around the gigantic volcano. As expected, just half a day ago, the netherworld furnace had already floated away. Now, it was no longer in the cage star field. However, before leaving, the netherworld furnace visited a relatively small starry sky road. Moreover, it was not far from the cage star field where the giant volcano was located. There was a narrow road leading to it. It was connected. On that starry sky road, the netherworld cauldron once again hunted a large number of caged beasts before leaving. The entire road was almost empty now. 2/3 of the caged beasts were slaughtered and sucked into the netherworld cauldron. The other 1/3 scattered like birds and beasts, following the narrow extension between the small road and the surrounding roads, escaping from the dead area. It seems that my previous guess was correct. The netherworld cauldron left the source of all evil star field this time to create a large-scale massacre in order to deter others. Yi Xian muttered to himself as a cold light flashed in his eyes. As for the other reason, it's the same as the first great change in the source of all evil star field. The netherworld cauldron's artifact spirit is about to evolve again and needs a large amount of resources to complete the transformation. That's why it launched this massacre. At this point, Yi Xian turned to look at the immemorial porcupine, immemorial tortoise and the rest of the indigenous beasts and said with a serious expression, "Before this, although the netherworld cauldron had given birth to an artifact spirit, its level of intelligence was not high. Now that it has completed its second hunt for resources, if there are no accidents, the netherworld cauldron should have returned to its source of energy by now. It should have returned to the star domain of the root of all evil, and its artifact spirit is in deep sleep, completing its evolution. Not long after, once the artifact spirit completes its evolution, the power of the netherworld cauldron will obviously increase by another level. At that time, it will be even more difficult to deal with it. That's right. Time is of the essence. Taking advantage of the fact that the netherworld cauldron has left, it shouldn't return in a short period of time. The entire indigenous beasts should increase their strength as soon as possible." Following Yi Xian's words, the immemorial porcupine raised its head and let out a long howl. The powerful aura of a sector lord instantly burst out from its body. "Children, it's time to hunt." Roar. Awoo, screech. In this instant, the beasts roared and the birds screeched. The millions of indigenous beasts all soared into the air, revealing their bloodline true forms and rushing towards the crater of the enormous volcano above them. Yi Xian wasn't in a hurry. He stayed behind and waited until the cloud formed by millions of ferocious beasts was about to reach the ring-shaped volcano above his head. Only then did he activate the Shenong cauldron beneath his feet, activate its concealment state, and silently follow from afar. After a short while, when Yi Xian rode the cauldron out of the ring-shaped crater of the enormous volcano, the vast army of beasts formed by millions of native beasts had already been reduced to pieces. They turned into small groups and dispersed, spreading out in all directions with the enormous crater as the center. Radiating out, there were quite a few powerful existences in the caged star field. Before the cyan light barrier that sealed this world and restricted all the caged beasts from leaving was formed, Yi Xian had seen an immortal stage caged beast. That definitely wasn't the only one. There must be similar existences in the entire caged starfield. Even if they were only at the universe grade, they were stronger than the current primordial porcupine and primordial hairy tortoise. However, existences of this level wouldn't appear easily. The indigenous beasts couldn't make too much of a commotion, or else they would definitely attract the attention of universe-level or even immortal-level caged beasts. Therefore, in the early stages, at least until the overall strength of the entire beast horde increased substantially and the bloodlines of the two ferocious beast emperors, the primordial porcupine and primordial hairy tortoise, transformed again and evolved to the universe grade, this strategy of splitting into small forces to start killing and hunting was the most appropriate. It was clear that the primordial porcupine and primordial hairy tortoise had put in a lot of effort into this matter and weren't acting recklessly. This way, Yi Xian could be completely relieved. Screech. Very quickly, the roars of beasts and hisses could be heard one after another from all around the main road of the prison star domain. Some came from native ferocious beasts, while some gave off an unfamiliar feeling. Clearly, they came from the caged ferocious beasts of this world. Chapter 4079. Roar. Screech. Roars and screeches could be heard from time to time from all around the caged star field master's path. The curtains had finally opened on the hunting journey of the entire native ferocious beast race. Yi Xian was certain that the next time he came here, the overall strength of the entire native ferocious beast race would be even stronger. Even the individual strength of every native ferocious beast race would be the same. But at the same time, with gains came death. This was the price a race had to pay to become stronger. It wasn't just the native ferocious beast race, it was the same for any race of living beings. Yi Xian didn't know how many of the close to 6 million native ferocious beasts that he had just parted with would be left when he came to the caged star field the next time. Slaughter was bathed in blood and fire. Any existence could fall in this process, even including the primordial porcupine and primordial tortoise, the two native ferocious beast emperors at the sector lord level. When he thought of this, Yi Xian couldn't help but feel a faint sense of sadness, but it quickly dissipated. Ever since he stepped onto the path of cultivation, he had experienced countless life and death separations. His heart was already as firm as iron. But this wasn't being heartless, it wasn't being stone cold. The difference was very clear to Yi Xian. While he was in a daze, he suddenly realized that his state of mind had inexplicably improved because of the emotions he felt this time. It really made him laugh bitterly. Shaking his head and sighing softly, Yi Xian activated the farmer god cauldron under his feet with a thought. He turned around and shot towards the star field master's path. Not long after, he charged out of the caged star field that was enveloped by a layer of invisible blue light screen. When he reappeared, he was already outside the caged star field. Looking back at the familiar yet strange caged world behind him, Yi Xian waved his hand and stored the farmer god cauldron into the undying world within his body. Then, after summoning the void-shattering shuttle, Yi Xian stepped into it and activated the concealment array. In the blink of an eye, he was far away. The indigenous ferocious beast's path to becoming stronger had already begun, and he was about to embark on another journey. Now, the situation in the first universe was turbulent. The Heavenly Tao's green eye seemed to be paying more attention to this side. After the netherworld furnace in the source of all evil completed its transformation and evolution of the artifact spirit, who knew what follow-up actions it would take? All of this made the situation in the first universe full of uncertainty. Certainty. Although Yi Xian had not yet made contact with the demon race who had moved to the void of their ancestral land, according to his deduction, in the face of the current chaotic situation in the first universe, the demon race was bound to change their previously established strategy, temporarily shrinking their forces and maintaining a wait-and-see attitude. At the same time, he was developing with all his might in secret. In any case, Triumph City was right there. Yi Xian believed that the upper echelons of the demon race would soon get in touch with that side. Perhaps they had already gotten in touch by now. Who knows? In short, there was no need to stay in the first universe for a short time. Yi Xian had long since made the decision to return to the third universe. It was time to deal with the affairs of the human race. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian steered the void-shattering shuttle and quickly left. His destination was the plane-level wormhole that led to the third universe of the human race, the domain of the graveyard, at the edge of the domain of the demon race. This time, he did not plan to use the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the system title to return. Instead, he planned to use this wormhole to return to the domain of the graveyard, just like before. In 2 days, everything that had happened in the domain of the demon race in the first universe had spread completely. Like a bolt of lightning, all the major races and forces in the 3 main planes of the starry skies, as well as countless experts and ordinary people of various races, were dumbfounded. The races in the second universe, the human race in the third universe, the human race in the cultivation and technology camps, and half of the Blue Fleet in the headquarters of the Myriad Luo Federation. An enormous army of more than 50 million battleships had been defeated. They had been defeated by the demon race. Moreover, even when this terrifying army of conventional battleships had set off, the 11 immortal realm-old monsters that had been lurking in the dark had either died or been captured. In the end, only 3 immortal realm-old monsters had managed to escape. Long Shantang, an immortal realm-old monster from the human race's technology camp. 3-clawed Flood Dragon, an immortal realm-old monster from the Blood Dragon clan in the second universe. And Elephant Fox Martin, an immortal realm-old monster from the Senate of the headquarters of the Myriad Luo Federation. Except for these 3 immortal realm-old monsters, the rest were all left in the domain of the demon race in the first universe. This was definitely a major event that had shocked everyone. It was said that after the news of the battle had been sent back to the second and third universes, the ancestral lands of the major races in the second universe, the human race in the cultivation and technology camps, and the 10 Ultimates Heavenly Palace and the Immortal Star where the headquarters of the Myriad Luo Federation were located. Such a result was completely unacceptable. No matter which race or force they were from, they all felt the same way. Some of the old monsters who were truly in the upper echelons were furious. It was a pity that this was all there was to it. This time, the demon race had mobilized an immortal realm-old monster, which was enough to suppress the entire situation. The loss of the 2 planes wasn't unjustified. And this terrifying immortal realm-old monster was only a second-generation immortal realm-old monster. This news was even more shocking. If the second-generation immortal realm-old monster was already an immortal realm-old monster, then what about the first-generation immortal realm-old monster? Without a doubt, he was definitely an emperor-level old monster, or even stronger. Even if it was the various races in the second universe, the human race in the cultivation and technology camps, including the elders of the headquarters of the Myriad Luo Federation, these pinnacle powers and races all had immortal realm-old monsters or even stronger. However, this level of power couldn't be used as easily as normal undyings. Any immortal realm-old monster couldn't afford to make a single mistake. The moment such a level of power fell to a powerful race, it was tantamount to annihilation. The race's path of growth and evolution could very well come to a halt because of this, or even be cut off. Because of this, although the core and upper echelons of the 2 planes were furious, within the ancestral lands of the various races, shocking howls and roars could be heard. However, this matter was ultimately just loud thunder, but small raindrops. In the 2 planes, after the core and upper echelons of the various races and pinnacle powers vented their anger, they gradually calmed down. This matter was dealt with in a cool manner, as though they were turning a big matter into a small matter and planning before taking action. Chapter 4080. The demon race was annihilated. To be more precise, the 3 stars of the Demon Emperor were destroyed and turned into cosmic debris. At least 1/3 of the tens of millions of battleships and a large number of demon powerhouses were killed. The remaining 2/3 of the battleship army and the demons were taken away by the second-generation ancestor of the demons, the Marquis Undying Being who had just defeated the 2 invincible demons single-handedly. He sent them to the demons of an unknown location with a ray of guiding light. In the void of the ancestral land. It was as if the entire race was hiding from the world. When this shocking news came from the Demonkin star zone of the first universe without warning, the core upper echelons of the major races and forces in the 2 subjugation dimensions had just broken free from extreme shock and anger. Caught off guard, the second universe and the third universe, which were said to be boundless, were completely silent at this moment. Everyone was stunned, and scared out of their wits. The ones who brought back this shocking news were some of the captives from the 2 dimensions that were captured in the previous battle. After the battle ended, the demon dwellers spent 2 whole days cleaning up the battlefield. Just as the hundreds of millions of prisoners were being escorted to the 2 satellites of the demon imperial planet, the real terror arrived. The infamous netherworld furnace shot out from the origin of all evil star field and smashed the second demon moon into pieces with just 1 strike. Then, in a short time, Demon Guard E and the Demon Emperor star were also smashed into pieces and completely turned into cosmic dust. In the chaos, hundreds of millions of captives of different races who were still in the Demon Emperor star area fled with the demon dwellers. Most of the captives died in that star area. Facing the horrible pressure of the netherworld stove, they couldn't resist at all. Their bodies directly exploded, joining the fragments of the battleships. Their bodies exploded and were sucked up by the netherworld stove. As for those who escaped from the 2 dimensions, only a small number of captives who were far away from the center of the battlefield and were lucky enough to grab some large battleships at the same time. They fled in panic from the Demon Emperor star area where the central battlefield area was located. Like stray dogs, they rushed to the 2 dimensions of the universe wormholes at the edge of the Demon Emperor star area with the large battleships they grabbed. And finally, they escaped back alive. However, only 10 or 20% of the hundreds of millions of war captives from the 2 major planes survived the Great Calamity and returned to their respective planes. But even so, because the number of prisoners of war in this battle was too large, although there were only 10 or 20 of these survivors, it was enough to completely spread the news of the terrifying scene that happened in the demon domain in a short period of time. The lucky survivors were immediately picked up by the major species and forces that were conquering the dimensions as ultimate treasures. They were summoned by the core ancestors of the various species and groups and asked about everything that had happened in detail. Half a day later, when all the details had been grasped, in the ancestral lands and headquarters of the major races and top forces in the 2 major planes, cries of astonishment rang out like a tide. What? Not only the 3 stars of the Devil Emperor, but also the entire Devil Emperor star area? That's a star area hundreds of millions of miles long. For tens of thousands of years, nothing like this has ever happened in the 3 main planes of the starry skies. An entire star area has been destroyed. That's terrifying. This is absolutely horrifying. In addition to the infamous netherworld furnace, even the green eye of the heavenly way appeared again. This battle was really too dangerous for the demon domain. Fortunately, we didn't send the emperors to kill them at the first moment. Otherwise, they would have been killed by the green eye of the heavenly way. After the collapse of the Devil Emperor star area, a strange world with a strong aura of desolation came and replaced it. There were no stars, but there were pieces of broken continents even vaster than stars. In them, countless ancient fierce beasts that can no longer be seen today roared, but in the end, they were all killed by the green eye of the heavenly way. He set up a cyan light curtain to imprison them. Why do I feel more and more frightened as I listen to all this? The desolate great world. This ancient world that replaced the Devil Emperor star area and completely descended on the central region of the demon domain in the first universe is most likely a corner of the desolate great world. It was destroyed in the Great Battle back then. It was originally wandering in the endless void with only one passage connecting it to the Devil Emperor Star area. But now, with the collapse of the Devil Emperor Star area, it can completely descend. Is this the truth of the matter? It's too disturbing. The speculation that the desolate great world will completely descend is actually true? Raising the goo. The green eye of the heavenly way is raising the goo. The caged star field was sealed, and countless caged ferocious beasts had their freedom restricted, unable to leave. Their bodies all contain the bloodline of ancient ferocious beasts. For all the races and forces in the three main planes of the starry skies, this was a nurturing place. It is extremely dangerous, but it is also a real place of good fortune. If you enter it, whether you seize the good fortune or simply become food, falling into the mouth of the caged fierce beasts and becoming the flesh and blood resources for the transformation and evolution of the bloodline. All of this depends on luck. So what if it's dangerous? A corner of the first universe has already appeared. The desolate great world that was destroyed in the great battle back then has completely descended. The speculation that the desolate great world will completely descend on the present has been confirmed. Once that moment comes, the three main planes of the universe will no longer have any meaning. It is very likely that they will completely cease to exist. There is no way back. Become stronger. Become stronger. Must become stronger. The faster the better. If you want to survive, how can there be no danger? Pass this old man's order. The elites of all generations of the race are to gather and set off for the first universe in a few days. Our target is the cage domain. As exclamations sounded in the air above the ancestral lands of the races in the second and third universes, the two main planes of the universe were completely in chaos. In fact, the situation in the first universe was even more chaotic. After the news spread, the armies of the four races and the alliance of 10,000 races, who were fighting in the void of the star field where the ancestral lands of some races were located, were completely shocked. The commanders of both sides immediately ordered a ceasefire. Then, not only did the armies of the alliance of 10,000 races hurriedly return to their races, but even the armies of the alliance of four races, led by the demons, temporarily separated and returned to their own races. In the face of such a shocking change, the battle for the unification of the first universe that was about to come to an end quietly ended. It could be said that the arrival of the cage domain in the first universe without warning made all the races and forces in the three main planes of the universe extremely terrified. The pressure was too great. They realized that the crisis was about to come, and it was related to their survival. They were no longer in the mood to fight and kill. From this moment on, the three main planes of the universe were completely silent, but in private, there was a torrent flowing in the dark. Chapter 4081. Universe 3, one of the three empires under the rule of the Science and Technology faction, deep in the graveyard domain at the edge of the Heavenly Dark Empire's territory, there were two planar wormholes in the depths of this domain, leading to the first and second universes respectively. However, they were quite far apart, on the east and west sides of the graveyard domain. At this moment, within the wormhole leading to the first universe, a dark purple arrow shot out. Its speed was shockingly fast. Even if a Sector Lord Old Monster were to traverse the void with his fleshly body, he might not be able to reach such a speed. After rushing out of this planar wormhole, this dark purple light didn't stop at all. It didn't even seem to have any intention of slowing down. With familiar ease, it shot straight toward the heavenly river planet at the edge of the graveyard domain. This dark purple light was the void-shattering shuttle. Yi Xian drove it from the demon domain in the first universe. He didn't use the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the devouring system in his body. Instead, he directly passed through this planar wormhole and returned. The reason for this was because Yi Xian had his own considerations. Ever since he entered the starry sky great world, although his encounters were extraordinary, his true legendary experience began when he was misunderstood to be Prince Xian and entered the demon domain in the first universe. In the blink of an eye, 2 or 3 years had passed. The current Yi Xian had long since grown to a height that even he himself hadn't expected. Now, the identity of Prince Xian was useless to him. Not only was it useless, but it was also a kind of restriction. Although Yi Xian didn't take the initiative to obtain this identity and everything was a coincidence, none of this was a reason. From a certain point of view, although he and the imperial family of the Eternal Dynasty were well aware of each other, and although the latter didn't expose his fake identity, they didn't allow him to flaunt it either. They even beat Yi Xian at his own game and demoted him to the death domain in the third universe under the name of Prince Xian, saying that he would never be able to leave without an audience. However, Yi Xian was a person who valued gratitude. Whether he was willing or not, this identity of Prince Xian had benefited Yi Xian when he first entered the Starry Sky Great World. Just based on this point alone, he was more or less unwilling to embarrass the imperial family of the Everlasting Empire too much. However, not long ago, he had expressed his goodwill to the dynasty's undying elder Long Shantang to form an alliance. However, he had been coldly rejected and even ridiculed. Yi Xian was more or less infuriated by this matter. He had even said that the identity of a current generation prince was as important as the life of an immortal elder of the dynasty. Long Shantang's answer was the latter. He even claimed that there was simply no comparison between the two. Since even he believed that the life of an immortal elder of the dynasty was far more important than the status of a prince, then the last trace of unwillingness in Yi Xian's heart was naturally meaningless. After Yi Xian had first entered the Starry Sky Great World, his identity as Prince Xian had indeed brought him certain benefits and conveniences in his growth. However, now that Yi Xian had repaid him with the life of Long Shantang, an undying elder of the imperial court, no matter what, he should have repaid his debt. Of course, he didn't have to think this way. However, what a cultivator wanted was to have a clear Dao heart. It could be said that after that conversation with Long Shantang, Yi Xian had already made up his mind to go to the Sky River planet in the Graveyard Domain as his first stop after returning to the third universe of the human race. Everything had started on the Sky River planet. Now, this misunderstanding should also end here. Back then, Yi Xian had left the Death Star region in the third universe and gone to the first universe, which was still controlled by the Heavenly Legacy clan. Because of this, the main network of the third universe had lost track of him. Yi Xian had registered a mercenary card on the Sky River planet. Even his identity as a citizen of the Federation had been registered there. It had long since merged with his primordial spirit, so no matter what he did in the first universe's plane, as long as it was related to the interests of the Federation, the main network of the third universe, which had an immortal-grade superbrain as its intelligence center, could immediately record everything through the mercenary card that had merged with his primordial spirit. At the same time, as a citizen of the Federation and an interstellar mercenary registered in the Federation, Yi Xian's points on the Wanluo Federation contribution ranking would also change because of this. However, as long as he left the third universe's plane, this kind of real-time record and point change would be suspended. However, the Federation's interstellar mercenary card, which had merged with his primordial spirit, would still record everything on its own. Once he returned to the third universe, the main network of the third universe would capture the special signal of his interstellar mercenary card. Then, all the data recorded during the time he left the third universe's main network would be uniformly received by the main network of the third universe's main network, and the data would be changed and recorded in real time. This kind of situation had played out once before when Yi Xian was finally brought back to the third universe by Naples after he had been tormented in the demon domain. At that time, the entire third universe and even the three main planes of the starry skies had been shaken. Yi Xian had also become famous because of this. He had miraculously rushed into the heaven, earth, and mortal rankings of the three rankings, and then rushed into the earth rankings and mortal rankings in one go. Finally, he stabilized at the 11th place on the heaven rankings. Because of that super big move that had shaken the three universes, Prince Xian had since been known as a peerless monster among the younger generation of the world. He was also the first of the 7 peerless monsters in the world. However, in the past year, the first person to be called a peerless genius seemed to have disappeared completely from the sight of all the races and forces in the three universes. Other than a few people who knew about this, everyone else thought that Prince Xian, who had caused the wind and clouds phenomenon in the three universes, had been completely disheartened when he returned to the imperial capital's immortal star but was instead demoted to the Death Star region. Otherwise, in the past year, the three universes outside had become unstable. The clouds were treacherous, and storms were rising. How could he not have made any moves and had been hibernating in the Death Star region that even space pirates disdained to visit? Of course, there were also people who had different views on this. Some people thought that Prince Xian had once barged into the first universe alone and caused a commotion in the demon domain, where the Tianji race's scouts lived. It was impossible for him to be so easily dispirited. The reason why he hadn't made any news for so long was definitely because he was working hard. Soon, there would be a day when he would take advantage of the situation and rise. It could be said that everything about Prince Xian had occasionally been mentioned in the past year, but there were all kinds of opinions. There had never been a definite conclusion. Chapter 4082. Today's heavenly river star only existed in name. Not only did the staff of the various military and political departments of the entire administrative planet, but even the permanent residents of the planet had all become zombie Emperor Tuoba Linfeng's corpse slaves. Even the superbrain, the intelligent center of the Starry Sky Network, had been zombified. It could be said that zombie Emperor Tuoba Linfeng's plan to make Sky River Star a base had been perfectly achieved. The current Sky River Star seemed to be normal on the surface. Tuoba Linfeng and his zombie army rarely appeared in the interior of the Sky River Star. They were all hibernating in the zombie base city in the depths of Sky River Sea. Even if the zombie army entered or left Sky River Star, they would hide in starships, or sail out from the deep sea and rush out of Sky River Star's atmosphere. Or, they would rush through the atmosphere on their return, plunge directly into Sky River Sea, and enter the deep sea base. This was why Tuoba Linfeng was so cautious. This base was something he had successfully seized with great difficulty. He could not afford to lose it. Although the zombie generals under his command could change into the appearance of normal humans, if they were allowed to wander in the interior of Sky River Star for a long time, it was inevitable that something would happen to them. Now, all the space zombies that entered and left Sky River Star hid in starships. When they entered the atmosphere, they would plunge directly into the sea. When they left Sky River Sea, they would immediately rush out of the atmosphere. They would not linger in the interior of Sky River Star at all, so they could avoid accidents and the possibility of being seen through. Because of this, zombie Emperor Tuoba Linfeng had occupied Sky River Star for some time. During this time, the scale of the space zombie army under his command had been greatly improved because they could go out and wantonly hunt in the starry sky without any worries. Originally, there were more than 100 zombie generals. Now, there were nearly 1,000 of them. As for the weaker elite zombies, there were even more of them, nearly 10,000. But even so, because these space zombies were either in the deep sea base of Sky River Sea or in the starships, they hunted and plundered in the starry sky outside Sky River Star Field. Therefore, none of the strong people in the starry sky who entered and left Sky River Star noticed anything unusual. During this period of time, everything on Tianhe Star looked the same as before on the surface. Even the starry sky network of this administrative planet still maintained a smooth connection with the starry sky network of the small country one level above it. The center of the starry sky network of the small country above it was also just an ordinary starry sky superbrain. There was no way they could discover that this superbrain, which was the intelligent center of the starry sky network, had long been zombified. Of course, during this time, there were still countless strong people in the starry sky who entered and left Sky River Star, but Tuoba Linfeng did not make a move against them. What he wanted was a base where he could hide himself and allow the entire zombie army to safely and smoothly hibernate. He didn't want to expose his nest and completely turn the surrounding area into a barren land. At least, when the entire zombie army truly matured, they would have the ability to fight on both sides of the human race. At this moment, on the Federation's platform in Sky River Star, the scene was still the same as before. It was crowded and bustling. In front of the three lists, some strong people in the starry sky who had come to Sky River Star for the first time, or who had been away for a long time, gathered below the heaven list, looking up. Prince Xian's limelight had been overshadowed by the other 6 peerless geniuses who rose up later. He was no longer in the limelight as he was when he rose up alone in the three major planes and was known as the first peerless genius of the younger generation. However, Sky River Star was, after all, the place where Prince Xian rose to fame like a legend. The excitement and encouragement he brought to countless strong people in the three major planes of the universe was also something that the young Master Ling Hu and the young Master Yuming could not compare to. Therefore, every time some strong people in the starry sky came here for the first time, or returned after a long absence, almost all of them would come to the Federation's platform to see the changes in the heaven list. Unfortunately, these young strong people in the starry sky who came this time were obviously disappointed again. There were a total of 100 people on the heaven list, and the list had not changed for nearly a year. Even the people at the bottom were like this, let alone those at the top. Prince Xian, who went by the pseudonym Yi Xian, was still ranked 11th on the heaven list after a year. When they looked up, this string of data that seemed to have not changed for a long time immediately made these young strong people sigh faintly. Heaven list. 11th, Yi Xian. Interstellar Mercenary Serial Number, the 13148080. Cultivation Method, Ancient Dongshu Mantra. 7th Level Galaxy Realm. Current Federation Contribution Points, 6667668788943, 30 million. Not only did his ranking on the contribution points list not change, but even his cultivation strength and contribution points had not changed. This could only mean one thing, and that was that Prince Xian had not done anything in the past year. It could even be said that he was completely depressed. He had probably been holed up in the Death Star region, drinking all day long to pass the time. Sigh, what a pity for such a peerless genius. His former idol is now. What's going on? Thinking of this pity, a strong person in the heaven list who was looking up at the front of the heaven list sighed faintly. However, halfway through his sentence, he suddenly paused, and the expression on his face changed rapidly. His mouth was wide open for a few seconds, and then he suddenly exclaimed, "Oh my God, I don't know how to do this. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Is the heaven list convulsing?" Perhaps it was because he was so shocked that his last sentence almost came out of his throat, and it immediately attracted the attention of many strong people in the starry sky around him. In the next instant, these people all followed his gaze and looked up at the top of the heaven list. Then, almost everyone was stunned and opened their mouths wide. This scene was too strange. The heaven list in their line of sight was indeed convulsing. What was strange was that this so-called convulsion was actually only limited to the top 10. Prince Xian, who was originally ranked 11th, almost instantly rushed into the top 10 of the heaven list, directly reaching the top and taking the first place. His Federation contribution points went from more than 60 billion to more than 200 billion in the blink of an eye. Then, it instantly fell back to 7th place, and his Federation contribution points became more than 110 billion. Chapter 4083. Heavenly River Planet, Federation Affairs Platform, in front of the Heaven, Earth, and Human rankings of the Federation's contribution points. Following the sudden change in the Heaven leaderboard's data, the entire area was in an uproar in the blink of an eye. This kind of thing was too strange, and it was simply unprecedented. The news spread like a plague. In just a few minutes, the entire Federation Affairs platform had learned of this matter, and it was rapidly spreading to the entire Heavenly River Star at an astounding speed. Countless people had heard about it. After hearing the news, the Universe Masters swarmed over. Cries of astonishment never stopped from the beginning, rising and falling one after another like a tide. Oh my God, am I hallucinating? The Federation's contribution points rankings are actually changing? This is unprecedented. I've never heard of this before. Could it be that there's a problem with the immortal superbrain on the immortal star of the imperial capital? That's impossible. That's an immortal superbrain. There are only 2 or 3 of them in the 3 dimensions of the universe. How could there be a problem? Moreover, although the Federation's contribution points rankings are changing, it's only limited to the heavenly rankings. This alone is enough to explain the problem. To be precise, it should be the first region of the heavenly rankings within the range of the top 10. To be more precise, it should be said that there's an abnormal change in Prince Xian's data. It's like a live fish suddenly jumping into a pool of stagnant water. The change in the top 10 of the heavenly rankings is all because of him. Look, he fell. Damn, this is too fierce. He fell from 6th to 17th. More than 16 million points were deducted from the Federation's contribution points. What did he do? That's more than 16 million. Even if he dismantled the Federation headquarters of the Immortal Star, so many points wouldn't be deducted, right? Don't worry. Didn't he jump up again? In the blink of an eye, he has risen to 3rd place again. The Federation's contribution points instantly increased by more than 21 million. I'm guessing that he must have offended the Tianji clan's clan leader. I can't take it anymore. Today was too exciting. An idol is an idol. It was almost frightening to death. He had never thought that the heaven list would be so torturous. It rose and fell, up and down, in and out. It was just like playing with women. It's just SOSO, 2F** King Awesome. Who was the one who said that Prince Xian was drowning his sorrows in alcohol and was completely dejected? Hurry up and stand up. I promise I won't beat you to death. It was not just on the heavenly river planet. Similar scenes were happening all over the 3rd universe, on the administrative planet Federation platforms of the two camps. After Yi Xian returned to the 3rd universe ruled by the human race, the Federation citizen imprint imprinted on his soul, as well as all the data recorded by the interstellar mercenary card, were all sent out and received by the immortal-level superbrain on the Immortal Star of the Imperial Capital. Immediately, the immortal-level superbrain on the Immortal Star of the Imperial Capital updated the heaven, earth, and man lists according to the order from the empire to the small country, and then the small country to the administrative planet. The time difference between the two was only a few minutes at most. In other words, from the moment Yi Xian rushed out of the wormhole and officially returned to the 3rd universe where the human race was, it had only been a few minutes, but the countless administrative planets of the human race in the 3rd universe were already in an uproar. In the end, after some shocking ups and downs, the data on the heaven, earth, and man lists of the 10,000 Federation contribution points on the administrative planet Federation platforms were finally settled, and there were no more changes. At this moment, Yi Xian, who had only been ranked 11th a few minutes ago, had made it to the top 10 as expected. He was even at the top of the list. The heaven rank. 1st place, Yi Xian. Interstellar mercenary serial number, the 13148080. Cultivation technique, ancient Dongshu technique. 7th rank Star Lord. Current Federation contribution points, 1866676878943. First on the heaven rank, more than 1,860 billion contribution points of the Federation. All in all, it was more than enough. The person who was ranked 2nd was a senior expert. It was said that he had been ranked 1st on the heaven leaderboard for thousands of years. He had always been at the top of the heaven leaderboard and had never been surpassed. Although specific information such as his cultivation level and strength were not displayed, based on the fact that he had been at the top of the heaven leaderboard for thousands of years, this person was very strong. His cultivation was definitely not low. He was definitely an old monster. Some people speculated that he was probably in the immortal state. Even so, the former top of the heaven rank, who had dominated the heaven rank for thousands of years and was now ranked 2nd, only had a little more than 300 billion contribution points of the Federation. Yi Xian, on the other hand, had more than 180 billion contribution points, which was almost 6 times more than his. 180 billion contribution points was an astronomical number that was unprecedented. Even in the future, no one would be able to surpass it. It was simply unthinkable. Even De, the leader of the Heavenly Fate clan, wouldn't be able to get so many contribution points of the Federation. It was precisely because of this reason that when the data changes on the heaven list finally ended and everything was settled, in the 3rd universe where the human race was located, on the human administrative planets, countless starry sky powerhouses were standing in front of the 3 lists on the platform of the Federation Affairs Bureau with dull faces. After regaining their senses with great difficulty, all kinds of different opinions appeared very quickly. Oh my God, we're rich. Prince Xian is really rich. He has more than 180 billion contribution points of the Federation. I won't be able to spend it all in 10 lifetimes. Idol. My eternal idol. This old man has decided that from today onwards, Prince Xian will be this old man's big brother. If anyone dares to speak ill of him, this old man will definitely fight to the death. From now on, this old man will be the prince's guardian angel. Bah! You old dog, you're not even in the black hole state. What are you pretending for? More than 180 billion? This doesn't make sense. He's crazy. He must be crazy. Even if he killed the leader of the Heavenly Fate clan, it wouldn't even be a fraction of this number. From what I see, there must be something wrong with this data. I won't believe it even if I'm beaten to death. Of course, killing D won't give you so many contribution points, but what if you chase away the entire Heavenly Fate clan? That matter, wasn't it done by the demon's younger brother, Mo Jinfeng? What does it have to do with Prince Xian? You're not going to tell me that the demon's younger brother, Mo Jinfeng, is Prince Xian, right? If anyone dares to say such a thing, I'll pluck my head off and use it as a urinal. Chapter 4084. After a year, Prince Xian had returned. In just a few minutes, the entire third universe was in an uproar. Countless star state experts and people of the Federation were in an uproar. All of this was very similar to a year ago, when Prince Xian returned from the Demon Cultivator Star Zone in the first universe. Since then, he had become the #1 idol in the Federation. It was so exciting. In a year, he had risen from the 11th place on the Heaven rank to the 1st place on the Federation contribution ranking. His points had also increased from more than 60 billion to more than 180 billion. It was almost 6 times more than the previous top of the Heaven rank who had dominated the ranking for thousands of years. His strength had also risen from the 7th level of the Galaxy State to the 7th level of the Star-Lord State. After the Galaxy State, there were the Black Hole State, the Origin State, the Heavenly Cave State, the Mystic Light State, the Void State, the Genesis State, the Cosmic Light State, the Universe State, and the Star-Lord State. Going from the 7th level of the Galaxy State to the 7th level of the Star-Lord State was a terrifying leap of 7 major realms. Ordinary starry sky experts, even if it was just a large realm, would need several years or even several decades of accumulation before they could break through, and this was only limited to the black hole realm. Once they passed the black hole realm, let alone a large realm, even a small realm breakthrough would take a lot of time. It would take a lot longer. However, Prince Xian had broken through 7 major realms in the short span of a year. Before this, he had only been a Galaxy-grade junior. Now, he was already a Star Lord who ruled over an area. On average, it took him more than a month to break through a major realm, which was 40 to 50 days. If one were to count the minor realms in detail, the impact would be even more shocking. On average, he would break through a minor realm every 5 to 6 days. This was definitely unprecedented and would never be replicated in the future. Even Mo Qiufeng, the imperial brother of the Fiend tribe, who was known as the #1 genius among the younger generation, who was famous in the 3 major planes recently, could not compare to him. That was why Prince Xian's appearance shocked the entire third universe. In the ancestral lands of the 2 human camps, as well as the headquarters of the Thousand Luo Federation, which was located on the Undying Planet, some of the core giants who usually didn't show up were shocked and stunned. They scrambled to be the first to let out excited roars and roars one after another. Long Xian? The top of the Heaven rank? How is that possible? 1,800 billion. 1,800 billion. Ha! Crossing 7 major realms in a year. Such talent is unheard of. The greatest fortune of today's era is of the human race after all. That's right. In comparison, that little brat from the demon race, who only knows how to rely on external objects and play dirty tricks everywhere, is really nothing. What 5 demonic geniuses as one? What the #1 demonic genius in the world today? What a joke. What is he compared to our human race's Prince Xian? Immediately give the order to stop the pursuit of the invincible god of war. Everything before was just a misunderstanding. We're all on the same side. Prince Xian is indeed extraordinary. He used such a method to train himself. He didn't even inform us beforehand and almost caused a misunderstanding. Set off immediately for the graveyard star field. I paid a high price to obtain access to the database of the immortal-grade supercomputer in the imperial capital. Prince Xian's Federation citizen identity signal suddenly appeared in the graveyard star field, suspected to have gone to the Heavenly River star field. Heavenly River star? A year ago, Xian completed the ultimate trial of our dynasty's royal family and rose from there. I didn't expect it to be there again this time. It seems that Xian and Xian are fated to meet. Pass down my imperial decree to bestow this star to Xian. During this period of time, whether it was the two camps of the human race or the higher-ups of the Thousand Luo Federation headquarters, they all felt that their lives were too sullen. Almost all the three main realms of the starry skies were disturbed by the Demon Emperor's younger brother, Mo Yifeng, who was known as the top genius of the generation. However, the other party's genius was right in front of them, and no one could doubt it. Young Master Linghu, Young Master Netherworld, Little Primordial Devil Ape, Mechanical War God Sha Baofeng. Which one of these four identities didn't have a shocking battle record? But in the end, they all merged into one, and all the light gathered on the Demon Emperor's younger brother, Mo Yifeng. Of the current 7 peerless geniuses of the younger generation, 5 of them belonged to the demon race, and all 5 of them were one. To the human race, this was simply a disgrace because in this chaotic era, the future and luck of a race could basically be seen from the rise of this race's younger generation. It could be said that the appearance of the Demon Emperor's younger brother, Mo Yifeng, had made almost all the races and forces in the 3 main realms of the starry skies tacitly accept the fact that the great luck of the current era seemed to have fallen on the demon race's head. This was very helpless. To the 2 camps of the human race and the higher-ups of the Thousand Luo Federation headquarters, they even felt sullen and resentful. But no matter how resentful they were, there was nothing they could do. The Demon Emperor's younger brother, Mo Yifeng's battle record and heaven-defying valiance were obvious to all. He had fought with his fists on the flesh. At present, while the 2 camps of the human race and the core higher-ups of the Thousand Luo Federation headquarters were sighing and lamenting that the luck of the human race was no longer there, Prince Xian, who had been silent for more than a year, had appeared out of nowhere again. Among the current 7 peerless geniuses of the younger generation in the 3 main realms of the starry skies, Prince Xian was originally the first to be crowned as a peerless genius. He was originally the first peerless genius. It was only later that the light faded, and he was gradually forgotten. But who would have thought that after a year of silence, Prince Xian would reappear with such ferocity? 1,800 billion federal contribution points might not be enough to prove anything, at least not directly enough. However, his strength had soared from the Galaxy State to the Star-Lord State in a year, which was enough to prove anything, crossing 7 realms in a year, growing from a Galaxy State cultivator to a Star-Lord old monster. Such talent definitely surpassed that of the Demon Emperor. So what if 5 peerless geniuses were one? The luck of the human race was still there. Although Prince Xian was only one of 2 peerless geniuses, his heaven-defying talent was far beyond that. The reason why it was said that 2 peerless geniuses were one was because with Prince Xian's reappearance, one of the 7 peerless geniuses, the invincible god of war, who was still struggling in the territory of the 10 Ultimates' heavenly palace of the human cultivation camp, was undoubtedly one of Prince Xian's clones. It was a clone. This matter had never been settled, but on this day, the dust had finally settled. Now, the 7 peerless geniuses all had their owners. The Demon Emperor's younger brother, Mo Yifeng, was one of the 5 peerless geniuses. Chapter 4085. In just half a day, the name of Prince Xian, which had been silent for a year, once again became famous in the universe. All 3 universes were shaken. The first universe was in chaos. The demon race had disappeared, and even the alliance of the 4 races, which was originally formed with the Space Mouse race, Hell Ant race, and Giant Ferocious race, was disbanded. However, the starry sky network of the various slave races in the first universe was still there. They immediately contacted each other and passed on this shocking news from the human race in the 3rd universe. Some people were shocked. It was no wonder that the demon race in the first universe, which had appeared out of nowhere and was about to unify the first universe and become the second overlord of this universe, had disintegrated in just a few days. In the blink of an eye, their dream of dominating the first universe had become nothing after such a long time. It turned out that the root of the matter was still with Prince Xian. In the past year, the 7 peerless geniuses in the 3 universes had caused a sensation, and in the latter half of the year, almost all the halos pointed to the younger brother of the demon race, Mo Jufeng. Of the 7 peerless geniuses in the current world, 5 of them were confirmed to be the younger brother of the demon race, Mo Jufeng. 5 peerless geniuses in one body. This was almost enough to confirm that the great destiny of the current world belonged to the demon race in the first universe. However, everything changed too quickly. In the blink of an eye, the demon race had fallen. If it wasn't for the second-generation ancestor, who had the cultivation of an official undying, who used the light of guidance to guide more than half of the demon race away at the most critical moment, this race would most likely have been wiped out. Such an unforeseen event was definitely not in line with the identity of the person who had obtained the great destiny. Because of this, after the shocking event in the demon race's star field in the first universe, there were already people in the 3 universes who had raised doubts at the first moment. All kinds of voices appeared one after another. They felt that the great destiny of the current world did not belong to the demon race, but who it really belonged to was not conclusive at all. No one dared to say such a thing. The current situation was too chaotic, and the 3 universes were all like this. At this time, the 3rd universe, which was occupied by the human race, actually spread such shocking news. For a moment, even the great change in the demon race's star field in the first universe was suppressed. The direction of public opinion in the 3 universes all pointed to Emperor Xian of the human race's undying dynasty. He was truly a peerless genius. Although compared to the 5 great geniuses of Mo Jufeng, Prince Xian, who only had 2 great geniuses, seemed to be slightly inferior in terms of aura. However, if one were to think about it carefully, the value of the 2 peerless monstrous identities on him was not weak at all. They were not inferior at all. In fact, they were even superior. What kind of colossal existence was the Myriad Luo Federation? Although the various races of the second universe had announced their withdrawal from the Myriad Luo Federation due to the various changes in the past year, no one had ever questioned the value of the Myriad Luo Federation's contribution rankings. Indeed, Mo Jufeng could kill immortal old monsters, but that was basically because he had supreme treasures like Shenong Cauldron and black technology like Star Wars. As for Prince Xian, who was one of the 2 monsters of the human race, he merely sent a clone to the human race's cultivation camp to train and caused a huge commotion there. As for his original body, it was even more perverse. After a year of silence, everyone thought that he was already dejected. Who would have thought that he would make a domineering return after a year? Without a sound, he directly jumped from the 11th place on the Myriad Luo Federation's contribution rankings to the 1st place on the heavenly leaderboard. Moreover, before this, his contribution points had fluctuated greatly. During this period of time, he had lost an astronomical amount of contribution points from the Federation. Even so, when his contribution points finally stabilized, he still had more than 180 billion points, which was more than 6 times more than the 2nd place on the heavenly leaderboard. This was a real battle result. When the specific data was analyzed, no one would doubt its authenticity. The immortal rank superbrain on the immortal planet would definitely not make such a low-level mistake. More importantly, Prince Xian had appeared out of nowhere once again. The timing was too sensitive. It happened to be right after the devil race's strong rise in a short period of time, followed by their rapid decline. This basically reflected the fact that the current era's great luck did not belong to the devil race, but to the human race. Regarding this point, the ordinary people and low-level starry sky experts of the 3 major planes might not think too much about it. They were more interested in talking about the sensational effect of Prince Xian's reappearance itself. However, the upper echelons of the major races and forces, as well as the sharp old monsters and powerful starry sky experts, all considered more through this matter after a short period of shock. Today, the three major starry sky main planes were not peaceful. In the devil domain of the first universe, a broken piece of the desolate ancient world had already descended to the present world. It was hundreds of millions of miles wide. From this point alone, it could be seen that the legend that the desolate ancient world would completely descend, which had been secretly circulating for the past year, was very likely not just a rumor. It was not just a rumor, but a reality. If that was really the case, the three major starry sky main planes would be meaningless at that time. It was even very likely that they would be replaced by the cage star domain that had descended from the sky, just like the Devil Emperor star domain. In short, the chaotic era was about to arrive, and all the races and forces were terrified. No one dared to pat their chest and guarantee that their race would continue to exist in this chaotic era of the starry sky that would descend at any time. Under such a general trend, the ownership of the current era's great luck was even more eye-catching. Those who obtained great luck would obtain the world. Born in this chaotic era, they were related to the desolate ancient world that had collapsed due to a war. Sitting on the great luck of this era, they did not dare to say that they would be able to sit on the world as usual, but at least, their chances of surviving in this chaotic era would definitely be higher than that of other races. Just because of this, after learning the news about Prince Xian from the third universe of the human race, the races of the second universe, which used to be the Federation, collectively fell silent. If they had not withdrawn from the myriad Luo Federation, they would have at least been allies with the human race. Now, they could only be envious. As for the human race, including the myriad Luo Federation that was still tied to the human race, at least on the surface, cheered thunderously. Whether it was the Tenju heavenly palaces and various small sects of the cultivation camp, or the immortal dynasty and the three empires under its command of the science and technology camp, countless large and small countries, after receiving the news on this day, all of them heaved a sigh of relief as if it was a holiday. Chapter 4086. In the third universe, the imperial capital of the human race's technology faction, the Immortal Star. News of Prince Xian's appearance spread. This time, the commotion was even greater. He was a supreme genius that hadn't been seen in tens of thousands of years. All three universes were in an uproar. The Immortal Star was the imperial capital of the Immortal Dynasty and the source of Prince Xian's bloodline. When the news spread, it became the center of attention, and the commotion was even greater. When the news spread, Long Xiang and the other imperial princes gathered together immediately. All of them lowered their heads and sighed as if their parents had died. This time, Prince Xian's commotion was too shocking. They were already in despair. They were afraid that the position of Debao would not be theirs anymore. In the imperial capital's inner city, the Immortal Emperor and the Imperial Preceptor, D-Heir, once again gathered in the Imperial Preceptor Hall. No one knew what they were discussing, but one thing was certain, it was definitely related to Prince Xian. Even at the imperial capital's resident elder pavilion, a group of reclusive immortal elders were alarmed. They all came out and gathered in the resident elder pavilion, which was located in the imperial capital's inner city. They discussed this matter and finally came to a conclusion. They appointed the imperial capital's resident elder pavilion, who had just returned from the first universe not long ago. Elder Longshan Tang personally rushed to the heavenly river planet to represent the resident elder pavilion and bring Prince Xian back to the Immortal Star. Of course, it was impossible for Longshan Tang to go to the Sky River planet alone. Accompanying him was an immortal fleet from the dynasty. This fleet would represent the Immortal Dynasty and welcome Prince Xian, who had completed the ultimate trial, back to the dynasty. Immediately after, the Immortal Dynasty issued a notice in the name of the Imperial Court. The notice was related to Prince Xian. According to the contents of this notice, the outside world quickly found out that Prince Xian had been sent to the Death Star field as the final trial that the Everlasting Empire had for him. As far as the outside world knew, the most difficult trial for the princes of the Eternal Dynasty was the ultimate trial. There were many direct descendants of the Immortal Emperor, but if they didn't complete the supreme level trial, even if they were direct descendants of the Immortal Emperor, their status and influence in the imperial court wouldn't be great. They weren't even allowed to appear in public as princes. Only by completing the supreme level trial would they have the qualifications to compete for the position of the next immortal emperor. They would be allowed by the immortal dynasty to interact with the outside world as princes. Currently, the princes who appeared in public in the imperial court were all in this category. Of course, although they had all passed the final trial, the results of the final trial were different. Previously, only Prince Xian's results were the most brilliant. According to the imperial court's words, completing the supreme level trial of the immortal emperor was the supreme level trial of the immortal emperor. The supreme level trial of the imperial courts of the imperial court emperor. Among the few princes who were relatively active princes, immortal, and princes of the imperial courts, Prince Xian, Prince Xian's. As soon as this news was revealed, it immediately caused quite a commotion in the entire immortal dynasty and even the human race. However, basically everyone in the Federation was happy to see this happen. Since then, Prince Xian's position as the supreme immortal emperor was confirmed. Although the imperial court didn't say it explicitly and only said that the preliminary test had been completed, Prince Xian was the only one who had completed the supreme level trial. Moreover, he had completed it so beautifully, causing a sensation. Long Xiang and the other princes of the imperial court were in complete despair. On that day, a large-scale and luxurious immortal army of the imperial court set off from the immortal star of the imperial court. Accompanying them was a fleet from the Wanluo Federation's headquarters. The higher-ups of the imperial court overseeing this immortal fleet were immortal-level elders from the imperial court. His name was Long Shanteng. Along the way, all the wormholes in the territories of empires, large countries, and small countries were opened. The entire fleet arrived at the Sky River sector in 2 days at the fastest speed. At this time, the fleet of flying ships from the Tenju Celestial Palace also arrived. The one overseeing the fleet was also an immortal-level old monster. It was said that his name was Gong Huaji, and he was the other deputy palace master of the Tianju Celestial Palace. The 2 camps of the human race, the headquarters of the Wanluo Federation, and the 3 most powerful forces of the Third Universe had all arrived, and each of them had an immortal-level old monster overseeing the fleet. It could be said that the Sky River sector was a gathering of heroes. With the arrival of these 3 fleets, the entire human race of the Third Universe knew that Prince Xian was now in the Sky River sector and could return to the Sky River sector at any time. In an instant, hundreds of millions of people focused their attention on this place again. In order to see Prince Xian again and witness the historical moment of the imperial court's future emperor's return from the supreme level trial, the masters of the starry sky not far away all rushed over. For a time, the Sky River sector was unprecedentedly lively. Even the entire Sky River sector outside the atmosphere of the Sky River sector had become a hubbub of voices. Too many people had come. Although the Sky River sector was not small, it could not accommodate them all. Therefore, most of the masters of the starry sky had all taken out small private battleships or stayed in the large battleships that had come by means of transportation, waiting in the void of the universe outside the Sky River sector's atmosphere. This was originally a grand occasion that was hard to come by, and almost everyone was happy to see it happen. Moreover, they were immersed in it, feeling this exciting atmosphere. However, there were still people who were deeply depressed. That was the Universal Zombie Emperor, Tuoba Linfeng, who had been lurking in the military base in the depths of the Sky River sector. Originally, he had led the entire Universal Zombie Army. Recently, he had been lurking in the Sky River sector, making a fortune in silence. Because this place was hidden enough, and the entire Sky River sector had been zombified, there was no fear of news leaking out. Therefore, the entire Universal Zombie Army had recently developed extremely rapidly. But now, everything had changed. Because of the arrival of Prince Xian, the Sky River sector, and even the entire Sky River sector, had become lively in just a few days. As a result, the Universal Zombie Army under Tuoba Linfeng's command had completely collapsed. Those who had gone out to hunt couldn't come back. They waited in the void of the universe in the distance, not even daring to easily contact the Sky River sector. As for the universal zombies, who had been lurking in the military base in the depths of the Sky River sector to rest and recuperate, they couldn't go out at all. Not to mention leaving the Sky River sector, they didn't even dare to leave the military base and appear in the area above the shallow waters of the Sky River sector. Only the universal zombie emperor, Tuoba Linfeng, had the heavenly demon body. Ordinary existences, no matter how high their cultivation was, would find it difficult to see any clues. Therefore, he could completely transform into a human form, leave the military base in the deep sea, and go to the Sky River sector to check on the situation. Chapter 4087. After returning to the human race, Yi Xian was not in a hurry to return. When he returned to the Sky River sector from the wormhole leading to the first universe, it was already 2 days later. Before he even got close to the Sky River planet, the void was already filled with all kinds of battleships. At first glance, it was obvious that they were not military battleships. Many of them were commercial and private battleships. They were all gathered in the void. Judging from their posture, they seemed to be planning to stay for a long time. This scene gave Yi Xian a big fright. He muttered in his heart, could it be that something big had happened on the Sky River planet recently? It actually attracted such a terrifying army of onlookers. In the distant void, Yi Xian stepped out of the void-shattering shuttle. After waving his hand and putting it into his body, he changed his appearance. Only then did he use his physical body to cross the void and rush toward the Sky River planet in front of him. Along the way, he inquired about the situation and finally found out that all this was because of him. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But this is also good. This time, I returned to the third universe with the intention of ending my identity as Prince Xian on the Sky River planet. Since there is so much attention now, it's time to settle this matter. As he muttered to himself, Yi Xian no longer hesitated. He passed through the tide of battleships and people and arrived at the Sky River planet with great difficulty. Unfortunately, the Sky River planet was already overcrowded at this time. The several star passages in the atmosphere that led to the Sky River planet were all heavily guarded. Basically, it was impossible to leave. Helpless, Yi Xian could only shake his head and smile bitterly. He changed his appearance again. This time, he restored his original appearance, which was the appearance of Prince Xian that countless fans in the 3 universes were familiar with. Before Yi Xian could go forward and reveal his identity at the nearest star passage and enter the Sky River planet, people around him had already noticed him. Soon, there were more than one voice of ridicule and ridicule. Hey, look, our Prince Xian is here. You don't say, he really looks like him. Compared to the guy I saw yesterday, he's even more vivid. At least, among all the impersonations I've seen, he's the most successful. Look, the most successful impersonator in history is actually going to the star passage. Does he think that he can enter the Sky River star just by imitating the prince's appearance so that he can have a closer look at his idol who is about to descend? He's really thinking too much. That's true. Nowadays, not everyone can enter the Sky River star. There are 3 immortal realm old monsters guarding it. Even if the king of a small country came, I'm afraid he would have to wait for a while to pass through. You can't leave, Yi Xian continued. Sky River. No matter how successful you are in impersonating the prince, you can't enter. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment before he bitterly smiled. However, before the bitter smile on his face could fade, his expression suddenly changed once again. At this moment, Yi Xian heard a familiar system prompt in his mind. Warning! Warning! Cosmic zombies have been detected. There are too many of them nearby to count. Cosmic zombies? Yi Xian was shocked. How was this possible? Previously, when he passed through the dense crowd of battleships and people gathered outside the Sky River planet, such a prompt had not appeared. But now, he had just arrived at the star passage above the Sky River planet's atmosphere, and he actually received such a prompt? With shock, he glanced at the few Sky River Federation soldiers in front of him, then at the large number of soldiers stationed near the star passage in the Sky River planet's atmosphere, as well as the hundreds of standard battleships and interstellar patrol ships docked outside the star passage. Could it be? A crazy idea suddenly popped up in Yi Xian's mind, and even he was shocked. Within his close range, only these Sky River Federation soldiers had the largest number of soldiers. Of course, there were also some administrative staff from other departments mixed in. The densely packed cosmic zombies mentioned by the devouring system could only be them. Although this was too far-fetched, Yi Xian had no reason to doubt the devouring system in his body. Yi Xian had come into contact with a large number of cosmic zombies before. Since then, the database of the devouring system in his body had been updated, and there was more information about them. All kinds of detailed information about the cosmic zombies. It could be said that for the devouring system, the so-called cosmic zombies were not new things that it had just come into contact with. Therefore, there was absolutely no possibility of identification or perception error. The only possibility was that the current Sky River planet had indeed been completely occupied by the cosmic zombie army under Tuoba Linfeng's command. At least, the large number of Sky River Federation soldiers in front of him, who looked no different from humans, could not be wrong. Previously, when he was in the Dark Turtle Star field of the First Universe, Yi Xian already knew that Tuoba Linfeng was not only still alive, but also had the heavenly demon body. And it was also after that time that he more or less understood the heavenly demon body that he had never heard of before. If this was really the work of Tuoba Linfeng, then with his Sky Devil body, plus the fact that the evolution path of the universe zombies was originally ever-changing, the members of this special race, when the zombie life level evolved to a certain extent, any kind of monster could possibly appear. Then, it would not be too difficult to let the cosmic zombie army under his command have the appearance and aura of a human, and not be detected. These thoughts were long to describe, but in fact, they flashed through Yi Xian's mind in an instant. In just a short breath, he made a decision. That was to lure the snake out of its hole. Tuoba Linfeng had always been a big problem in his mind. The evolution of the cosmic zombies' life level was too fast, and he must not give them enough time to grow. Otherwise, in the later stage, even if he could eliminate this tumor, he would have to pay a heavy price. Yi Xian had been paying attention to all kinds of information and intelligence of the three universes, hoping to find clues about the whereabouts of the third universe's zombie army, but unfortunately, he had not found anything. This time, he accidentally discovered the whereabouts of the cosmic zombies, and it was even very likely that it was related to Tuoba Linfeng. For Yi Xian, this was definitely an extremely rare opportunity. Chapter 4088. Although Yi Xian's voice was not loud, there was a large crowd of people in the void not far behind him. Those who could stay in the void of the universe with their physical bodies were naturally not ordinary people of the Federation. They were all strong people in the starry sky. Therefore, his words were heard by many people and attracted a lot of attention in an instant. Some people still despised him, thinking that he was trying to impress the crowd. Not only did he imitate Prince Xian to perfection, but he also wanted to use this method to gain fame and become a star web celebrity on the Third Universe's Starry Sky network. However, some people also felt that this was very likely to be the truth. After all, it was too similar. It was just that there had been a few similar incidents before, so everyone had a habitual mindset. Under such circumstances, even if the real Prince Xian were to come, he would probably be treated as an imitator. However, no matter which one it was, what the other party said was indeed correct. If he was the real Prince Xian, he would scan the Federation's identity in the star passage of the heavenly river planet's atmosphere and verify it. This could not be faked. This included the zombie garrison soldiers who had previously blocked Yi Xian's path. They were all Tuoba Linfeng's corpse slaves, but before they received new instructions from Tuoba Linfeng, their auras and thoughts were set to remain as corpses in the past, reverting to their previous mode. Therefore, after a slight hesitation, these zombie garrison soldiers quickly let Yi Xian pass through, allowing him to pass through the star passage of the atmosphere in front. There was no doubt that if his identity was verified to be fake later, these zombie garrison soldiers would not let him go easily. They would more or less be punished. At this moment, a large number of gazes in the nearby void gathered and followed Yi Xian's back until he arrived in front of the star passage of the heavenly river planet's atmosphere. When a white light flashed and swept past Yi Xian's body, the familiar system prompt sounded in his mind again. This time, Yi Xian was completely certain that the entire heavenly river planet had fallen completely. It had been completely and silently eroded by the zombie emperor Tuoba Linfeng using some unknown method. This was because the content of the system notification was telling him that the Star Defense Array AI system that was currently scanning the Yixian Federation was in a completely zombified state. Similar to the Star Defense Array of a human administrative planet like the Sky River Star, its intelligence system was located in the center of the interstellar network of the administrative planet, which was a superbrain. There was no doubt that the superbrain of the Sky River Star, which was the main control center of the interstellar intelligence, had also fallen and been completely zombified. Under such circumstances, the entire Sky River Star had already fallen and turned into a zombie nest. What was the difference? Even Yi Xian couldn't help but inwardly sigh. Countless experts from the three universes were searching for the whereabouts of Tuoba Linfeng's zombie army, especially the human race's technology and cultivation camps. But who would have thought that this zombie army had already quietly occupied an entire administrative planet of the human race? If they hadn't accidentally discovered this shocking truth today, it was very likely that this zombie army would have controlled a small country in the near future. At that time, its power would have been established, and it was equivalent to completely sitting on the throne. It was practically impossible to annihilate it again, because the entire territory of a small country was filled with universe zombies. No matter how powerful their methods were, if they were to really make a move, there would be a fish in the net in the end. Ding! Identity verification completed. Federation citizen, Yi Xian. Just as Yi Xian's mind was spinning, the Star Passage AI system's notification quietly sounded in his ears. The Federation identity verification had been completed. This segment didn't take much time to begin with. The reason why such a segment was set up in the Star Passage above the atmosphere of the human race's administrative planets was to prevent and eliminate the demon scouts of the Tianji clan from sneaking into the administrative planets. However, there were only a dozen or so star passages in each administrative planet's atmosphere, and there were only a few dozen or so super-large planets. There were too many experts in the starry sky coming and going every day. If this segment took a lot of time, there was basically no point in its existence. It could be said that, under normal circumstances, when anyone stepped into the Star Passage, they didn't need to stop at all. They could instantly complete the Federation identity verification. In the next moment, there was a complete uproar outside the Star Passage. Cries and exclamations rose like a tide and immediately spread to the battleships and the sea of people in the void further away like a plague. Heavens! How is this possible? Identity verification successful? Yi Xian. He's Yi Xian. He's the real Prince Xian. Illusion. This must be an illusion. Otherwise, where would I get the guts to mock the idol Prince Xian just now? You're not the only one. Isn't there a lot of people who did the same thing just now? This is 2F** King exciting. The national idol Prince Xian, the #1 nouveau riche in the starry sky with 1.8 trillion Federation contribution points, the #1 existence on the heaven leaderboard, just now, he was actually mocked by me? I can't take it anymore. My heart is in pain. I can't take it anymore. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Prince Xian walked past me just now. At the crucial moment, I didn't shake his hand and even forgot to sign my name. Kill me. Kill me. Heavens, he's too handsome. This young lady actually walked past my idol. There's no way I can live like this. Xian, I love you. Give me another chance later. In an instant, the vast starry sky behind them completely boiled over. Countless experts in the starry sky madly swarmed over. 80% of those who rushed to the front were female cultivators who thought they were beauties in the starry sky. At this time, all of them had lost their color. They cried, shouted, and roared as if they were seeking death. From the looks of it, even true death wouldn't be able to stop them in their tracks. At the very least, the zombie troops stationed outside the Great Star Array definitely wouldn't be able to do so. Even if they opened fire, it would be useless. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe this scene as the arrival of the prince and the roar of the starry sky. Yi Xian instinctively looked back and saw this scene. He immediately shuddered. Without hesitation, he immediately fled into the great star array in front of him and disappeared in an instant. What? Shenri's finally here? Pa. Good. Let's welcome him immediately. The arrival of the prince, the heavens and earth celebrate together. At the same time, in the Star-Lord's residence on the heavenly river planet, roars of surprise rang out. Chapter 4089. When Yi Xian's figure passed through the star passage in the atmosphere of heavenly river planet and appeared in the sky above heavenly river planet, 3 figures rushed over at almost the same time and appeared in front of him. These were clearly 3 immortal old monsters. They were the immortal elder Longshan Tang from the Immortal Dynasty's Elder Pavilion, the immortal Deputy Palace Master Gong Huaji from the Human Race's Cultivation Camp, and the immortal Elder Elephant Fox Martin from the Myriad Luo Federation Headquarters Senate. Apart from Gong Huaji and Yi Xian, he was actually quite familiar with the other 2. Even the immortal Elder Elephant Fox Martin, who represented the Myriad Luo Federation Senate, was actually one of Yi Xian's own people who had just been subdued not long ago. This scene immediately stunned him. He smiled bitterly in his heart, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Ayaya, Shenner, I didn't expect you to be able to smoothly pass such an extreme royal family's direct bloodline trial and even achieve such an impressive result. This old man is very gratified. Before Yi Xian could react, Longshan Tang, one of the 3 immortal old monsters, had already come up to him with a face full of smiles. The words he said almost made Yi Xian vomit on the spot. You know, this kind of extreme direct bloodline trial is to test the person who will inherit the great treasure in the future. That's why I sent you to the domain of death. However, as a dragon, one day it will soar through the 9 heavens, and no test can stop it. Child, you have successfully proven yourself. The Imperial Dynasty welcomes the return of the king. Yi Xian had already known about this so-called extreme trial when he had inquired about what had happened on Heavenly River Planet. At that time, he was incomparably disdainful, feeling that the upper echelons of the Immortal Dynasty were too disgusting. Although this matter could be deceived by the Imperial Dynasty and the Federation, at least they and Yi Xian were well aware of it. To come up with such an excuse just to take advantage of Yi Xian's current situation was truly a little shameless. However, no matter how disgusted he was at that time, it was not as disgusting as hearing an undying elder of the dynasty say these words right in front of him. Especially when this shameless fellow who was smiling and trying to curry favor had just sternly rejected his alliance suggestion not too long ago. Yi Xian frowned on the spot. But considering the complicated situation on Sky River Planet, he forced himself not to turn hostile on the spot and expose the truth. The entire Sky River Star had now been eroded by Tuoba Linfeng and his universe zombie army, and it was done quietly. Even the 3 immortal realm old monsters in front of him didn't notice anything unusual. This was obviously related to Tuoba Linfeng's ability, or it could be said to be related to the ability of some special existences in this universe zombie army. But in reality, even if this matter could be hidden from the immortal realm old monsters, it could not be hidden from Yi Xian. Just as he passed through the star passage, a familiar system prompt sounded in his mind again. Through this notification, Yi Xian had already found out that among the countless Federation citizens and starry sky experts that were packed to the brim in the Heavenly River Star, more than a third of them, they were all universe zombies. But he couldn't sense the aura of the zombie emperor, Tuoba Linfeng, but he was basically sure that he must be in Sky River Star, just in hibernation. Although Yi Xian was sure that Tuoba Linfeng's cultivation base and strength had not broken through to the immortal realm, and there were 3 immortal realm old monsters in front of him, plus his comprehensive combat power that could kill immortals, it wasn't too difficult to find Tuoba Linfeng and kill him, but Yi Xian had to consider other things. There were too many innocent Federation citizens and starry sky powerhouses in Sky River Star, and even more in the universe void outside Sky River Star's atmosphere. Tuoba Linfeng now had even mastered the star defense system of Sky River Star. If he started a war without any preparation, the casualties would be too tragic. What's more, the infection and spread of this kind of universe zombie virus was too terrifying. Even if the zombie army under Tuoba Linfeng's command was not as strong as his own, he only needed to order a large number of universe zombies to self-destruct. At that time, there would be an uncontrollable disaster. Tuoba Linfeng must be eliminated, but he couldn't act recklessly. At least before he started, he had to be prepared. And before all this was done, even if Yi Xian was disgusted with Long Shantang, he could only endure for the time being. Otherwise, if Tuoba Linfeng, who was hiding in the dark, found some clues, then it would be troublesome. Considering this, he could only sigh secretly, endure the discomfort and unhappiness, and said expressionlessly, Yi Xian came from afar without rest and sleep, and now I am physically and mentally exhausted, so I really don't have the heart to talk in detail with the seniors. Please tell the Federation citizens inside and outside Sky River Star to wait for me to rest for a while. In 2 days, I will personally hold a press conference in the universe void outside Sky River Star's large lair. Yes, little Xian has come a long way and is tired from the journey. A little rest is what he should do, Prince. Please rest assured, leave the matters outside to us to handle. We will definitely not let these enthusiastic citizens who heard the news affect your rest. There is still the Prince's press conference in 2 days. Leave everything to us to handle. This old man promises that we will definitely give the prince the most magnificent press conference. When they heard that Yi Xian was going to hold a public press conference in 2 days, the 3 immortal realm old monsters in front of them clearly misunderstood Yi Xian's meaning. They thought that he was going to use this method to announce his return as the king. In fact, this happened to be what the 2 camps of the human race and the higher-ups of the myriad Luo Federation headquarters wanted to see. Through such a grand press conference, Prince Xian would publicly appear. At that time, the human race and the myriad Luo Federation would all speak at the press conference later, wantonly announcing the fate of the current era. In the end, it would be decided that the fate of the current era did not belong to the demons of the first universe, but to the human race of the myriad Luo Federation. This was a fact. Presumably, after the video of the press conference was spread, the human race and the myriad Luo Federation would once again seize the general trend of the 3 main planes of the starry skies. The fate belonged to them. This was how it should be. As for the various races of the second universe that had just announced their withdrawal from the myriad Luo Federation due to various reasons, after seeing the video of this press conference, the higher-ups of the various races would definitely beat their chests and stamp their feet in regret. This kind of matter of the current era's fate belonging to the current era would be fine if it was under normal circumstances. In fact, it was more of a symbolic meaning of the general trend. However, it was different now. The current era's 3 main planes of the starry skies were in chaos, and there was even a damaged, desolate ancient sky in the demon domain of the first universe. It had descended. Chapter 4090. 2 days later, Prince Xian would hold a press conference on the Heavenly River planet. Furthermore, in order to allow more of the prince's fans and the citizens of the Federation to see Prince Xian face to face, they wanted to listen to the general process of him successfully passing the Eternal Dynasty's royal family's ultimate trial with shocking battle results. Hence, Prince Xian took the initiative to suggest that the venue of the press conference would not be set up on the Heavenly River planet. Instead, it would be set up directly in the cosmic void outside the Heavenly River planet's atmosphere. Once this news spread, the countless fans of the prince, the powerful cultivators, and the citizens of the Federation who were waiting inside and outside the Heavenly River planet cheered thunderously. Although the Heavenly River planet was an administrative planet, there were simply too many fans of the prince who had heard the news this time. If all of them entered the planet and faced the press conference directly, even 10 Heavenly River planets might not be able to hold them all. Now that the prince had taken the initiative to make such a request, he was undoubtedly empathizing with the many fans who had come from afar and wanted to see their idol with their own eyes. This was simply too considerate. As the most popular prince of the dynasty, he did not have the slightest bit of arrogance that a popular prince should have. As the undisputed number 1 genius of the 3 main planes of the starry skies and the supreme idol, he was so intimate and considerate of his fans. In the cosmic void outside the Heavenly River planet, many fans who had been waiting there but had regretfully not been able to see Prince Xian's return with their own eyes because they were too far away from the Heavenly River planet's star passage. They were so emotional that they even shed hot tears. Very soon, they had been waiting outside the heavenly river planet for several days. It could be said that they had laid out a large array in the void, stretching to the end of the horizon. There were countless battleships, merchant ships, and small private battleships of powerful cultivators, and so on. All of them spontaneously and orderly began to slowly retreat to the back. Although they stayed in place and were closer to the heavenly river planet, when the press conference started, they would be able to see Prince Xian more clearly. However, as an idol, he was so considerate of his fans. As fans of his idol, they naturally could not be too selfish. They had to be more cultured and refined. Only then would they be worthy of the identity of the prince's idol. 2 days were more than enough for the starships of all kinds to retreat a long distance. Only in such a way could the venue of the press conference be built successfully. When the press conference was held, the number of fans who would be able to see Prince Xian with their own eyes would also be maximized because of this. These prince fans, Federation citizens, and starry sky powerhouses would never have guessed that everything they were doing right now was exactly what Yi Xian wanted to see happen. However, he had originally planned to complete the other arrangements first, then make this request at the right time when the press conference was approaching, so as not to arouse suspicion. Who would have thought that this problem would be directly solved in an invisible manner? Inside Sky River Planet. After Yi Xian finished explaining everything, he was welcomed into the Star-Lord mansion of Tianhe City by the Elephant Fox Martin, Long Shan Tang, and Gong Hua. After entering Sky River Planet, Yi Xian heard the familiar sound of a system notification in his head. As for the content, it was still a warning. This was because the density of cosmic zombies in Sky River Planet was actually higher. Except for a few existences, almost all of them were cosmic zombies. This was like entering a zombie nest. However, there was still no sign of Tuoba Linfeng's aura. It could be seen that this was at most the headquarters of his puppets. The real core of the zombie army was somewhere else. Before entering the place specially provided by the Star-Lord mansion for him to stay, Yi Xian specifically instructed that he needed to regulate his breathing and adjust his state of mind. No one was to come and disturb him. After that, he waved his hand and set up a restriction, then directly issued an order to the devouring system in his body. It immediately activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability. The locked jump coordinate was the Death Star field of Universe 3. The reason why he went to the Death Star field was because he wanted to bring the army of Triumph City to encircle the zombie nest in Sky River Planet. Although it was possible to transfer troops from some of the administrative planets in Tianming Empire that were closer to the Graveyard Star field, on one hand, there was not enough time. On the other hand, it was very likely that it would alert to Oba Linfeng. In case there were other unforeseen circumstances, it would not be good. In the blink of an eye, the interstellar coordinate jump ended, and Yi Xian's figure appeared in the Death Star field. He did not hesitate as time was too tight. After directly summoning the void-shattering shuttle, he immediately drove it at full speed and rushed towards Planet Triumph. Not long after, the huge Planet Triumph came into view. Compared to the last time he left, the current Planet Triumph was somewhat different. On the surface of the planet, there were many majestic cities, and there were more of them, making it more majestic. Even in the surrounding void of Planet Triumph, Yi Xian saw a large number of various battleships patrolling the void. When he left, the fleet of Planet Triumph was not large, but now it looked like a myriad of things. It could be seen that the development of this period was quite good. After all, there was an intelligent robot production line, and Yi Xian had brought a huge amount of resources last time, which was a great driving force. In addition, there were countless stars in the Death Star field that could be recklessly mined for all kinds of minerals. Triumph City was in a completely unrestrained state, developing at full speed. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was changing with each passing day. Very quickly, Yi Xian stepped out of the void-shattering shuttle, and just like that, with his original appearance, he crossed the void and rushed towards Planet Triumph in front of him. A demon scout fleet patrolling the void instantly arrived, and Guhai Dao was the first to rush out, welcoming Yi Xian. Don't talk nonsense, immediately pass down the order, leave 10% of the forces to guard Triumph City, and the other 90% of the battleships and troops to gather here, and enter the farmer god cauldron in an orderly manner. Without waiting for the other party to speak, Yi Xian waved his hand, and with a solemn expression, he directly gave the order. There should be more than 10 million battleships of various types now, right? I can only give you half a day. Within half a day, 90% of the battleships and troops must all enter the cauldron. After he finished speaking, Yi Xian waved his hand, and the Shinong cauldron that was stored in the undying world within his body instantly appeared. Moreover, this time, it appeared in its complete form, like a gigantic star that stood in the void of the universe at the side of planet Triumph. When Gehai Dao heard his words, his expression instantly changed. He knew that something big must have happened, and without saying anything more, he directly turned and left. When Yi Xian followed closely behind and entered Triumph City, his figure had just landed on the plaza in front of the city lord's mansion when Nabashan, Ba Chai, Li Mosquito, Zhuo Fengtai, the demon slave general manager Barker, and the other trusted demon slaves, under the lead of the wretched mosquito butcher and Naples, all came out of the city lord's mansion to welcome him. Chapter 4091. Old man, how many layers of the seal have you unlocked? How much of your memory have you recovered? What's your current level of cultivation? Yi Xian didn't answer old ghost mosquito butcher's question at all. Instead, he fired a series of questions that stunned the old man on the spot. You know everything? At this moment, the old man trembled and looked at Yi Xian in a daze. It took him 2 seconds to come back to his senses. He shook his head with a wry smile. Another layer of the seal has been unlocked, but I haven't recovered much of my memory. As for my current level of cultivation, it's at the late stage of the immortal realm. Plop. Plop. Hearing this, the higher-ups of Triumph City were caught off guard. At least 5 or 6 of them fell down. Before they could get up, they all looked up at old ghost mosquito butcher in horror. Although they had doubts about old ghost mosquito butcher's current level of cultivation, they didn't expect him to be a super old monster at the late stage of the immortal realm. And it seemed that this was far from his limit. He still had more than 1 layer of seals on him. If all of them were unlocked and he recovered his memory, how terrifying would he be? When they thought of this, everyone smiled bitterly. They felt as if they were in a dream. He's only at the late stage of the immortal realm? I thought he'd be at least at the level of an immortal emperor or an immortal mark. Yi Xian's words were even more shocking. As soon as he muttered, even old ghost mosquito butcher rolled his eyes speechlessly. However, he didn't seem to notice it at all. He just sighed regretfully. Then he continued, so be it if he's only at the late stage of the immortal realm. Including the 3 immortals from Sky River Star, there are 4 immortals, each guarding one side. With my flexible coordination, we can basically protect ourselves. Speaking of this, his words suddenly paused, and the expression on his face became serious. Sky River Planet has already fallen completely. The military and official personnel, including almost all the people of Sky River Planet, are actually all space zombies. It's just that I don't know what method he used, but his aura and other aspects are no different from ordinary people. I only discovered this by accident when I just returned to Sky River Star. In short, that place has already become a zombie lair. Tuoba Linfeng's universe zombie legion is most likely lurking somewhere in the Sky River Star. The so-called Prince's press conference is just a cover. The purpose is to attack Sky River Planet. Within half a day, 90% of Triumph City's battleships will have entered the Shinong Cauldron. I will travel at top speed and will reach the edge of the Sky River Star field within a day. At that time, I will release all of you there, and then I will quietly slip back to the Sky River Star. And you, in the name of the Prince's private army from Triumph City, say that you are here to participate in the Prince's homecoming ceremony. Enter the Sky River Star sector and set up a formation in the void. It would be best if you could surround the entire Sky River Star, but you can't be too obvious. At the very least, you need to use some concealment methods to avoid alarming others. Tobabalinfo. Yi Xian's words shocked everyone. Everyone thought that he held a press conference in Sky River Star this time to return to the Immortal Dynasty in a high-profile manner. Now it seems that things are completely different. In order to eliminate Tuoba Linfeng and his Universe Zombie Legion, Yi Xian did not hesitate to use more than 10 million battleships of Triumph City. This was clearly not only not intending to return to the immortal dynasty, but also preparing to reveal the truth and completely break with the dynasty. After all, how long has it been since Triumph City was established? How could it possibly make more than 10 million battleships? Even on the side of the third universe, where the human race is located, there has not been a large-scale war in nearly a year, so it was impossible to say that there was a war advantage. As long as people with discerning eyes thought about it, they could vaguely guess that the more than 10 million battleships that Triumph City suddenly took out were mostly obtained from the first universe. After all, in this year, the three main starry skies were basically the only place that had been in constant war. As for how such a large scale of more than 10 million battleships were quietly sent from the first universe to Triumph City, this was even more thought-provoking. With the existence of such a huge storage treasure, except for young Master Ling Hu who had the Shenong Cauldron, it seemed that no one had heard of anyone else. In this way, perhaps the identity of the demon race's younger brother, Mo Ju Feng, who was one of the 5 evildoers, would be exposed because of this. Of course, there was no evidence for all of this. Even if all parties thought of it, they could only suspect and speculate, nothing more. But after a long time, under deliberate search, it was inevitable that some people would find clues. In other words, after this incident, the secret of Yi Xian's 7 evildoers as one would not be able to be hidden for long. So much so that as soon as this matter came to an end, there would immediately be people who would be suspicious. However, the situation was like this. Even if the consequences were a little worrying, there was no other choice. Toba Lin Feng and his Universe Zombie Legion were too dangerous. This time, they had blocked all of them in this unknown zombie nest on Sky River Star with great difficulty. No matter what, they had to catch them all in one net. Kill them all. After realizing the severity of the situation, even the wretched Mosquito Butcher and Naples didn't ask too much. All the higher-ups of Triumph City started to take action. Various organizations mobilized their full strength, urging 90% of the more than 10 million starships on planet Triumph to rush into the Shenong Cauldron nervously and orderly. Time passed slowly. During this half a day, Yi Xian didn't waste it. He used it to cultivate in seclusion again and swallowed a lot of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. He even used 2 drops of the all-evil origin liquid. When half a day was about to pass, he finally broke another important shackle of the human body's potential without any suspense. Therefore, when he opened his eyes, the familiar sound of the system notification echoed in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making a breakthrough in the ancient void technique. Your current state is the 8th rank of the Star Lord state. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making a breakthrough in the Chi Blood state. Your current state is the 8th rank of the Star Lord state. The 8th rank of the Star Lord state was only 1 rank away from the peak. Yi Xian felt that he could see the moment when his original body would break through to the State Lord state in advance. That was too exciting. When his original body was at the 7th rank of the Star Lord state, his true form of the ancient ape demons was at the 3rd rank of the State Lord state. Once he used the 9 demonic ape transformations and reached the 5th transformation, he would instantly reach the 8th rank of the State Lord state. Every transformation would improve his strength by 1 rank. Now that his original body had made another breakthrough and reached the 8th rank of the Star Lord state, Yi Xian should be able to reach the 4th rank of the State Lord state when he was in the form of the ancient ape demons after activating his bloodline. Chapter 4092. When Yi Xian finished his closed-door training and walked out of the secret chamber in the mayor's residence of Triumph City, half a day had passed. 90% of the starships of Triumph City had entered the Shenong Cauldron, including the combatants. They stayed in the starships and didn't move around because time was too short. Once they arrived at their destination, they had to rush out of the Shenong Cauldron immediately. Then, it would take another half a day. After leaving Triumph City, Yi Xian rushed into the void. Apart from the Shenong Cauldron, there were only Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher and Naples in his sight. Swish! Putting the Shenong Cauldron into his undying world, Yi Xian took out the void-breaking shuttle again and stepped into the cabin with Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher and Naples. Half a day has passed, and there is only 1.5 days left. That is to say, we must return to the edge of the Sky River sector within a day, because it will take half a day to activate the Shenong cauldron and let the starships rush out. After entering the void-breaking shuttle, Yi Xian turned to look at old ghost mosquito butcher, shrugged, and said, "It seems that we can make it in time, but it will take half a day for the starships to enter the Sky River sector from the edge of the Sky River sector and spread out in the void. With my current strength, I can't squeeze out half a day, so you'd better control the void-breaking shuttle. After all, you are an immortal realm expert. I need a whole day, but you should be able to reach the edge of the Sky River sector in half a day." That was true. Although it was weird to have an immortal realm expert as a driver, old ghost mosquito butcher was not an outsider, and the situation was urgent, so he had no choice. Old ghost mosquito butcher nodded and immediately took over the control of the void-breaking shuttle from Yi Xian. With all his strength, the void-breaking shuttle turned into a streak of purple and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye at an unprecedented speed. Just as expected. Under the full control of an immortal realm expert, the void-breaking shuttle arrived at the edge of the Sky River sector from the Death sector in half a day. Of course, with the cultivation of the late-stage sempiternal realm, if necessary, he could directly tear through the void and arrive at the Sky River star area in an instant. However, if he were to bring along Yi Xian, it would be much harder. He would have to pay a certain price, and only an official-level Undying could do so easily. In any case, there was still time, and there was going to be a big battle soon, so there was no need to make such a choice. After arriving at the edge of the Sky River sector, old ghost mosquito butcher chose an extremely remote space to stop. Then, the three of them stepped out of the cabin. "All right, there's no one in this vast void. I guess they've all gone to the Heavenly River planet." Old ghost mosquito butcher scanned the area with his powerful immortal realm consciousness before signaling to Yi Xian. The latter brought out the farmer god cauldron from his undying world with a wave of his hand. It was still in its complete form, but it was in a concealed state. Otherwise, if a supermassive cauldron the size of a gigantic star suddenly appeared, it would be visible even in the distant starry skies. At his command, the tens of millions of starships that had just rushed into the farmer god cauldron half a day ago rushed out in an instant, like carps crossing the river. However, these battleships had already activated their concealment systems before they charged out. Therefore, although this scene could be said to be majestic and grand, to the outside world, there was nothing. The void was completely empty. Nearly half a day later, the tens of millions of starships had all rushed out of the farmer god cauldron. At this time, there was only half a day left before the scheduled date of the press conference. This matter could not be delayed, lest it aroused the suspicion of Tuoba Linfeng. Therefore, after Yi Xian put away the farmer god cauldron, he entered the void-breaking shuttle at once. Driving it alone, he sped toward the Heavenly River planet in the concealed state. After he left, Naples and old ghost mosquito butcher once again took over the command of the entire Victor's Legion. With an order from the Victor's Legion, Naples' flagship fortress, the tens of millions of starships that had already lined up in formation in the void all removed the concealment system. In the blink of an eye, the tens of millions of starships all revealed their shapes. This vast and remote star area was originally empty, except for some abandoned mineral stars in the distance. But at this moment, in an instant, tens of millions of starships appeared together, stretching as far as the eye could see. It was like a miracle. Spectacular. Subsequently, the entire army of tens of millions of starships that had already undergone systematic training on the Victor's Legion activated the Starship Power System at the same time after the second order from Commander-in-Chief Naples. With a loud roar, they set off in an orderly manner toward the Heavenly River planet in the distance. 2 hours later, in the vast void of the universe in the direction of the Heavenly River planet in front of them, an almost endless number of starships of all kinds came into sight. In this 1 day and a half, the starships that had been crowded in the nearby void outside the atmosphere of the Heavenly River planet had all retreated millions of miles. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian nodded immediately. In the empty void of the universe millions of miles in front of this continuous fleet of starships, a huge void platform was built. This was obviously the main venue for the prince's press conference. On both sides of this void platform, the immortal legions from the two camps of the human clan, the Heavenly Palace's battleship army, and a fleet from the Wan Luo Federation, a total of about millions of starships, guarded the left and right sides. Among them, there were also some patrol ships and military warships painted with the Heavenly River Planet's star emblem shuttling through the void. A cold smile appeared on Yi Xian's face. He stepped into the void from a long distance away, waved his hand, and stored the void-shattering shuttle into his body. Then, he directly concealed himself and crossed the void with his physical body, rushing toward a star passage in the atmosphere of the Heavenly River Planet in front of him. At this time, the fans of the prince, the people of the Federation who liked to join in the fun, and the starry sky masters who had flocked to the Heavenly River Planet early in the morning had all come out of the Heavenly River Planet. After all, the venue of the press conference was in the void of the universe outside. What was the point of staying inside to watch? Therefore, the more than 20 star passages in the atmosphere of the Heavenly River Planet were not restricted for now. However, in order to avoid being detected when passing through and causing unnecessary trouble, Yi Xian activated the secret technique Perfect Oscillation. In an instant, all his aura was perfectly concealed. With his current cultivation base and strength, even an immortal realm-old monster would not be able to detect his existence if they deliberately probed, let alone the normal superbrain that was the central intelligence of Sky River Planet. Chapter 4093. Rumble. Boom! The roar of the engine compartment came from the cosmic void to the right, attracting the gazes of all the prince's fans, Federation citizens, and starry sky powerhouses who had been waiting in front of the venue for a long time. An army of 10 million battleships was rumbling over. Their aura was majestic and mighty, and it was frightening. However, someone soon saw the logo painted on these battleships. After being stunned for a moment, they immediately exclaimed softly, "The logo painted on the hull of this army of battleships is so familiar. I remember Triumph City. This is the logo of Triumph City. Is this the prince's private army?" This old man was scared to death. "I thought that a large army was coming to suppress Prince Xian, or that some empire was going to rebel. After so much fuss, it turns out to be the prince's private army of Triumph City. They must have come to participate in this press conference to witness the return of Prince Xian. Impressive. When he was sent to... No, when he started this royal family's ultimate trial, Prince Xian didn't even bring 10,000 battleships into the Death Star region. How long has it been? He actually has an army of 10 million battleships. He really knows how to build." As these soft exclamations and sighs rang out like a tide, some people seemed to have thought of something. After all, in less than a year, there was suddenly an army of 10 million battleships. This was too inconceivable. However, these thoughts only flashed through their minds. Faced with such a scene, even if some people's hearts were suddenly stirred, they didn't have the mood to immediately think deeply about it. At this time, on the left and right sides of the press conference venue, a small fleet of the dynasty's immortal army had already set off to welcome the incoming Triumph fleet. The voice of the Triumph fleet's commander-in-chief, Naples, also rang out at this moment, resounding through the void. "I am Naples, former general of the Federation of the dynasty's immortal army. Now, I am the commander-in-chief of the Triumph Star Cluster on Prince Xian's territory, Triumph Planet. This time, we are here to participate in the press conference for the return of your Royal Highness. We have brought the entire victorious return army for your Royal Highness to review." Very quickly, the small dynasty immortal army fleet that was preparing to welcome them stopped and quickly returned. This was because the dynasty immortal elder Long Shantang had given the order to let the 10 million Triumph fleet enter the venue, right in front of the main stage of the conference, this empty space a million miles away. They formed a formation in the air for Prince Xian's inspection. Although Long Shantang was also wondering where Prince Xian had suddenly obtained a powerful starship army with a scale of 10 million, this was a good thing to begin with. With the help of this victorious return army, Prince Xian's reputation would be even greater, and the fate of the human race would be even more influential. Since he was happy to see it happen, even though there was something strange about it, with the press conference around the corner, Long Shantang naturally wouldn't think too much about it, Very quickly, with the order to let them pass, this huge victorious return army with a scale of 10 million smoothly entered the venue of the press conference. They directly formed a formation in the void in front of the main stage of the press conference. Moreover, since they were here to be reviewed by Prince Xian, it was naturally impossible to show their backs. Therefore, the 10 million battleships all faced the main stage of the press conference, which was the side of the heavenly river planet. Vaguely, they had roughly formed a situation of surrounding the heavenly river planet. This scene, through the eyes of the heavenly river planet's garrison troops who were actually corpse slaves outside the atmosphere of the heavenly river planet, was seen by Tuoba Linfeng, who was still hibernating in the military base in the depths of the heavenly river sea. He immediately let out a soft cry of surprise and began to mutter suspiciously. The arrival of this victorious return army with a scale of 10 million is strange. Moreover, they have formed a formation in the void, faintly forming a situation of surrounding the heavenly river planet. This matter, could it be that there is some kind of conspiracy? It shouldn't be. Everything makes sense, and there is nothing far-fetched about it. It seems that I am overthinking it. Thinking about Long Xian's character again, he has always been so sensationalist. This is not the first time. This time, he must be putting on a show. On the surface, he is easygoing and approachable, but in fact, he is fond of grandiose achievements. Getting this huge fleet is proof. Putting on a show, showing off his muscles, and showing his true colors. His real face. It must be like this. Speaking of this, the suspicion that had just surfaced into Oba Linfeng's heart quickly dissipated. However, he still did not let his guard down. He still closely watched everything through the corpse slaves stationed outside the atmosphere of the Heavenly River planet. In the Heavenly River planet, Heavenly River City, Star-Lord's mansion. At this time, there was only half an hour left before the scheduled time of the prince's press conference. Now, the interior of the Heavenly River planet was almost empty. All the Starry Sky Masters who had recently heard the news, the prince's fans, and the people of the Federation were all waiting in the void outside the atmosphere. Inside the ship, those who stayed in the Heavenly River planet were some of the local military forces, officials, and some residents of the Heavenly River planet. In half an hour, the prince's press conference would begin. This was definitely a grand event that the three major planes were paying attention to. Therefore, the protagonist was naturally especially important. Since entering the room specially arranged by the Star-Lord's mansion to rest 2 days ago, Prince Xian had not come out again. Today, the time of the press conference was approaching. The three immortal old monsters, including the elephant fox Martin, Longshan Tang, and Gong Huaji, were nervous. They came together and waited outside Prince Xian's room. Behind them, they followed the Star-Lord and the garrison commander of the Heavenly River planet like little followers. Fortunately, the door was finally opened. The three immortal old monsters waiting outside the door heaved a sigh of relief at the same time and welcomed them with smiles. Yi Xian nodded and did not say much. He immediately walked out of the Star-Lord's mansion, followed by the three immortal old monsters and the Star-Lord of the Heavenly River planet, the garrison commander. However, Yi Xian knew that these two fellows were no longer humans, but universe zombies. To be precise, they were the lowest kind of zombies. Wait for the corpse slaves. After boarding the patrol ship, the group quickly passed through a star passage in the Heavenly River planet's atmosphere and arrived at the main platform of the press conference in the universe outside the atmosphere. There was a row of seats on the rostrum. The three immortal old monsters sat down with Yi Xian. Then, they each gave a brief opening speech. However, they did not say much because everyone knew in their hearts that the main character of this press conference was Prince Xian. If anyone else dominated the microphone, even if he was an immortal old monster, he would definitely not be able to get away with it. He would even be ridiculed by public opinion. Soon, it was Yi Xian's turn to speak. At this moment, the gazes of countless fans of the prince, the people of the Federation, and the experts of the starry sky all gathered on him. Chapter 4094. Silence. Silence. A deathly silence. Hello, everyone. I am Yi Xian. However, I am not Long Xian, which means I am not Prince Xian. When these words came out of Yi Xian's mouth and into the ears of the crowd, everyone in the venue, near and far, opened their mouths wide and looked stunned. In fact, the three main planes of the starry skies seemed to have stopped time at this moment, strangely suffocating for a moment. Everyone who heard this thought that there was something wrong with their ears. However, they quickly recovered. Roaring laughter rang out in an instant, and some even said light-hearted words. Even the three immortal realm old monsters sitting on the rostrum with Yi Xian, the elephant fox marten, Long Shantang, and Gong Huaji, who were stunned for a moment, also started laughing. Ha! His Highness is really humorous. Yes. Considering the heavy atmosphere in the venue, His Highness actually made such a joke. This also shows that His Highness is an approachable person. With just a few words of self-amusement, he immediately relaxed everyone's tense mood. Unfortunately, before the three immortal realm old monsters could finish their chuckles, Yi Xian, who was sitting in the middle of the three of them, spoke again. With a serious expression, he directly interrupted the three immortal realm old monsters. This is my press conference. Can the three of you please not interrupt? Are all immortal realm old monsters like this? That one sentence almost made the three immortal realm old monsters bite their tongues. When they turned to look at Yi Xian, their eyes were already wide open, and their expressions were as if they had seen a ghost. What happened to being approachable and approachable? What happened to being amiable and amiable? What happened to having a sense of humor? He had not even turned around, and he had already become so sarcastic. They were immortal realm old monsters, and three of them at that, but he did not give them any face at all. Stunned, the three immortal realm old monsters felt their hearts skip a beat at the same time. Suddenly, they had a bad feeling because things were not going as they had originally imagined. The script shouldn't have played out like this. At this moment, the minds of the three immortal realm old monsters were in a mess. Their minds were buzzing, and they didn't know what to say for a while. However, Yi Xian, who was sitting in the middle of the three, spoke again. His face was full of seriousness, and he didn't seem to be joking at all. On an occasion like this, it can be said that countless eyes are watching from the three main planes of the starry skies. No matter how unreliable this Yi is, I wouldn't make such a joke at such a time. I'll say it again. I'm Yi Xian. However, I am not Long Xian. In other words, I am not Prince Xian. This isn't a joke. This is what this Yi Xian wanted to say the most when he held this press conference. To be precise, the purpose of this press conference wasn't to announce the return of the king, but rather, to clarify a fact. This is the truth. This Yi is emphasizing it for the third time. I am Yi Xian. However, I am not Long Xian. In other words, I am not Prince Xian. Of course, Yi Xian didn't deliberately pretend to be Long Xian or deliberately hide it. From the beginning to the end, Yi Xian had never publicly admitted that I, Yi Xian, am Long Xian, am Prince Xian. Everything that happened back then was just a beautiful misunderstanding. This Yi registered as an interstellar mercenary on the Sky River planet. After that, due to a chance encounter, I went to the Demon Star region in the first universe alone. After that, the rumor that Yi Xian was Prince Xian spread from the Sky River planet. However, Yi Xian was in the first universe and didn't know about all this. When this Yi Xian was brought back from the Demon Star region in the first universe by the immortal army sent by the Imperial Court, before I had a chance to explain, all kinds of rumors about Prince Xian's return swept over like a tide. At that time, this Yi Xian was terrified and uneasy. However, at that time, my cultivation was still weak and my knowledge was shallow. In the face of such a situation, I was completely flustered, so I couldn't immediately clarify the truth. In fact, Yi Xian didn't even have the chance at that time. After the Imperial Court sent a fleet to bring Yi Xian back to the third universe, they directly asked Yi Xian to return to the Imperial capital's immortal star. The immortal army that brought Yi Xian back followed closely behind him. Yi Xian's cultivation was still weak, so it was impossible for him to escape, so he could only go with the flow. When he returned to the Imperial Court, his identity should have been seen through by some of the higher-ups, which led to the matter of being sent to the Death Star region. This misunderstanding was not something that even the Imperial Court felt it was inappropriate to point out and cause even more pressure from public opinion. Then, it was even more understandable that Yi Xian, a weak cultivator, couldn't clarify it at that time. Originally, Yi Xian thought that after being put under house arrest in the Death Star region, this misunderstanding would slowly fade with time. The misunderstanding of Prince Xian's identity would also gradually be forgotten because this Yi Xian faded out of the public eye. However, later on, everything was out of my control. Now, the three main planes of the starry sky are gradually in chaos, and a great calamity is about to come. This Yi Xian couldn't just sit still and wait for death, so he quietly left the Death Star region and worked hard outside. However, he gave up the identity of Prince Xian, not wanting the misunderstanding to deepen. Unfortunately, the identity of Yi Xian had already been tacitly bound to Prince Xian by the public. Therefore, this time, when this Yi Xian returned to the third universe from another plane, the first thing this Yi Xian did was to trigger a change in the Federation's contribution ranking list. This time, when the Federation announced that Prince Xian had returned, this Yi Xian didn't even have a chance to explain. The Sky River planet was already full of people. In the face of all this, Yi Xian thought about it for a long time and finally decided to stand up and bravely explain everything, including the misunderstanding of this return and the karmic reason why this Yi Xian's identity was bound to this Yi Xian in the beginning. The above is what this Yi Xian wanted to say the most at this press conference. Every word is true, and there are no lies. Finally, I want to emphasize, I am Yi Xian. However, I am not Long Xian, which means, I am not Prince Xian. Therefore, in the future, please don't call this Yi Xian Prince Xian. I am me, Yi Xian. At this point, Yi Xian didn't say anything else. These words could be said to be a long speech. He explained the reason for the misunderstanding of this identity of Prince Xian in the beginning, as well as the various reasons why this return to the third universe had caused such a commotion. Everything was revealed to the heavens. These words had been bottled up in his heart for a long time. Today, he released them all. The only feeling he felt was relief. All this time, there had been a small knot in his heart. But now, after he confessed everything, this knot in his heart was finally completely untied. At this moment, Yi Xian felt as if his state of mind had suddenly improved. The cultivation strength in his body, which had just broken through not long ago, seemed to show signs of breaking through again because of the great leap in his state of mind. Just as he was stunned because of this, the familiar system notifications sounded in his mind as expected. Chapter 4095. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making a breakthrough in the ancient Dongshu arts. Current state, peak of the 9th rank Star Lord state. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making a breakthrough in the physical body. Current state, peak of the 9th rank Star Lord state. As the familiar system notification sounded out in his mind, a trace of astonishment appeared on Yi Xian's face due to his surprise. But soon after, an enormous sense of ecstasy surged into his heart. The improvement in his state of mind was unexpected, but it was indeed a great surprise. Peak of the 9th rank Star Lord state. He was one level away from breaking through to the state of Domain Lord. How could he not be excited? That was only the strength of his original body in its normal state. He would be even stronger once the demonic ape bloodline in his body was activated. When his original body was at the 8th rank Star Lord state, his true form of the ancient ape bloodline was at the 4th rank of the state of Domain Lord. Once he performed the 9 demonic ape transformations and reached the 5th transformation, he would instantly reach the 9th rank of the state of Domain Lord. Every transformation would increase his strength by 1 level. Now that his original body's cultivation had broken through again and reached the 9th level of the Star Lord realm, according to convention, Yi Xian should be able to reach the 5th level of the Domain Lord realm in his 3-headed and 6-armed ancient devil ape state after activating the devil ape's bloodline. Once he entered the 5th transformation, he would be able to reach the 1st rank of the Realm Lord state. He had finally reached the Realm Lord state and could feel the power of the Realm Lords in advance. At this moment, after Yi Xian finished speaking, the press conference venue outside Heavenly River Planet once again fell into a deathly silence. The elephant fox ferret, Gong Huaji, and Long Shan Tang, who had been sitting on the rostrum with Yi Xian, could only be described as shocked and appalled. Everything they heard just now was truly too shocking. And they still couldn't believe and accept it until now. It wasn't just that they couldn't believe or accept it, they couldn't understand or figure it out. How big and tempting a pie was that? The domineering Prince Xian's title now represented the fate of the current world. His reputation was so high that it even surpassed that of Mo Jinfeng, the demon's royal younger brother, who was known as the #1 monstrous genius, who had caused a commotion in the past half a year. He was definitely the only idol-level existence in the 3 main planes of the starry skies. Moreover, the Undying Empire had already officially expressed their stance. They said that they had sent Prince Xian to the Death Star region to undergo an ultimate trial within the royal family. Furthermore, they had already confirmed that he had passed the trial. If nothing unexpected happened, the future position of the Eternal Dynasty's greatest treasure was basically set in stone, and it belonged to Prince Xian. Such an identity was the dream of countless people in the 3 main planes of the starry skies. Unfortunately, they did not expect that even Long Xiang and the other princes of the imperial empires would be envious of Prince Xian, who was so popular that no one dared to challenge him. You, on the other hand, wiped the slate clean and put on a look of disdain. You actually revealed this fact yourself, and even emphasized it again and again. It was as if you were afraid that others wouldn't believe you and insisted on framing you as Prince Xian. Could it be that he would be able to create a wider world by working with nothing? Could it be, as these thoughts flashed through his mind, a ray of light suddenly flashed through the mind of the immortal elder from the immortal empire, Long Shanting. At this moment, his pupils abruptly constricted as he stared blankly at Yi Xian. The shock on his face could no longer be concealed. He suddenly remembered something. Previously, when he was in the demonic starry sky, Long Shanting had been captured by Mo Jinfeng, the younger brother of the demonic starry sky. Although the latter did not make things difficult for him, he suggested that they form an alliance with the human race to integrate their forces and face the upcoming chaos together. However, this suggestion was rejected by Long Shanting on the spot, saying that it was impossible. The latter then asked a very strange question. Compared to the status of a current prince, the life of an undying elder of the Undying Empire is light and heavy. Long Shanting was baffled at that time. After answering, he was released. Now that he thought about it, that sentence seemed to be related to what was happening today. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence in the world? Thinking of this, his gaze swept towards the 10 million battleships in front of the press conference platform, and his body suddenly trembled. At this moment, he finally understood. The Third Universe's human race had not had a large-scale interstellar war recently. It was impossible for Triumph City in the Death Starry Sky to build so many interstellar battleships within a year. The only possibility was that these battleships were all brought back from the First Universe. This was something that others could not do, but the younger brother of the demonic starry sky, Missouri Jinfeng, could. He had the Medicine King Shenong Cauldron and quietly brought it back. In addition, how could Prince Xian's 1.8 trillion Federation contribution points be earned under normal circumstances? Only the younger brother of the demonic starry sky, Missouri Jinfeng, who had been causing a commotion in the 3 main starry sky planes in the past half a year, could have this kind of extravagance. Even the Tianji clan seemed to have been driven away by him. What was 1.8 trillion Federation contribution points? In other words, if this conjecture was true, then this person in front of them was not just a combination of 2 great monsters. The so-called younger brother of the demonic starry sky, Missouri Jinfeng, who was a combination of 5 great monsters, was also not the true body. Just like Prince Xian, it was just another identity of someone else. And this person was Yi Xian in front of them. 7 great monsters in one body? No wonder he dared to say such words back then. He said that since the Immortal Dynasty had no intention of forming an alliance and the human race had no intention of forming an alliance, then he would replace them himself. He would bypass the Immortal Dynasty and the Tenju Celestial Palaces and directly integrate the power of the human race. Such arrogant words, anyone who said it would be scoffed at. There was only one exception. At most, it could only cause shock and horror, and that was the 7 great monsters in one body. Thinking of this, Long Shanting's body trembled uncontrollably again. He looked at Yi Xian with a face full of shock and stuttered, "You, You are actually, what? Have you finally recognized me? Yi Xian lightly smiled and didn't deny it. However, he didn't reveal his identity on the spot. Instead, he blinked his eyes at the astonished Long Shantang and said, I don't owe the dynasty anything regarding this matter. Back then, you were the one who personally said that the identity of a prince wasn't the same as that of a prince. The life of a rotten old man is incomparable. It really is you. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Long Shantang's pupils constricted. He was completely sure and subconsciously turned his head to look at the 10 million warship army in front of him. An extremely bad feeling surfaced in his heart. Chapter 4096. Seeing that Long Shantang had guessed Yi Xian's other identities, the undying elder from the myriad Luo Federation, Elephant Fox Mink, couldn't help but sigh inwardly. His expression became a little strange. He knew from the beginning that not long ago, in the first universe's Demonkin star field, he and the Blood WM clan's undying great ancestor, the three-clawed dragon, were captured by Yi Xian. Later on, they were subdued. At that time, Yi Xian had already revealed his identity. The outside world didn't know about this, and Yi Xian's order was for them to return to the myriad Luo Federation and the Blood WM clan to not expose this matter. Therefore, this time, he was sent by the myriad Luo Federation to attend Prince Xian's press conference. Although he felt strange, after meeting Yi Xian, there was no other interaction between them. However, even he originally thought that Yi Xian's return this time was to use Prince Xian's identity to do something in the third universe. He didn't expect that the contents of the press conference would be so inconceivable. What was worse was that even Long Shantang had already guessed his true identity. What was the young master doing? Was he completely breaking off relations with the human race and directly starting a war with the Undying Dynasty to seize the imperial power? If that was really the case, just the 10 million battleships in the void ahead wouldn't be enough. Although his own methods were shocking and could suppress undying beings, this wasn't the Demonkin star field in the first universe. This was the headquarters of the human race. Just suppressing undying beings was far from enough. The second-generation ancestor of the Demonkin imperial family couldn't easily come here, because whether it was the Undying Dynasty, the 10 absolute sky palaces, or the Federation Senate, they all had undying emperors. If he really came, he probably wouldn't be able to go back. Even an official-level undying second-generation demon descendant was like that. How could he do it alone? If they really fell out and fought on the spot, the young master would be in danger this time. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the elephantine ferret suddenly became anxious. Unfortunately, he could not even send a voice transmission to warn him. There were still 2 immortal realm old monsters nearby. Once he sent a voice transmission, he would definitely be discovered. In an instant, the atmosphere on the rostrum became awkward and heavy. Of the 4 people, Yi Xian had an indifferent expression, but Long Shantang was so angry that his body was trembling, and he was trying his best to restrain himself. The elephant fox Sable had a serious expression on his face, and was secretly anxious. Only the immortal realm old monster from the Tenju Heavenly Palace, Gong Huaji, looked at Yi Xian and Long Shantang with a confused expression. It was obvious that he didn't understand the conversation between the two of them. At this moment, the many fans of the prince and the people of the Federation in the void in front of them finally regained their senses after a brief moment of shock. Exclamations after exclamations rang out like a tide once again. It seems like Xian. No, Yi Xian is telling the truth. It's no wonder that his name has always been Yi Xian on the Federation's contribution points list, not Long Xian. The identity of Prince Xian has always been forced on him by outsiders. It's really a pity that this matter is so complicated. It can be said to be the biggest blunder in history. However, the responsibility doesn't lie with Yi Xian. At that time, his strength and cultivation were indeed weak. Facing the misunderstanding of almost the entire human race, anyone would be terrified. Everything that happened after that was just like what he said. He just went with the flow and couldn't help it. The key is that he actually dares to stand up and tell the truth now. This is a true idol. The imperial court has already internally decided that he will be the next immortal emperor. At this time, he actually dares to say such words and not be blinded by benefits. How many people can do this? These are not the most important things. The most important thing is that whether it's him conquering the demon territory of the first universe alone or the domineering return of the king this time, his battle results are unquestionable. Even if he's not Prince Xian, he's worthy of his identity as a national idol. Yes, we worship Prince Xian because of these impressive battle results, not because of the identity of Emperor Xian. As long as all the battle results are true, why does it matter if he's Prince Xian or not? I didn't expect that a commoner without any background or backing could achieve such shocking battle results in just over a year. His cultivation strength has also soared from a low-level cultivator to the current Star Lord level. Yes, all of this is too inspirational. Why do I have a feeling that after knowing the truth, not only am I not disappointed, but I worship him even more? He's a true grassroots superstar, the #1 in the world. Among them, there were even many acquaintances of Yi Xian, such as Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru. These three girls obviously couldn't miss the grand occasion of Prince Xian's return, so they had arrived a long time ago. The three of them also knew about Yi Xian's true identity, but at this moment, their expressions were the same as those of a fox and a ferret, full of helplessness and anxiety. This was because even they didn't expect that after Yi Xian returned, he would drop such a heavy bomb without saying anything. Not only did he look like he was going to completely reveal his identity, but he even seemed like he was going to start a war with the immortal dynasty and even the entire human race. Has this guy been kicked in the head by a pig recently? He's infected. That's not right. This doesn't seem like his personality. Isn't this guy always the kind of person who doesn't pay with his life? Why did he suddenly turn around and screw himself over this time? A scheme. There must be a scheme behind this. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't do such a strenuous and unrewarding task even if he was beaten to death. He must be up to something by doing this. Just as the three girls were whispering to each other, the suspicion on their faces gradually increasing, on the rostrum of the press conference in the void outside Sky River Planet's atmosphere, Yi Xian turned his head and looked at the three immortal old monsters sitting beside him, including the elephant fox Martin, Long Shanteng, and Gong Huaji. After smiling slightly, he directly opened his mouth and dropped a super heavy bomb. The three of you are all immortal old monsters with astonishing battle strength. What you just said is only the first matter of this press conference. Next, this Yi has a second matter to do, but I will need the three of you to help me. Are the three of you willing? Upon hearing this, the three immortal old monsters looked at each other, suspicion and vigilance appearing on their faces. This was because, based on their current understanding of Yi Xian's character, this so-called second matter was probably also earth-shattering, and definitely not something good. After hesitating for a moment, the three old guys finally nodded, but they didn't express their opinion clearly. No matter what, they had to listen to what the other party had to say first before making a decision. Chapter 4097. What? As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, Long Shanteng roared. No matter how big his imagination was, he didn't expect Yi Xian to make such a request at this moment. You don't want the position of future treasure that the dynasty gave you, and you have to do it alone. Moreover, since the dynasty didn't want to form an alliance, then you can just go around and come to the third universe to integrate the power of the human race. Now that he had guessed his true identity, it was good enough that he didn't fall out with him on the spot. How dare he make such a request, asking him to help him take down the Sky River planet? *CK. The Sky River planet is an administrative planet of the dynasty. Isn't this asking this old man to help you rebel? I've seen people with big hearts, but I've never heard of such a big heart. You'd better hold back your words. Otherwise, once the zombie emperor becomes vigilant, I won't be able to catch all of you in one fell swoop. I won't be responsible. In the face of Long Shantong's monstrous anger, Yi Xian curled his lips, lowered his voice, and said this lightly. Zombie emperor? Catch all of them in one fell swoop? This time, not only was Long Shanteng stunned, but even the elephant fox ferret and Gong Huaji trembled. Although their reactions just now were not as big as Long Shantong's, after all, one was Yi Xian's little brother, and the other was a high-level member of the Tenju Heavenly Palace. Yi Xian said that he wanted to attack the Sky River planet, which was an administrative planet of a small country under the Immortal Dynasty, was here. Gong Huaji's reaction was natural. There was no need to make a fuss. Seize the master. But this didn't mean that the shock in their hearts was less than Long Shantong's. In fact, after hearing Yi Xian's words just now, the shock in their hearts was almost the same as Long Shantong's. They almost thought that Yi Xian had lost his mind. But even so, it couldn't be compared to the shock now. It was no longer a secret that the zombies in the third universe were wreaking havoc. Regarding this matter, the two camps of the human race and the myriad Luo Federation were worried. Even the races of the second and first universes were worried because once the third universe of the human race fell, they would become the universe's zombies. In that case, it was only a matter of time before the second and first universes appeared. However, no matter how hard the two human factions and the myriad Luo Federation searched, there was no news about the whereabouts of the universe zombies. The more this was the case, the more worried the upper echelons of the two factions and the myriad Luo Federation were. Recently, they were unable to eat or sleep in peace. But now, he suddenly heard news about the whereabouts of the universe's zombies from Yi Xian's mouth. Judging by his actions, it seemed that they were still hiding in the Sky River planet behind him. It had to be said that this matter was too unexpected. Caught off guard, even Long Shantong, who was on the verge of going berserk, was completely stunned for a moment. Just like the elephant fox Sable and Gong Huaji, he stared blankly at Yi Xian with his mouth wide open, as if he was completely stunned by lightning. What? You don't believe me? Yi Xian shrugged and continued calmly, if you don't believe me, I can prove it to you on the spot. The two guys over there smiling like grandsons should be the planet manager and the garrison commander of the Sky River planet, right? In a while we'll start with them. However, once we make a move, this matter will be exposed. I can tell you responsibly that the entire Sky River planet has now become the nest of the universe's zombies. The official staff, the military garrison, and even the residents of the Sky River planet are all universe zombies. Some of these people are in the Sky River planet, but right now, there are also some in the atmosphere of the Sky River planet. When I make a move later, you must immediately rush to the three directions of the Sky River planet and sit in the void. At the same time, order your subordinates to send this part of the universe outside the Sky River planet's atmosphere. The zombies will be dealt with. Otherwise, if one of them is let go, I don't need to say what the consequences will be. Everything that needed to be said had been said clearly and without any doubt. The three immortal old monsters on the left and right were completely stunned. Yi Xian didn't hesitate too much. This was because the accident that had occurred since the start of the press conference had most likely aroused the suspicion of the zombie emperor, Tuoba Linfeng. If this continued, there would definitely be unpredictable changes that would occur. Since they had to make a move sooner or later, it was better to do it sooner rather than later. Otherwise, they would lose the initiative and let these universe zombies be prepared. The chances of some of them escaping would be higher. This kind of existence was too strange. Even if only one universe zombie escaped and lay dormant, in time, it would eventually grow into a huge tumor again. Back then, the Heavenly War Empire's imperial capital, Heavenly War Planet, was so clean that even Yi Xian felt that there was nothing left out. But in the end, the facts proved that things were not as simple as he had imagined. In less than a year, Tuoba Linfeng led the remaining universe zombies under his command. And yet, they had already grown to such an extent. It was simply speechless. Therefore, this time, no matter what, any possibility of revival must be eliminated. Not even the slightest oversight can be left behind. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian turned his head and looked at a group of staff members in the distance on the side of the conference platform. His gaze fell on the star manager and the garrison commander of the Heavenly River planet. Although these two guys were the local emperors of the Heavenly River planet, they were not qualified to sit on the rostrum on today's occasion, not even on the side. Yi Xian still had a slight impression of these two people in his memory. They were the descendants of two families on the capital planet of the small country that the Heavenly River planet belonged to. At that time, it was also because of the return of Prince Xian that they sat on the military and political leaders of the Heavenly River planet respectively. Unfortunately, now they had become universe zombies, to Oba Linphone, corpse slaves. Since they were no longer human, Yi Xian naturally would not be soft-hearted. The instant their gazes met, Yi Xian grinned. These two fellows were clearly a little dazed. They didn't understand why Yi Xian, who was on the main stage, suddenly looked at the two of them. Furthermore, he even grinned strangely. In the next moment, Yi Xian flipped his hand and took out the latest model of antimatter light energy gun from the undying world in his body. At this moment, Long Shantang and the other two immortal old monsters sitting on his left and right also looked at these two guys with serious and nervous expressions. In fact, countless gazes in the void outside the heavenly river planet's atmosphere all followed Yi Xian's gaze and fell on these two guys at this moment. The reason why Yi Xian used the antimatter light energy gun and not directly used his cultivation base was to avoid the next scene. After what happened next, Long Shantang and the others would think that he had used some special and strange magical method to cause this. There was no such concern when using a gun. Xiao. Chapter 4098. Screech. Screech. The speed of the antimatter energy was too fast. Now that it had been condensed into light energy, it shot out like a bullet. There was no time for the two guys to react. In an instant, two holes were shot in the left side of their chests. This was where the heart was. Even if they were starry sky powerhouses, if their hearts were pierced, they would be injured even if they didn't die. But in fact, this was not the case. After the two guys' bodies shook violently, they didn't feel anything at all. Instead, they raised their heads and let out two shrill screams. This kind of screams was not something that could be made by humans. When it entered the ears, it made people tremble slightly. If they were caught off guard, they would be frightened. But an even more frightening scene followed. Along with the ruthless howl, a large number of tentacles extended from the bodies of these two fellows in an instant. They were stained with disgusting mucus. In just half a breath, their bodies expanded several times, reaching a height of 10 meters. Their previously intact limbs and torsos also became rotten, with suspicious pus. Pus flowed out. After suddenly being attacked, these two corpse slaves that had not evolved to a very high level were actually stimulated and directly revealed their true forms. The facts had proven everything. They were not human at all, but cosmic zombies. Even though they had been mentally prepared, when they suddenly saw such a scene, the three immortal old monsters next to Yi Xian were still shocked. They suddenly stood up and exclaimed in horror, "Holy *T! It's actually true! These two guys are the leader and commander of the garrison of the Sky River Star. Even they are cosmic zombies. Doesn't that mean, it's over, big news, the entire Sky River Star is actually a super zombie nest." In the midst of the horrified exclamations, the three old guys subconsciously turned their heads to look at the Sky River Star behind them. The sudden change was too shocking. Even Long Shantang had no time to care about his dissatisfaction and anger towards Yi Xian. At this moment, he was thinking about how to get rid of this malignant tumor and how to cut it down. Uprooting the roots, not even a single cosmic zombie could escape. It had to be said that this was indeed a very difficult thing to do. Even if Yi Xian had been prepared for this for a long time, there was still a possibility of negligence. After all, in addition to the cosmic zombies in the atmosphere of Sky River Star, there were many in the void outside. Screech. Almost at the same time that the three old men turned their heads to look at the heavenly river star behind them, a large number of angry roars and howls suddenly rang out from all around them. Looking around, a large number of people who originally looked like officials of the heavenly river planet, or humans stationed in the Federation, had all changed in shape at this moment. From human beings, they had turned into ferocious cosmic zombies. Some of them were large in size, possessed great strength, or were good at spitting venom and other troublesome innate abilities. Some of them were smaller in size, but were extremely fast. At this moment, they waved the disgusting tentacles that drilled out of their bodies and directly charged at the nearby dumbfounded humans. Even more so, furious roars and shrieks were echoing from the abundant starships that were lined up in the void far ahead. The entire heavenly river star had fallen and turned into a zombie nest. In addition to the officials and the Federation garrison, A large number of ordinary people had walked out of the heavenly river star's atmosphere and boarded all kinds of battleships, mingling with the humans in the sea of starships. Now that everything had been exposed, these corpse slaves, who on the surface seemed to be ordinary people of the heavenly river star, finally revealed their ferocious faces. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it only took about a breath or so. The cosmic void outside the heavenly river star's atmosphere, near and far, had fallen into chaos. At this time, the fans of the prince, the people of the Federation, and the masters of the starry sky, who were watching the prince's press conference in the distance, finally recovered from the shock brought on by the Great Shock. One by one, their bodies shook violently, and they looked around with dull eyes. When they saw that some of the familiar people of the heavenly river star, the officials and so on, had now all turned into disgusting, ferocious monsters, they all trembled in fear. Then all kinds of screams and screams resounded through the void. Zombies! Cosmic zombies! Oh my God, is this a dream? Why are they all not human all of a sudden? Look, Old Man Wang has turned into a human-shaped 8-clawed monster with pus all over his body. What the hell happened? God **it? I've been with him for the past few days. We've had several meals together. It's disgusting. Bah, so what if you've had a meal with that pus monster? Look at that woman over there. The flesh on her cheeks is rotten, and it seems that there are maggots crawling on them. I just spent a good night with her last night. I don't feel this sad even if I was **ked by a dog. Run. Those who are not afraid of death, those with high cultivation, come forward. I don't even have the strength to truss a chicken. I'm just an ordinary person. In the blink of an eye, the grand venue had completely turned into a place of zombies. In the midst of the horrifying cries of horror, the real tragic battle broke out in an instant. Everyone in the human race was aware of the danger of cosmic zombies. At this moment, the cosmic zombies suddenly appeared like a tide. Except for those ordinary people who were not cultivators, who screamed and fled, the masters of the starry sky did not need to be mobilized at all. They started the battle immediately. Besieging and killing, boom, boom. In less than 3 breaths, some of the ship's cannons had already opened fire. They aimed at the larger cosmic zombies in the void, and beams of energy shot out from the ship's cannons. In the void, scenes of slaughter could be seen everywhere. A large number of masters of the starry sky had all taken out their own magic treasures. While urging the power in their bodies to form a defensive light shield to protect them from the erosion of the zombie venom, they were also doing their best to besiege and kill the zombies. You 3 unreliable old guys, what are you still standing there for? Did you forget what you said just now? At this time, Yi Xian also roared at the 3 immortal realm old monsters, Elephant Fox Ferret, Longshan Tang, and Gong Huaji. They had clearly agreed that as long as he proved himself, they would immediately take action and guard the 3 directions outside the atmosphere of the heavenly river planet to prevent the more evolved zombies. The commander took the opportunity to escape. But now, the old devil mosquito butcher, who was in charge of guarding the other direction, had already rushed out of the flagship fortress of the Triumphant Return and was guarding the cosmic void north of the heavenly river planet, ready to take action at any time. The 3 of them were still standing there in a daze, staring blankly at the chaotic scene of the press conference, as if they had been struck by lightning. Chapter 4099. Sky River Star. Inside the military base in the depths of the Sky River Sea. Sure enough, there is a conspiracy, damn it, roar. The zombie emperor, Tuoba Linfeng, had seen everything that had happened outside Sky River Star's atmosphere. He knew as soon as the matter was exposed. In fact, the 2 black antimatter rays of light that Yi Xian shot out with his spear felt exactly the same as the ones that shot towards him. At that time, his vision switched between Sky River Star's Star Lord and the garrison commander. Through the eyes of these 2 guys, he was spying on everything in the outside world. Therefore, when Yi Xian turned his head and looked at him before firing the gun and grinned strangely, Tuoba Linfeng was keenly aware that something was wrong. However, everything happened too fast. He didn't have time to react at all. The 2 black antimatter energy beams had already shot towards him. Everything had been decided in that instant, and there was no way to change it or reverse it. It was also at that moment that Tuoba Linfeng realized that Sky River Star's momentum was gone, and that this place could no longer be saved. He almost subconsciously issued an order. Using the unique connection between the zombie emperor and all the zombies and corpse slaves in the universe, he ordered all the corpse slaves to immediately transform into zombie form. Including all the zombie elite soldiers, zombie generals, and zombie commanders, all of them were the same. It was because of this that in the next short moment, the corpse slaves in the void outside Sky River Star's atmosphere, who were originally in human form, all revealed their ferocious zombie form as if they had agreed to it beforehand. In fact, the scene inside Sky River Star was the same. On land, in the sea, all the corpse slaves and zombies in the universe, at this moment, all revealed their original ferocious appearance. Although the order was the same, the treatment of corpse slaves and real zombies in the universe was obviously different. Even real zombies in the universe, because of the difference in strength and evolution level, after revealing their zombie form, the actions they immediately carried out were also different. The zombie army under Tuoba Linfeng's command now had an extremely strict hierarchy. At the lowest level were the corpse slaves. Strictly speaking, they were slaves. Their numbers were the greatest, and they couldn't even be considered true universe zombies. The door to life evolution for this special race had yet to truly open. On the surface, the large number of people on Sky River Planet who looked no different from humans, the official staff, and the Federation's garrison were all at this level. Right now, they were all in zombie form, and Tuoba Linfeng was only using them as cannon fodder. Their purpose was to stir up the water and cause chaos, giving the zombie generals and zombie commanders that he was preparing to take away more chances to escape. Above the corpse slaves were the elite zombie soldiers. The elite zombie soldiers were true cosmic zombies. The door to life evolution for this special species had been opened, but it had only just been opened. The degree of transformation and evolution was not deep, and their strength was only around the black hole realm. This elite zombie army was formed in the last few months, and there were over 1 million of them in the Sky River Star. In fact, besides the corpse slaves, Tuoba Linfeng was also using these over 1 million elite zombie soldiers as cannon fodder to cover the escape of his true subordinates. After all, there were too many of them, and it was difficult to take them all away. Above the elite zombie soldiers were the zombie generals. There were less than 10,000 of them, and their cultivation had surpassed the universe realm. They were the troops that followed Tuoba Linfeng before he seized the Sky River Star. They could be said to be the backbone of the zombie army under his command. They were the most important, and he had to take them away no matter what. He would take as many as he could. Above the zombie generals were the zombie commanders. They were the best of his original subordinates, and there were only a little over 100 of them. Now, all of them had the cultivation of the Domain Lord Realm, and many of them had reached the Sector Lord Realm. They could be said to be Tuoba Linfeng's generals. The above was the entire zombie army's level structure and current military strength. As for Tuoba Linfeng, the zombie emperor, his cultivation strength had already reached the immortal level. Although he had just broken through not long ago, this speed was definitely enough to frighten people. Yi Xian's cultivation speed was already fast enough, but under normal circumstances, his original body was only at the 9th level of the Star Lord realm. Even if he activated the Devil Ape's bloodline and used the Devil Ape's 9 transformations to the 5th transformation, the cultivation he displayed would only be at the 1st level of the Realm Lord realm. Tuoba Linfeng, on the other hand, had stepped into the immortal realm. In less than a year, the gap in cultivation between the two had actually increased by 2 whole realms. It was simply unbelievable. In fact, Yi Xian had expected this, so this time he spared no expense and wanted to kill Tuoba Linfeng no matter what. This fellow was too terrifying. Since he was a cosmic zombie and possessed the celestial devil physique, his path of transformation and evolution was as smooth as the Grand Tao. Moreover, his speed was extremely swift. Once he matured in the future, it would be utterly impossible to suppress him. Of course, even though Tuoba Linfeng had stepped into the immortal realm now, he only possessed the celestial devil blade. However, Yi Xian possessed various primordial treasures and supreme bloodline abilities. So, not only was Yi Xian's overall combat strength not inferior to Tuoba Linfeng at all, Yi Xian was even stronger. After all, more than one immortal realm expert had fallen at Yi Xian's hands during this period of time. Yet now, even though Tuoba Linfeng was furious when his base on Sky River Planet had been discovered, he quickly calmed down. He didn't intend to take away the elite zombie army and corpse slaves that had just taken shape, and he intended to use them as cannon fodder for cover. However, he had to take away the close to 10,000 Universe Realm zombie generals and over 100 Domain Lord Realm zombie commanders. Among them, there were around 3,000 zombie generals and 30 zombie commanders. They weren't on Sky River Planet now, but were hiding in the void far away from Sky River Planet. Because Sky River Planet had been too lively these past few days, they couldn't return after their last hunt. However, it was precisely this 30% core combat strength that was left outside the encirclement that allowed Tuoba Linfeng to have the confidence to escape from the difficult situation of facing 4 immortal realm experts. Roar! Roar! At this moment, the vast and boundless Sky River Ocean was like boiling water, and huge waves were set off. Roars that caused one's soul to tremble resounded from the stormy waves. A terrifying cosmic zombie army charged out from the military base in the depths of Sky River Ocean. 1,000,000 elite zombie soldiers, all at the Black Hole Realm, immediately spread out as soon as they charged out of the ocean, forming small groups that began to stir up trouble and create chaos. Chapter 4100. Every one of the 7,000 zombie generals had a cultivation base above the Universe Realm. Every single one of the 70 or so zombie commanders was at least at the Domain Lord Realm. This was 70% of the core forces under Tuoba Linfeng's command. Now, this 70% of the core forces were following behind Tuoba Linfeng as they charged out of the Milky Way Ocean. A murderous and ruthless aura gathered together, causing an invisible hurricane to sweep through the vast surface of the Milky Way Ocean. Tuoba Linfeng didn't reveal his zombie form. In fact, he was already in the heavenly demon physique. Although he had the characteristics of a zombie, he was already different from a true cosmic zombie. He could be considered a special case in the evolution process of this species. At this moment, he revealed his original appearance. Since he was already exposed, there was no need to hide. This time, he would let the name of the former young master of the Heavenly War Empire's Tuoba family, Tuoba Linfeng, shake the 3 main dimensions in a single day. As for the 70% of his core subordinates around him, they were different now. On the path of evolution and transformation of the zombie species, although they had already walked very far, and their generals were all powerful beings of the universe, and their commanders had even reached the Domain Lord level old monsters. However, they still hadn't reached the critical point of evolution. Therefore, even though these zombie generals and zombie commanders were powerful, and because they walked different evolutionary paths, every single one of them had unique abilities and secret techniques, they were still cosmic zombies in the end. Their true forms, no matter how powerful they were still sinister and disgusting. Over 7,000 zombie generals and zombie commanders at the Universe Realm and above had revealed their true forms at this moment. Some of them didn't change much when compared to ordinary humans, but one could still tell that they weren't humans with a single glance. However, even more of them had walked different evolutionary paths. Their bodies had expanded explosively, and they were no longer human. The largest was like a mountain peak, and their bodies were filled with all sorts of non-human parts. Some even had the limbs and organs of various ferocious beasts. However, their heads were still human, but there were pustules and tentacles everywhere, more than 7,000 of them spread out across the Milky Way Sea. Such a scene was too terrifying. Even if it were a slightly timid starry sky powerhouse, facing such a scene, they would be so scared that their legs would tremble. Screech. This battle is a matter of life and death. Children, for this emperor. Raising his head, Tuoba Linfeng let out a mournful howl. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand and summoned out the heavenly demon blade, which had a sinister and terrifying demonic aura. However, the black blade was still full of cracks and was not completely repaired. His figure suddenly shot up and rushed toward the atmosphere of the heavenly river star high above his head. Behind him, more than 7,000 zombie generals and commanders roared in unison, making different sounds as if they were demons dancing in a frenzy. Then they also rushed up to the sky, outside Sky River Planet's atmosphere. In a short period of time, the vast and boundless Sky River domain was in complete chaos. There were quite a number of corpse slaves lingering outside the Sky River Planet's atmosphere. On the surface, they seemed to be some Federation troops, officials, and citizens. Now, these corpse slaves had all taken on the form of ferocious zombies and were running amok everywhere. Everywhere in the void was a battlefield, and smoke rose from all directions. At this time, with the wretched mosquito butcher, elephant fox ferret, Longshan Tang, and Gong Huaji, the 4 immortal old monsters all mobilized, guarding the 4 directions of the void outside Sky River Planet. Yi Xian's heart, which was still hanging in his throat, finally settled down. No matter how high Tuoba Linfeng had grown now, with these 4 immortal old monsters guarding the 4 directions of Sky River Planet, this time he absolutely could not escape. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that the universe's zombies were too special, even if only a small low-level zombie escaped, in time, it would eventually grow into a huge malignant tumor. The spread of zombie poison was too strange and impossible to guard against. Yi Xian dealt with Tuoba Linfeng this time. There was no need to make such a big move. But now it seemed that everything was worth it. As long as he could destroy Tuoba Linfeng's zombie army, at least, one of the biggest problems in his heart was removed. It was not in vain. Boom! Boom boom boom. Under Yi Xian's instructions, the commander of the victorious Return Legion, Naples, gave the order to bombard at this moment. In an instant, there was a loud roar in the void. Thousands of battleships of various types opened fire at the same time, aiming at Sky River Planet's atmosphere and launching a salvo. This scene was too gorgeous, and the entire starry sky was illuminated. Gotcha! As this wave of battleship cannon energy beams swept out like a rain of cannons, the Sky River Planet's star defense array, which had just been fully activated under Tuoba Linfeng's command, was shattered in the blink of an eye. The majestic and chaotic energy surged everywhere, stirring up Sky River Planet's atmosphere like waves in a raging sea set off by a hurricane. It was a spectacular sight. Screech! Roar! As the Sky River Planet's star defense array was instantly shattered, a series of heart-shaking roars and howls of zombies came out in an instant. Immediately afterward, a number of zombies of different sizes, but all of them were disgusting and ferocious, passed through the tumbling atmosphere of Sky River Planet and rushed into the void of the universe outside the planet. This was the first wave of cannon fodder, acting like a smoke bomb, thrown into the starry sky battlefield to disrupt the situation. More than 1 million elite zombie soldiers, all of whom had cultivation bases above the black hole realm, revealed their true forms at this moment. Each of them was ferocious, and their auras gathered together, attracting the attention of everyone. Immediately afterward, as more than 1 million elite zombie soldiers rushed out of Sky River Planet's atmosphere, there were even more, at least hundreds of millions of zombie soldiers, rushing out of Sky River Planet's atmosphere into the void of the universe. The 2 zombie armies rushed out of the atmosphere one after another, and soon mixed together, and like dye thrown into water, they quickly spread out in all directions. These low-level zombie soldiers and zombie soldiers were like locusts. Not only were there too many of them, but they were also extremely fast. After rushing out of Sky River Planet, they spread out in an instant. In the face of such a situation, the volley of tens of millions of battleships was no longer meaningful. The second round of volley was not launched immediately. The commander of the Victor's Legion, Naples, was extremely experienced in interstellar warfare. He immediately changed the battle strategy. Half of the fleet of tens of millions of battleships retreated to the rear, forming a large net-like encirclement to prevent small groups of zombies from suddenly breaking through. The other half of the 5 million battleships were divided into 10 small combat teams in an orderly manner. They were flexible and mobile, each in charge of a direction, and launched a free regional bombardment. Chapter 4101. Boom! Rumble! In the void, beams of energy from the battleship cannons were intertwined, and the roar shook the sky. This scene continued until the end of the line of sight, covering the entire Sky River sector. The battle was too tragic. The entire battlefield was divided into two areas, the outer area and the inner area. The outer area was where a large number of starships that had retreated to the distant void to watch the prince's press conference, as well as the starry powerhouses who had rushed out of the starships, were fighting against the corpse demons that had been lingering outside the atmosphere of the Sky River planet. It was a one-sided battle, and it was absolutely a merciless slaughter. Although there were many corpse demons, their cultivation and strength were generally not high. Although the ordinary people of the Federation were no match for them, there was no lack of powerful cultivators among the fans and cultivators who had come to watch the prince's press conference. Under their leadership, coupled with the bombardment of a large number of battleship cannons, the corpse demons in the outer area were almost all killed. But the situation was still grim, and no one dared to take it lightly. Because the zombies in the universe were different from any other kind of living creatures, and it was not a big deal to kill them. Whether it was during the battle or after they were killed, they were a very troublesome tumor. Once they were infected with the slightest bit of zombie poison, they would probably end up in tragedy. In fact, this kind of situation was unavoidable. Although the starry powerhouses who were besieging these corpse demons basically had protective means, such as casting out magic treasures to form light curtains, or directly putting on airtight armor. But accidents were inevitable in the battle. Some corpse demons even directly self-destructed, and poisonous corpse fluid scattered in all directions. During the battle, from time to time, some starry powerhouses were infected by the zombie poison. Some were caught off guard and missed the best opportunity to kill the corpse demons. In the end, they were quickly turned into zombies. They were originally there to kill the corpse demons, but in the end, they became one of the zombies in the universe. They turned around and pounced on their comrades who were fighting side by side for a moment. But there were also some infected people who self-destructed in desperation to avoid becoming a zombie in the universe. That was too horrifying, and it was more terrible than death. There were also some infected people who were directly killed and dismembered by their companions. This was not infighting but helplessness. Those who attacked all had tears in their eyes, and their eyes were bloodshot. The grief in their hearts eventually turned into motivation for revenge. They roared and charged towards the next corpse demon. It could be said that if it weren't for the fact that the universe's zombie poison was too terrifying and difficult to defend against, these corpse slaves in the outer area would have been wiped out in a short period of time. But right now, the battle was progressing very slowly. However, it was comforting to know that at least all the starships in the periphery had formed a complete encirclement. So far, not a single corpse demon had escaped. It was only a matter of time before they were annihilated and the price that they had to pay. That was all. The victorious return legion that Naples had brought, and the 5 million battleships that surrounded Heavenly River Star were the dividing line between the two battlefields. Inside the encirclement of these 5 million battleships was the inner battlefield of the merciless strangulation that was unfolding in the Heavenly River Star sector. The two sides of the fierce battle were the other 5 million battleships of the Victorious Return Legion and some powerhouses from the Victorious Return City. On the other side, there were hundreds of millions of corpse slaves that had just rushed out of Heavenly River Star not long ago, as well as millions of Black Hole Realm elite zombie soldiers. The battle in this area was also one-sided, and it was even more bloody and cruel than the battle in the periphery. After all, the periphery was not a well-disciplined military standard battleship. Although there were many starships, they were too large and varied, and there was no unified command. However, the 5 million battleships that launched the attack in the inner periphery were all military battleships of the Victorious Return Legion. They cooperated well with each other, and all kinds of battleship battle tactics were used. It was a one-sided battle. Although there were more corpse slaves in this area, and there were millions of Black Hole Realm elite zombie soldiers, in the face of 5 million well-trained, well-coordinated, and well-ordered troops, the tragic casualties were even more obvious. Based on the current situation, it would not be long before they were completely wiped out. They would be wiped out. Such a scene was obviously not what Tooba Linfeng wanted to see. Although these corpse slaves and zombie elite soldiers were undoubtedly dead in his eyes, and he had no intention of taking them away, even if they were dead, they could not be killed so worthlessly. At least, other than cannon fodder, they could not disrupt the battle. However, the role of creating chaos was still necessary. Unfortunately, the situation was stronger than the person. No matter how unwilling he was, he could not change anything. Now, nearly a quarter of the hundreds of millions of corpse slaves and the millions of Black Hole Realm elite zombie soldiers had been killed. If he did not make a move, it would be a complete waste. Roar! With a strong sense of unwillingness, Tuoba Linfeng let out a shocking roar. With a wave of his hand, his figure instantly rushed out of the atmosphere of Heavenly River Star. Behind him, more than 7,000 zombie generals and commanders followed closely. The final breakthrough had finally arrived. It was also at this moment that the 4 immortal old monsters, including Mosquito Butcher, Elephant Fox Ferret, Longshan Tang, and Gong Huaji, who had not made a move until now, also made a move at the same time. Evil creature, you finally dare to show up? Sending cannon fodder to disrupt the battle, and the core forces to wait for an opportunity to escape. What a good plan. Unfortunately, this road is blocked. No need to talk nonsense, such evil creatures, just kill them. The 4 immortal old monsters at the same time suddenly made a move. Their figures were still in the distant void in 4 different directions of the Heavenly River Star, motionless. But even from such a distance, they were still able to control the situation. Their divine senses had already locked onto Tuoba Linfeng and the more than 7,000 zombie generals and commanders behind him. Boom! Rumble! A huge roar sounded, and 4 energy attacks of different forms rumbled from the distance. A palm, a claw, a punch, and a seal. Although the forms were different, they were all tens of thousands of feet long, and their speed was extremely fast, covering Tuoba Linfeng and others from head to toe. Screech! Spread out, split into 7 groups, and break out of the encirclement. This was the ability of an eternal realm old monster, and its might was too formidable. Even if all the zombie generals and commanders behind Tuoba Linfeng had attained a cultivation at the region Lord Realm, and there were even over 70 World Lord Realm old monsters amongst them, they were still insufficient when facing an attack of this level. The possibility of the entire team escaping was almost impossible. So Tuoba Linfeng could only bear the pain and split the more than 7,000 zombie generals and commanders behind him into 7 groups, and as many as they could escape. They would try their best. As he gave the order, the vast zombie army behind him quickly split into 7 groups in the blink of an eye. Each group had 7,000 generals and 10 commanders, and they roared as they charged in 7 different directions. Chapter 4102. Boom! 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 Similar scenes continued to appear one after another. In the void, a series of huge roars that made people's souls tremble constantly resounded, reverberating endlessly. Just as Gong Huaji's energy palm blasted out and killed half of the zombie general squad in an instant, the giant energy fists and claws of the other 3 immortal old monsters also blasted out. As for the other 6 zombie general squads, 3 of them had suffered a great calamity. A large number of zombie generals and commanders had been blasted apart. Not even a piece of meat could be seen. They had all been blasted into bloody mist in the air, making people feel disgusted and terrified. Especially the squad that was blasted by the old devil Mosquito Butcher's fist, it was almost completely annihilated. The old devil was at the late stage of the immortal realm, and his strength was much stronger than that of Elephant Fox Martin, Gong Huaji, and Longshan Tang. At this moment, when this fist blasted out, it directly wiped out an entire squad of 1,000 zombie generals. Even Elephant Fox Martin and the other 2 immortal old monsters looked sideways, their faces full of fear. Especially Longshan Tang, who came from the Immortal Dynasty's Elder Pavilion. When he thought that this old monster, whose strength was higher than his, was invited by Yi Xian, who had a grudge against him, it made him feel uncomfortable, his face twitching. In just one blow, nearly 1/4 of the zombie generals and elites that had been split into 7 teams had been killed in the blink of an eye. More than 1,000 of his trusted subordinates had been killed. This scene made Tuoba Linfeng furious, but there was nothing he could do. While suppressing his anger, he raised his head and let out a shocking roar, screech. Along with this roar, Tuoba Linfeng, using his identity as a zombie emperor, sent out some kind of invisible and intangible signal. Even the immortal realm old monsters couldn't catch it, only the universe's zombie race could sense the mysterious life frequency signal. The situation was too serious. Although he had the immortal power, and even in a desperate situation, it was not impossible for him to resist two immortal old monsters by fully activating the heavenly demon blade in his hand, but it was obviously meaningless. There were 4 immortal realm old monsters guarding the heavenly river star. If this continued, even if he could break through, all the zombie generals and commanders under his command would be buried here. This price was too heavy. The zombie generals and commanders that he was preparing to bring with him were his trusted subordinates who had followed him from the very beginning. He had spent a lot of energy to cultivate them, and only then did they reach the size they were today. No matter what, he absolutely could not give up like this. At this moment, he raised his head and let out a shrill howl. His purpose was to create new chaos and create a new opportunity for them to break out of the encirclement. Roar! Roar! Without waiting for Tu Linfeng's roar to end, from the right side of the void, roars filled with incomparable ferocity resounded. It was also from the mouth of a universe zombie, and the aura was extremely strong, at least Sector Lord Advanced Stage. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat, and an extremely bad feeling arose. He had calculated, but he didn't expect that in addition to the universe zombies inside the heavenly river star, there were other universe zombies hibernating in the distant void at the edge of the heavenly river star. In this way, the victorious Return Legion's fleet of 10 million battleships and 4 immortal old monsters had formed a full-scale encirclement around the heavenly river star, and it was completely meaningless. This was originally done to prevent zombies from rushing out of the encirclement and escaping. This was to spread the highly infectious zombie virus that had a terrifying evolution speed. But now, there were universe zombies outside the encirclement. Even if all the universe zombies in the encirclement were killed, what was the point? In the end, it was a temporary solution. Rumble, boom! Just as his heart was beating wildly, and he turned his head to look, there was a terrifying roar coming from the direction of the void. At the end of the void, more than 100,000-meter-long fortresses were reflected in his line of sight, and they were rapidly approaching. These hundreds of fortresses looked obviously strange, like commercial starships, but the surface of the ships was damaged. At a glance, it was as if they had just been attacked by space pirates. But this was obviously just a disguise. Their true ferocious appearance was soon revealed, shocking everyone. These hundreds of damaged starships were extremely fast, and seemed to have activated a space jump, but there was no unique buzzing and trembling sound when starships launched space jumps. But in the blink of an eye, they had already arrived at the edge of the outer battle circle, close to the starships that were exterminating a large number of corpse slaves. Ka-cha-cha! Almost in the next moment, the sound of machinery grinding that made one's scalp go numb came out from the hundreds of Shang air fortresses that jumped over strangely. In just a few breaths, they turned into ferocious behemoths that were tens of thousands of feet tall. Their bodies were green and black, and their shells were glowing with a cold metallic light. It was about the same size as the giant star scorpion, and it looked like a giant star scorpion with a hard shell. It perfectly concealed the strange existence of metal and flesh. At least, no one would associate it with a giant star scorpion when they saw it. But these were clearly not the so-called starships. They were simply transformed from universe zombies. They were the hundreds of zombie fortresses under Tuoba Linfeng's command that were evolving in the direction of metal mutation. Since occupying the Sky River Star, all the universe zombies under Tuoba Linfeng's command went out in batches to hunt. Every time they went out, these hundreds of zombie fortresses that were evolving in the direction of metal mutation would be dispatched. This was because the zombie squad needed them to transform into damaged commercial fortresses as bait and disguise. It was also because of this reason that these hundreds of zombie fortresses that were used as tools for hunting evolved extremely quickly. Today, they were all Sector Lord level cultivators. At this moment, as these hundreds of Sector Lord-level zombie fortresses transformed into their true forms, their bodies appeared in the void. From the original fortress, large amounts of universe zombies fell out, appearing in the void. Other than the 3,000 Domain Lord-level zombie generals and 30 Sector Lord-level zombie commanders, there were also hundreds of thousands of universe zombies that had just evolved into elite zombie soldiers because of this hunt. A large amount of them, in the blink of an eye, occupied a large portion of the void. Furthermore, these elite zombie soldiers, generals and commanders that fell out of the hundreds of zombie fortresses all activated the zombie blood in their bodies at the first moment, transforming into terrifying and ferocious giant universe zombies. Roar. Screech. Amidst the heaven-shocking roars and howls, all the zombie elite soldiers, generals and commanders completed their zombie transformation in a short breath of time. Some transformed into a 100,000 feet large rotting flesh-bone dragon, some transformed into a ferocious beast covered in pus and blood. Chapter 4103. This scene was too shocking. A group of terrifying giant zombie beasts suddenly appeared in the void without any warning. As soon as they arrived, they roared and roared. It was really too frightening. The huge motley crew was scared silly at first. After a short moment of silence, a tide of shocked cries rang out. "Oh my God, what did I just see? Is this still the third universe of the human race? The omnipresent universe zombies, their auras are so powerful and terrifying. Zombies! Universe zombies, oh my God, are we being surrounded? Run!" Along with these horrified exclamations, the miscellaneous troops in the periphery of the battle circle were in complete chaos, especially the border area closest to the universe zombies that had just arrived. It was a complete mess. However, this was obviously not the worst. Immediately after, before anyone could react, a new unforeseen event occurred. Li, far in front of the outer circle, among the hundreds of thousands of universe zombies that had rushed in from the outer circle, hundreds of stronghold zombies that had just transformed into their giant zombie bodies from the damaged merchant ships all raised their heads and roared. Immediately after that, a hair-raising scene appeared. These hundreds of stronghold zombies that could transform into a huge stronghold, but now they had transformed into their giant beasts. Not only did they not directly rush into the outer circle of starships to wreak havoc, they instead began to devour each other, killing each other. Such a scene was too shocking. It was simply shocking. The hundreds of stronghold zombies all had Sector Lord-level cultivation, and the direction of their evolution was special. They were all mutated metal types. Right now, their bodies looked like giant beasts and had a metallic luster. Obviously, they were extremely tough. Tough, it made people shudder. But right now, facing such a crazy devouring each other, their bodies were like paper. Often, they would open their mouths and tear off large chunks of flesh from their companions. Even when they chewed, there was an ear-piercing sound of metal rubbing against each other. This scene was strange. It made people scratch their heads. Hundreds of Sector Lord-level giant zombie beasts, this was definitely a very powerful force. If they were to join the battle, it would definitely be a catastrophe. But now, they were devouring each other and killing each other. No one knew what was going on, but they all had a bad feeling in their hearts. Something was amiss, and everyone knew this. Soon, the results were out. In less than a minute, the 100 Sector Lord zombie beasts had been devoured by each other, leaving only 60 to 70 of them, losing 2/3 of them. Unfortunately, the remaining 2/3 of the giant zombie beasts were all at the initial universe grade from the Sector Lord level. However, this wasn't the end, as the 60 to 70 universe grade zombie beasts didn't stop. Instead, they continued to devour each other. Moreover, as the number of zombie beasts decreased, the remaining survivors emitted stronger and stronger auras. Half a minute later, there were only 30 or so zombie beasts left. However, the auras in their bodies had reached the late-stage universe grade. In less than half a minute, only 15 of them were left. However, the surviving ones had late-stage universe grade auras. When there were only 8 zombie beasts left in this area, the auras in their bodies had broken through to the immortal grade. Finally, in just a dozen breaths, the 8 zombie beasts had turned into 4 fourth-level immortal grade existences. In the blink of an eye, they had entered the mid-stage of the immortal grade. Even the cultivation of the elephant fox marten, gonghuaji, and longshantang were only at this level. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in a short 3 minutes. When everyone finally came back to their senses and realized what had happened, there were only 4 of the hundreds of huge zombie beasts left. Their cultivation strength had actually reached the level of an elephant fox. The elephant fox marten and the other 2 were in a stalemate. Even the 4 immortal grade old monsters guarding the Sky River Star couldn't help but exclaim in shock when they saw such a terrifying scene. Goblet cultivation. It's actually the goblet cultivation. This kind of creature is too scary. It actually has such a terrifying effect when devouring each other. It's even more ferocious and overbearing than the goblet cultivation. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 sector lords have turned into 4 mid-stage immortal grade old monsters. How are we supposed to live? Look, those 4 immortal grade zombie beasts seem to want to continue devouring each other. Are they still not satisfied after reaching the mid-stage of the immortal grade? Do they have to make 2 late-stage immortal grade beasts or 1 peak immortal grade beasts? F***CK. Stop them. Stop them immediately. Even old Ghost Mosquito Butcher was shocked when he saw the 4 mid-stage immortal grade beasts in the distance. They seemed to want to continue devouring each other. This kind of method was not only ferocious but also too shocking. A mid-stage immortal grade old monster should be able to deal with more than 100 sector lord zombie beasts with some effort. However, after devouring each other, the 4 mid-stage immortal grade zombie beasts had turned into 4 mid-stage immortal grade beasts. Under such circumstances, a mid-stage immortal grade old monster would only be tortured if he rushed over. It was simply unscientific that such a terrifying change could happen after devouring each other. All of this was obviously related to some kind of evolved bloodline in these zombie beasts. It was too terrifying. According to this, as long as they could create enough zombie beasts, wouldn't they be able to create marquee-level immortals in a short time through this kind of ferocious devouring each other? Upon realizing this, even Yi Xian couldn't help but show a look of horror on his face. No matter what, all the zombie beasts with the goblet cultivation bloodline had to be killed. If such a terrifying evolved bloodline wasn't killed, it would definitely cause endless trouble in the future. Boy, it should be enough for 1 person to stay here with you. The other 2 follow me. We'll deal with the situation over there first. It was also at this moment that old Ghost Mosquito Butcher suddenly let out an explosive shout. Before he finished speaking, his figure had already disappeared. He had actually used teleportation to charge towards the periphery of the battlefield. Then, Long Shantang and Gong Huaji also disappeared and followed him. Compared to the army of zombies that had already been surrounded, the army of zombies on the other side of the battlefield was obviously more dangerous, especially the 4 zombie behemoths that had already reached the middle stage of the sempiternal realm. If they were allowed to continue fighting each other, it would definitely be a disaster. Chapter 4104. Along with the departure of Wen Tu, Gong Huaji, and Long Shantang, the situation of the inner battlefield around Sky River Planet instantly changed greatly. Disregarding the hundreds of millions of zombie slaves and the hundreds of thousands of black hole zombie elite soldiers, there were more than 5,000 universe realm zombie generals here. Besides that, there were over 50 region lord realm zombie commanders. Of course, there was a final boss, the zombie emperor, Tuoba Linfeng. Even though his cultivation was only at the initial stage of the sempiternal realm, he possessed the heavenly devil physique and the formidable bloodline of the first-generation zombie progenitor. Originally, there were 4 eternal realm experts here, so there was naturally no problem at all when facing all of this. They simply didn't feel any pressure at all, and they even had the ability to crush the enemy. But now, the 3 eternal realm experts had left, and only Yi Xian and the elephantine mink remained here. Even though there were still 10 million victorious return battleships, half of them were responsible for the encirclement and couldn't be rashly thrown into disorder. The other half were basically dealing with the 100 million corpse slaves and the hundreds of thousands of black hole realm zombies. Elite troops. In other words, the remaining 5,000 plus universe realm zombie generals, 40 plus region lord realm zombie commanders, and the initial stage sempiternal realm zombie emperor could only be dealt with by the elephantine mink and Yi Xian. Yi Xian was obviously not suitable to deal with the former. Even though he had many abilities, the battlefield was too chaotic right now. Both sides were mixed together, so it wasn't suitable for him to utilize the Battle of the Stars. On the other hand, Tuoba Linfeng was a bastard that he'd unintentionally created, so Yi Xian still felt that he had the responsibility to end Tuoba Linfeng's existence. I'll leave those zombie generals and zombie commanders for you to deal with. Make sure that not a single one escapes, and kill as many as you can under the precondition that. Yi Xian didn't hold back when facing the elephantine mink, and he directly spoke in a commanding tone. As he spoke, his gaze had already shot towards Tuoba Linfeng, who was at the other side of the battlefield, and a wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. As for that zombie leader, just leave it to me. Won't be able to escape. Right at this moment, Tuoba Linfeng's provocative gaze looked over here. He was also looking forward to this battle. This guy was quite arrogant. He smiled faintly and hooked his finger at Yi Xian. Then, he turned his head and looked to the side. He raised his head and let out a fierce whistle, as if he was demonstrating his power. Screech. As he howled, he flipped his right hand, and an incomparably sinister black demonic blade appeared in his hand, Jing. Following a clanging sound that was filled with endless joy and ruthlessness, the demonic blade slashed out with a loud bang. The blade, which was originally only about 10 feet long, suddenly grew in size. In the blink of an eye, it was already 10,000 feet long. It was like a heavenly blade, and it was filled with ferocious gaps as it slashed forward. Boom! In an instant, the heavenly devil blade crossed the endless void and slashed the hull of a large fortress. A loud noise shook the sky, but the fortress did not explode. Instead, inside the ship, there was a tide of horrified screams, but after half a breath, everything stopped in an instant. The sinister demonic blade gushed out endless demonic aura. It spread out in an instant like the thickest black fog, completely shrouding the entire fortress. This large fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters, and the dozens of fortresses around it, were completely invisible at the same time. Moreover, while the hull was wrapped in the black fog-like demonic aura, there was a screeching sound of metal friction coming from inside. It was extremely horrifying. However, in just a short span of time, everything returned to silence. The dozens of starry sky fortresses completely disappeared. In the void, the demonic baleful chi drifted like a black fog, but the figure of the great fortress could not be seen. These large fortresses that were enveloped by the heavenly devil blade's black heavenly devil baleful chi and began to corrode and devour them seemed to have been completely devoured. When the evil black heavenly devil baleful mist once again entered the heavenly devil blade's body, the void where the dozens of fortresses were originally located was already empty. An incomparably ferocious black demonic blade lay across the void. With a whoosh, it returned to Tuoba Linfeng's hand. The black fog-like demonic aura of the demonic aura surged, shrouding his body, exuding endless demonic aura. Middle stage immortal realm? What a wonderful feeling! With the return of the demonic blade, the black fog-like demonic aura of the demonic aura that surged endlessly around it rushed into Tuoba Linfeng's body. This was the energy feedback. When the black fog-like demonic aura of the demonic aura gushed out of his body again, it had completed some kind of refining and completely turned into Tuoba Linfeng's own power. It made his cultivation realm break through from the early stage of the immortal realm to the middle stage of the immortal realm. Although this kind of breakthrough could not be achieved only because the dozens of starry sky fortresses and a large number of flesh and blood lives in them were devoured. It must be that Tuoba Linfeng had almost accumulated enough. The harvest just now was just a coincidence, and it just happened to make up for the last bit of demonic aura needed for the breakthrough. However, this scene was still too shocking. Not only did Long Shantong's eyelids twitch, but even Yi Xian gasped when he saw this. Then, even more intense killing intent burst out from his eyes. This guy's strength is too fast. It's simply outrageous. I must kill him no matter what. Otherwise, there will be endless troubles. Screech. Don't you want to kill me? Come on, I'll swallow all of you. Leave no one behind. Jia Jia Jia. Tuoba Linfeng's cultivation realm had suddenly broken through to the middle stage of the immortal realm. Now, his battle strength had greatly increased. He was ecstatic. After saying this, he raised his head and let out a roar. Then, his body shook, and his original human form instantly changed into an almost illusory and ferocious heavenly demon. This ferocious heavenly demon's body was as big as 10,000 feet. Its whole body was like a black fog. In the blink of an eye, it drifted away, rushed into the encirclement, and shrouded one of the fortresses. It was going to start a crazier plundering and devouring. Clearly, this heavenly demon wanted to use this crazily devouring to break through to the middle stage of the immortal realm, the peak of the immortal realm, or even the marquee immortal realm. If this was really the case, no matter what, he would not be able to survive today. Boom! Rumble. The sound of explosions and miserable howls resounded in this corner of the void. Some of the battleships were firing, but the battleships were retreating. Obviously, the commanders in the battleships were extremely afraid and did not dare to let this ferocious heavenly demon get close to them. Seeing this, Yi Xian finally made his move. He could not sit still and watch Tuoba Linfeng devour his troops in front of him as if they were resources to strengthen himself. Heavenly Demon Blade? I didn't expect it to fall into your hands after escaping from the back of the giant void tortoise. This is good. I have obtained the inheritance of the giant tortoise. It is my duty to suppress this heavenly demon blade. To you and me, this battle is like fate. It's time. Chapter 4105. The demonic blade was a primordial treasure. It belonged to the supreme-level heavenly demon from the opposing camp in the primordial era. In the primordial war, the primordial supreme heavenly demon left this blade on the back of the void giant tortoise, a supreme-level powerhouse on his side, in a sneak attack. Moreover, the heavenly demon seemed to have had a fierce battle with the void giant tortoise. No one knew whether he was dead or alive, but the void giant tortoise was severely injured. Perhaps the celestial demon had used some special method in that battle, resulting in the celestial demon blade remaining on the back of the spatial colossal tortoise in the long years that followed, as if it was a seal that suppressed the tortoise. However, the void giant tortoise was still a supreme-level existence. Even if it was severely injured, even if the heavenly demon had used some other unknown means, even if the demonic blade had been left on its back and had never been forced out, however, the void giant tortoise did not die because of this. Although the void giant tortoise's recovery was delayed because of the demonic blade, and it was in a bad state due to its serious injuries, the demonic blade, which was originally a primordial treasure, had actually been damaged in such a long time of stalemate. Even when it was in the hands of Tuoba Linfeng not long ago, the demonic blade had recovered slightly because of the repeated devouring and stripping. However, it was still far from being fully recovered. This could be seen from the gaps that covered its ferocious blade. After being refined by Yi Xian several times, the withered demon blade was now a starry sky treasure. The magic treasures of the primordial era were different from the magic treasures refined in the current era. In the primordial era, the most powerful were the primordial treasures, and the second most powerful were the primordial treasures. Of course, there was also the primordial treasures of the primordial era, such as the Shenong Cauldron and the Netherworld Cauldron. This level of existence was rare even among the primordial treasures. In the current era, the most powerful were the starry sky treasures, and the second most powerful were the primordial treasures. Basically, the most powerful starry sky treasures of the current era were at most on par with the second most powerful primordial treasures of the primordial era. After all, one was refined in the current era, while the other had existed since the distant primordial era. The former lacked the accumulation of time, while the latter had the baptism of a long period of time. It was normal for contemporary treasures to be one grade lower than the desolate era treasures of the same grade. In other words, if the withered demon blade that Yi Xian refined in his hands was compared to the sky demon blade that was passed down from the primordial era in Tuoba Linfeng's hands, the power of the two was roughly equal. It could be said that the battle between Tuoba Linfeng and Yi Xian was a fated battle between the two of them, as well as a battle between the withered demon blade and the heavenly demon blade, the two supreme fierce blades that belonged to the current era and the primordial era. At this moment, following Tuoba Linfeng's provocative actions, destroying dozens of starry sky fortresses in the blink of an eye, Yi Xian was enraged. With a flip of his hand, the withered demon blood blade was already in his hand. Screech! With a sneer, Tuoba Linfeng suddenly waved his right hand. The sky demon blade that was originally in his right hand instantly shot out, and a ferocious roar filled with endless ferocity rang out. In the next moment, from the heavenly devil blade, a huge blade spirit roared out. It was pitch black all over and stood on its hind legs. However, its body looked like that of a bull. There were two horns on its huge head and a pair of sharp black bone wings on its back. Behind its back was a pair of sharp black bone wings that glowed with a cold light. An extraterrestrial demonic beast. This extraterrestrial demonic beast was the ferocious spirit of the Sky Demon Blade. In the past, it was killed by the Sky Demon, and its ferocious spirit was sealed in the Sky Demon Blade. It had existed for an unknown number of years. A ferocious aura gushed out from its body, turning into a black sky demon evil chi that enveloped its body as if it was solid. At this moment, this sky demon ferocious spirit that was refined from the extraterrestrial demonic beast's ferocious spirit appeared above the blade of the Sky Demon Blade. It shot out at a shocking speed. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian was calm and fearless. The corner of his mouth twitched, and there seemed to be a scornful light bursting out from his eyes. You want to compete with Yi Xian's battle weapon blade spirit? With a cold smile, his figure did not rush up. Like Tuoba Linfeng, he still stood there. The two seemed to have reached some kind of tacit understanding. In this battle, they would compete with the battle weapon first. Before he finished speaking, Yi Xian suddenly flipped his right hand. The withered demon blood blade that had been trembling violently in his hand for a long time, instantly rushed out like a monkey and shot out. Screech! As it rushed out, a ferocious roar rang out. Because of its extreme speed, the withered demon blood blade had turned into a blood-black light. Above the blade spirit, the withered demon also appeared. This was clearly an Outerium ferocious devil that he'd never seen before. It similarly stood on two legs, and its entire body was covered in fine blood-green scales. There was even a long tail behind its thighs that was streamlined and very thick, and the numerous barbed spikes on it looked extremely shocking. As for its head, it looked like a wolf or tiger. It had a pair of ferocious blood-red fangs. There was a single horn on its head that was as red as blood. Although there were no wings on its back, it was covered with sharp bone spurs that were slightly curved. It made people feel cold just by looking at it. The two extraterrestrial beasts were both in the state of energy. Moreover, they clearly did not belong to this world. At least, they had never been seen in the three main starry skies of this world. Even the indigenous ferocious beasts that Yi Xian brought out from the source of all evil star field, and the caged ferocious beasts that had now arrived in the first universe's demon territory, there was absolutely no existence of the same kind. Just by looking at their appearance, it was already shocking enough. They were even more terrifying than ferocious beasts. They could definitely be called extraterrestrial demons. The speed of these two extraterrestrial demons was very fast. In the blink of an eye, they had crossed the distance of 1,000,000 li between Yi Xian and Tuoba Linfeng. With continuous rumbling sounds, they were engaged in close combat in the blink of an eye. On both sides of the battlefield, Yi Xian and Tuoba Linfeng both stopped. They were not in a hurry to participate in the battle. This battle belonged to the two supreme ferocious blades. From the beginning, it had risen to the height of a battle between blade spirits. It was extremely dangerous, but it was also a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This was because blade spirits were existences that could strengthen themselves by devouring each other, achieving the goal of evolution and transformation. No matter if it was Yi Xian or Tuoba Linfeng, they both hoped that the blade spirit within their battle weapons would be able to win this battle. If the withered demon were to win this battle, then Yi Xian's withered demon blood blades might would greatly increase. If the heavenly demonic beast won and devoured the withered demon, then the heavenly demonic blade in Tuoba Linfeng's hand that had yet to be fully repaired would most likely be restored by a large portion. When that time comes, the power of the blade would definitely skyrocket. Roar! Screech! Roars and howls shook the heavens. As the battle between the two blade spirits escalated, the space of several 100,000 li in the central region was shrouded by the black demonic qi and the dark red withered demon blood qi. Even Yi Xian and Tuoba Linfeng could not see the details of the battle. Chapter 4106. Roar! Screech! An earth-shattering roar rang out. The black demonic qi that had originally enveloped hundreds of thousands of miles of space in the central territory suddenly went berserk. Then, it quickly condensed inwards. In the blink of an eye, only the dark red demonic qi of the withered demonic qi that enveloped this space was left, but because of the existence of the withered demonic aura, everything in the central territory battlefield could not be seen clearly. It was impossible to know what was happening inside. At this moment, whether it was Yi Xian or Tuoba Linfeng, their hearts were in their throats. They were quite nervous, because they did not know what the sudden disappearance of the black demonic aura of the withered demonic aura meant. Did it mean that the demonic beast was defeated or that the withered demonic aura was devoured? In the midst of the slight uneasiness, the final result quickly appeared. Screech! Another screech sounded. This time, in the central territory battlefield void, the dark red demonic aura of the withered demonic aura that covered hundreds of thousands of miles began to condense inwards rapidly. The scene in the void was instantly revealed. The two demonic beasts appeared in the sight of Yi Xian and Tuoba Linfeng almost at the same time. The only difference was that the withered demonic beast with a single horn was still standing in the void. Although its body was full of hideous wounds, its aura was still strong and fierce. On the other hand, the demonic beast had already lost its breath. Its huge body was torn into two halves. It was held by the withered demonic beast in its left and right hands. The withered demonic beast was stuffed into its ferocious bloody mouth. After all, it was not a real body of flesh and blood. It was a blade spirit that existed in the form of energy. Therefore, although the demonic beast's body looked like it was 10,000 feet tall, it was completely devoured by the withered demonic beast in an instant. Not even a single black hair was left. Xiao! At this moment, the demonic blade that had been hovering in the sky above the battlefield of the two demonic beasts also shot towards the withered demonic beast at the same moment the demonic beast was devoured. It was directly swallowed into the withered demonic beast's stomach and disappeared. All of this happened too quickly. Tuoba Linfeng, who was standing 1,000,000 miles away, didn't even have time to react. The heavenly demon blade, which he regarded as a supreme ominous weapon, was no longer seen. Such a scene made Tuoba Linfeng's body tremble violently. His expression changed. His eyes were filled with resentment as he stared at the withered demonic blade spirit in the void. Evil beast, how dare you swallow this emperor's weapon? Can you digest it? This kind of result was unacceptable to Tuoba Linfeng. In a fit of anger, he roared on the spot, and with a flash of his figure, he shot towards the battlefield in the central territory. As he roared, a greedy glint flashed across his eyes. He actually wanted to personally take action to suppress the withered demon blade and seize Yi Xian's withered demon blood blade. Obviously, this guy was greedy. Seeing that Yi Xian's withered demonic blade could even swallow the ancient treasure, the demonic blade, he wanted to shamelessly steal it while Yi Xian was unprepared. Your opponent is this Yi. You can't fight, so you want to steal it. Don't you think it's a bit embarrassing? Yi Xian sneered. As he spoke, he urged the withered demonic blade spirit to return to its nest. The huge withered demonic blade spirit drilled into the withered demonic blade hovering above his head. Then, he waved his hand and took it into his undying world. At the same time, Yi Xian raised his left hand and pointed at Tuoba Linfeng, who was 1,000,000 miles away. He was only at the peak of the 9th rank of the Star Lord state. Even if he activated the true form of the demonic ape and performed the 5th transformation of the 9 demonic ape transformations bloodline, he would only be able to reach the 1st rank of the Realm Lord state. There was still a big gap between him and Tuoba Linfeng, who was already an immortal being. Since that was the case, activating the demonic ape bloodline didn't make much sense. Instead, it would expose the identities of the other peerless geniuses, which was unwise. Therefore, Yi Xian decided to use the ancient Yaksha's bloodline ability, the Heaven-Falling Bow. Even though he was only at the peak of the 9th level of the Star-Lord realm, the bloodline ability was too powerful. It consumed a lot of his cultivation, mental power, physical strength, and even vitality. If he condensed all of that into one attack, he could kill an immortal being even though he was only a peak Star-Lord. At this moment, as he raised his left hand, a golden light suddenly burst forth from Yi Xian's originally empty left palm. The golden bow in the form of energy appeared once again without any suspense. At both ends of the simple and ferocious bow, two humanoid creatures that formed a semi-arc bow opened their mouths wide in anger. A bowstring that was clearly made of countless fine golden threads twisted together extended from the wide mouths of the two roaring creatures at the same time. Very soon, it condensed into a bowstring. On it, there was a golden energy arrow quietly appearing. Tuoba Linfeng, you've been struggling at death's door for so long. Today, it's time for you to die. As the words came out of his mouth, strands of strange golden brilliance burst out from the depths of Yi Xian's eyes. He raised his right hand and pinched the tail of the energy arrow that was already on the bowstring. Suddenly, he pulled the bowstring to the fullest. Wung! A rapid trembling sound rang out as the energy bow in Yi Xian's hand instantly emitted a blazing golden light. In the blink of an eye, it quickly condensed and poured into the arrows on the bowstring without missing a single drop. It whistled through the air and instantly traversed the endless void, bringing with it a terrifying aura that seemed capable of destroying the heavens and the earth. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of Tuoba Linfeng. This is the Heaven-Falling Bow? Sure enough, it's all because of you, screech. Boom. At this moment, Tuoba Linfeng's eyes widened in an instant. All the hairs on his body stood up. His figure stopped abruptly in the void as he let out a monstrous roar filled with unwillingness. At this moment, he was finally sure of Yi Xian's identity. He was both Prince Xian and young Master Linghu, whom he had always hated, as well as a few other peerless geniuses. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Along with Tuoba Linfeng's unwilling roar, a series of deafening booms suddenly exploded without warning. At this moment, the whole world seemed to be shaking slightly, as if doomsday was coming. The earth was shaking and the mountains were shaking. Yi Xian's current strength was only at the peak of the 9th rank of the Star-Lord state. Chapter 4107. Boom! A huge rumble rang out. The vast expanse of space several 100,000 kilometers ahead was completely swept away by the terrifying energy that spread out. There were even a lot of fine cracks in the void, as if the void had been a calm pool of water, but then a huge rock had been thrown into it. Water splashed everywhere, and ripples spread out. A strong sense of weakness assaulted Yi Xian's heart. That attack, the energy arrow of the Heaven-Falling Bow, instantly took away almost 70% of all the energy in his body except for his vitality. Even though he was at the peak of the 9th rank of the Star-Lord state, he still couldn't withstand such an attack. This kind of situation also made one's footsteps unsteady. Although the price he had to pay for the attack wasn't small, it was still bearable for Yi Xian. Of course, what was more important was the result of the arrow. Although Tuoba Linfeng had become an undying being and had a mysterious heavenly devil body, the Fallen Sky Bow was the only bloodline ability of the Desolate Era Supreme Yaksha, which was extremely lethal. At this moment, Yi Xian recklessly shot out this arrow. When the golden-purple energy arrow exploded on Tuoba Linfeng's body, even his strange heavenly demon body couldn't withstand it. In the blink of an eye, it was as if it was unstoppable, carrying a strong sense of unwillingness and monstrous resentment as it completely melted. For flying ashes, after a breath of time, the surging energy in front of him quickly entered a period of calmness. However, Tuoba Linfeng's figure had completely disappeared, and not even the slightest trace of his aura could be found. Yi Xian's heart, which had been hanging in his throat the entire time, finally settled down. He was indeed very concerned about the result of the arrow. This was because Tuoba Linfeng was too dangerous. In less than a year, the young master of the Tuoba family, who was casually beaten up by Yi Xian, had grown to break through to the immortal realm. According to Yi Xian's estimates, if he was allowed to continue growing at such a terrifying speed, it would only take him 2 to 3 years at most. This person's cultivation would probably reach the undying emperor level, or even stronger. That was absolutely shocking. Even Yi Xian was afraid of it. Every time he thought of it, he would feel a chill down his spine. After all, even the entire demon race, which had existed for tens of thousands of years, only one ancestor of the entire race had become an undying emperor. However, Tuoba Linfeng, because of his terrifying universe zombie bloodline, was very likely to become an undying emperor in just a few years. That was simply terrifying. In addition, this guy had a heavenly devil body, which was unpredictable. This time, it could only be considered a pleasant surprise. They had blocked him in the zombie lair and forced him out. If not for that, with Yi Xian's means, it was almost impossible to find him in the boundless space of the 3 main planes. It could be said that if he missed the opportunity to kill him today, Yi Xian would definitely regret it. Because the next time he wanted to find Tuoba Linfeng, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens, but it would not be too far off. Since Yi Xian entered the space environment, he had encountered countless opponents in the past 2 or 3 years. He had even killed several undying old monsters. There was also Heaven's Eye, who had a transcendent status and was on the same level as the headless infant corpse. Yi Xian had indirectly fought with him several times. Even so, Tuoba Linfeng was still ranked in the top 3 in Yi Xian's heart. After all, when he was at the Heavenly War Empire's Heavenly War Star, he was clearly sure that he had killed Tuoba Linfeng. However, he never expected that so many unforeseen events would occur later on. Now that he thought about it, he couldn't help but sigh endlessly. Fortunately, Tuoba Linfeng had been killed in the end. This time, Yi Xian was extremely confident. He'd always had strong confidence in the overbearing might of the Heaven's Fall Bao because it had never disappointed him. Besides the headless infant corpse, this was absolutely Yi Xian's greatest trump card, and it even surpassed the farmer god cauldron. At this moment, with the death of the zombie emperor, Tuoba Linfeng, Yi Xian's heart that was hanging in his throat was completely confirmed. Although the interior and exterior of the heavenly river star were still not peaceful, even in the void of the universe outside the planet's atmosphere, the battlefield stretched for millions of miles. Even though the zombie emperor, Tuoba Linfeng, had perished, there were still a few 100 million low-level corpse slaves, over 1 million Black Hole Realm elite zombie soldiers, over a few thousand Universe Realm zombie battleships, over 100 Region Lord Realm zombie commanders, and 4 mid-stage Sempiternal Realm zombie beasts wreaking havoc. However, as far as Yi Xian was concerned, these zombies were nothing. There was no need to mention the other elite zombie soldiers, generals, and commanders. Even the 4 mid-stage Neverlife Realm zombie beasts weren't taken seriously by him. At the very least, no matter how formidable these fellows were, they couldn't compare to Tuoba Linfeng, who possessed a true heavenly devil physique that was capable of a myriad of changes. Once they fled, then it was utterly impossible to follow them. So long as they continued to lie dormant, then it would be impossible to even find a trace of them. However, what he never expected was that Tuoba Linfeng's complete death, to him, was equivalent to resolving a knot in his heart, but at the same time, it also represented a true monstrous calamity. In an instant, without any warning, it suddenly descended. Screech. Almost at the same instant that Tuoba Linfeng's heavenly devil physique was blasted apart by the golden energy arrow of the fallen sky bao, and was completely annihilated, an incomparably mournful roar of zombies suddenly resounded from all over the distant void around Sky River Star. Boom, 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 boom. Before Yi Xian could react to what had happened, along with the shocking roar of zombies, a large number of roars and explosions resounded like a tide. All of this happened so suddenly that even Yi Xian was stunned. Then, a flash of insight flashed through his mind, and his expression instantly changed. When he turned his head to look, the scene that entered his eyes instantly confirmed the guess that had surfaced in his heart. At this moment, an extremely strong sense of crisis instantly enveloped his heart, causing him to not think too much about it. Almost as if it was a conditioned reflex, he directly waved his hand and activated the divine cauldron. the Shinnon cauldron that was stored in the undying world within his body. Body explosion. Boundless body explosion. His gaze swept across, from near to far, almost covering the entire sky and earth. Chapter 4108. Screech bang, 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 bang. Along with the frenzied screeches of the zombies in the universe, endless banging sounds swept over like a tide. In an instant, the cosmic void that was millions of kilometers away from Sky River Planet's atmosphere had transformed into a land of evil and deadly poison. Such a scene was too horrifying. Even Yi Xian, who had experienced many large-scale battles in the past year, had never seen such a terrifying scene. In this cosmic void that was millions of kilometers in circumference, there were originally hundreds of millions of corpse slaves, over 1 million black hole realm zombie soldiers, over 10,000 universe realm zombie battleships, over 100 domain lord realm zombie commanders, and 4 mid-stage sempiternal realm zombies. Giant beasts. But at this moment, as the zombie emperor, Tuoba Linfeng, was completely annihilated, these corpse slaves, zombie elite soldiers, generals, commanders, and even the 4 sempiternal realm zombie beasts all exploded. Without exception, all of them exploded, and the zombie poison and pus in their bodies splattered out and spread throughout the entire void. This scene caused Yi Xian to instantly feel deep self-blame in his heart. He should have expected this scene because the entire zombie army in the universe was actually born because of Tuoba Linfeng. If the zombie army in the universe was compared to a special race, then Tuoba Linfeng, as the zombie emperor, was clearly the blood of this race. The progenitor of the bloodline. Moreover, the zombie race in the universe clearly had some kind of extremely strict bloodline hierarchy, and this kind of hierarchy led to an unknown bloodline connection between the zombies in the universe. To put it simply, they were bound together for good or ill. Of course, there was absolutely only one existence that could affect the entire race's reputation, and it was Tuoba Linfeng, who had always been the bloodline of the zombie race in the universe. All the other zombies in the universe, including the 4 mid-stage sempiternal realm zombie beasts, the poison in their bodies came from Tuoba Linfeng. It could be said that the death of any other existence in this race would not have any effect on the existence and bloodline connection of the entire race, even if the 4 sempiternal realm zombie beasts suddenly died. But Tuoba Linfeng was different. Once he died and was completely annihilated, it was equivalent to a self-destruct device in the bloodline of this race being fully activated. It was precisely because of this reason that after Tuoba Linfeng, who was regarded as the bloodline source of the zombie race in the universe, was shot down by Yi Xian with a single arrow and completely annihilated, the entire zombie race that had evolved because of the zombie poison in his body was completely cut off from the bloodline source. What happened next was that the self-destruct device in the bloodline was triggered. All the zombies in the universe did not even have the ability to resist, and they instantly exploded and died. This was originally a good thing. With all the universe zombies gone, this difficult intergalactic war could be said to have come to an end. In particular, the explosion and death of the 4 mid-stage sempiternal realm zombie beasts was of great significance. Otherwise, even if Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher, Gong Huaji, and Long Shantang took action, they would have to spend a lot of energy and even pay the huge price of losing an immortal realm old monster. But at the same time, such a scene was actually a disaster, a catastrophe whose consequences were almost impossible to predict. Although all the hundreds of millions of zombies in the universe had exploded and died, the large amount of zombie poison and pus that sputtered out of their bodies was a huge malignant tumor. Yes, the corpse emperor Tuoba Linfeng had indeed been annihilated, which meant that the bloodline of the zombie race in the universe had completely disappeared. Some kind of brand related to Tuoba Linfeng that remained in the poison in the bodies of all the zombies in the universe had disappeared. But the zombie poison did not disappear because of this. Once the poison infected other humans or other flesh and blood creatures, a new zombie race in the universe would soon be born again. There might even be more than one. Hundreds of millions of zombies in the universe had all exploded. A large amount of zombie poison and pus covered the universe void within a radius of millions of miles. In just a moment, it was unknown how many powerhouses in the universe who did not have protective measures were caught off guard and infected by the sputtering poison. the zombie poison had spread. Even Yi Xian could not save these people. Soon, a horrible zombie transformation would occur. And if this situation was not stopped immediately, the final consequences would be unimaginable. The result of such a large amount of zombie poison and pus was that the entire human race in the third universe would face a life and death crisis because of the rapidly spreading zombie poison. Although Yi Xian was not wrong, Tuoba Linfeng had to be killed, otherwise there would be endless troubles. Even the initial birth of him, the zombie emperor, was not the responsibility of Yi Xian. It was the work of the real young master Linghu who had fallen long ago. It was him who brought an immortal and imperishable bead from the Yin demon clan in the second universe and crushed it in the Shenong cauldron to poison it, leading to what happened later. All of this was born. But Yi Xian always had a kind of self-blame in his heart. He thought that whether it was the real young master Linghu who had made a move to cause all of this, or now that he had killed the zombie emperor Tuoba Linfeng, it had inadvertently caused a new disaster. He might have made an unintentional mistake, but he had to bear some responsibility. But now was obviously not the time to blame himself. Time was too tight. He had to immediately find a way to solve all of this and curb the spread of the zombie poison. In order to make up for his mistake and to stop the spread of the zombie poison, Yi Xian did not hesitate to directly wave his hand and summon the Shenong cauldron. In this way, his other identities would undoubtedly be exposed in an instant, but at this time he had no time to care about it. Xiao! As the Shenong cauldron was summoned, it crossed the void and appeared in the form of a huge superstar. Yi Xian's figure suddenly flashed, and he had already arrived at the mouth of the cauldron filled with 9-colored fog. His figure bobbed up and down in the dense fog. Then he waved his hand, and in an instant, the Shenong 7-colored flame rushed out of the cauldron like a majestic river. In the blink of an eye, it divided into 4 and shot away in 4 different directions. This scene was like the 7-colored Milky Way hanging in the 9 heavens, and it was rapidly spreading in 4 directions to the surroundings. The root of the Shenong exotic flame was in the flame pool at the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the space inside the Shenong cauldron. As long as the source of the exotic flame in the flame pool was not extinguished, the 7-colored flame that gushed out of the cauldron would be endless. Chapter 4109. Bang bang. In the air as all the zombie slaves, elite zombie soldiers, generals, and commanders exploded, a cloud of zombie toxins and disgusting, colorful liquid splashed out in all directions. Some people were affected immediately, whether it was in the inner or outer battle circles. At this moment, in addition to a large number of Starry Sky battleships fighting fiercely, there were also some Starry Sky powerhouses fighting with their cultivation base, exposing their bodies to the void. Some of these Starry Sky powerhouses had activated their defensive magic treasures, covering their bodies with a layer of light curtain, or were inside a nearly sealed defensive armor. These existences, like the Prince's fans, the Federation people, and the Starry Sky powerhouses inside the starships, were temporarily spared and weren't immediately infected by the zombie toxins. However, there were also some who didn't have such defensive measures at all. The result was obvious. When the zombies around them suddenly exploded, a large amount of zombie poison and pus spread out, and they were infected at the first moment. Miserable howls sounded almost instantly, and they could be heard everywhere in the void. Some of the Starry Sky powerhouses were contaminated with too much zombie toxins, and they were almost drenched like a rat in soup. The stench was overwhelming, and there was almost no way to deal with it, and they began to turn into zombies directly. Some of the infected didn't start to turn into zombies in a short time due to the small amount of zombie toxins on their bodies, but their bodies were obviously feeling it. When they saw their companions who were originally fighting side by side quickly turning into zombies, they couldn't bear it anymore. In desperation, they took advantage of the fact that the zombies hadn't completely turned into zombies, and they directly exploded. Tragic. It was too tragic. Although the universe zombie army under Tuoba Linfeng's command had been completely annihilated, along with the zombie emperor, the source of this universe zombie bloodline, he had also disappeared. But at this moment, with the outbreak of the zombie toxins, the new universe zombies, in a short time, were discovered again. Moreover, these universe zombies that had just appeared were different. They were all first-generation zombies, and each of them belonged to the source of their bloodline. This was because they were infected with a pure, undying, indestructible poison that didn't have the aura of any other creature. If these newly infected and zombified universe zombies were to break out of the encirclement, a large number of universe zombies would soon appear in the third universe of the human race. None of them had any bloodline inheritance relationship with each other. It was simply impossible to eliminate them through cleaning and annihilation. There were even a few universe-grade starry sky powerhouses in the periphery of the battlefield. They were caught off guard by the overwhelming zombie toxins and immediately turned into zombies. In the blink of an eye, several universe-grade first-generation universe zombies appeared. They were definitely a few of the biggest tumors. Because they were already so powerful when they were first infected with the corpse poison, they weren't far from the immortal realm. If they weren't killed immediately, after this battle, they would probably evolve to the immortal realm very quickly. It wouldn't even be long before they became Marquis or Emperor immortals. Seeing this scene and thinking of the terrifying consequences of such a situation, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly narrowed. He immediately shouted, "Old man Mosquito Butcher, you guys immediately kill those universe-grade zombies. Once they break out, the next time we meet them, it might be a terrifying Marquis Undying Corpse Emperor." Hearing this, Old Man Mosquito Butcher didn't have much of a reaction. After all, his original body wasn't weak. A conservative estimate was that he was at least an Emperor Immortal. However, the three old men, Gong Huaji, Long Shantang and Elephant Fox Martin, were so scared that they trembled all over. With their understanding of the universe's zombies, they naturally knew that Yi Xian wasn't exaggerating. The speed at which this kind of terrifying creature evolved was indeed so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. The corpse emperor that was killed earlier was merely a descendant of the Tuoba family of the Heavenly War Empire. Not even. It had only been half a year, but it had already soared to the immortal realm. In addition, they had seen the four zombie beasts transform from sector lords to immortal beasts in the blink of an eye by devouring each other. There was absolutely no room for carelessness. If those zombies, who were at least universe-grade at the beginning, escaped, they would definitely become Marquis Immortals in a short time. With ferocious expressions, the four immortal realm old monsters immediately took action. They spread out and began to hunt in the inner and outer circles of the battlefield. They specifically targeted those who were above the Star-Lord level and had already been infected by the zombie poison. As long as they set their eyes on a target, they would show no mercy, no matter who they were or which force they came from, even if they were their own subordinates. They would definitely smash them into pieces and completely eliminate the potential threat they represented. Huff! On the other side, Yi Xian's figure stood at the mouth of the Shenong cauldron that was like an enormous star. The power of the nine-colored fog floated up and down, and from time to time, his eyes would emit strands of light. He was completely focused on controlling the boundless seven-colored flames that poured out from the cauldron and shot them towards the edge of the entire void battlefield. Faced with such a terrifying situation that was almost out of control, the only thing Yi Xian could rely on was the seven-colored flames in the Shenong cauldron. Only the invincible Shenong flames could refine all the zombie poison and burn away all evils in the world. Nothing else would work in such a situation. Such a calamitous situation was no longer something that could be controlled by the strength of one's cultivation. One had to rely on special treasures to activate the power of the field inside the cauldron in order to achieve a suppressive effect. Of course, if it was in existence at the level of the headless infant corpse, it would be a different story. At the same time, Yi Xian took out the Shenong cauldron and directly waved his hand to roll out a large sea of seven-colored flames like a sea of flames from the cauldron. The flames spread out in all directions at an extremely fast speed. Around the battlefield, in a large number of starry sky warships, countless fans of the Prince, citizens of the Federation, and starry sky powerhouses from all over were stunned for a few moments. Soon, they shuddered and then cried out involuntarily, "Heavens, what did I just see? Am I blind? That's the Medicine King's divine cauldron? What happened? Isn't that young Master Ling Hu's thing? No, it should be the demon's younger brother, Gene phone. He had already admitted the fact that the 5 great evildoers were one. I have a frightening guess that just popped up in my mind. I can't get rid of it no matter how hard I try. Fellow cultivators, do you think I'm crazy?